We ain't got.
What's going on, friends? It's Anton Daniels, and I gotta have a conversation with you guys about Teach Henley because you see how the sun is hitting me. This is no finesse, no makeup, no filters, no none of that. This is 100% Teach Henley. I use it in the morning as soon as I get up, right after I pray and brush my teeth, jump in the shower, and I'm hitting the streets because you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So even though they're giving you 40% off your first order, 20% off for life, even though you may get a free gift, forget all that, right? Because we would do this even if it was full price because it's worth that much. I'm in the streets, I'm kicking it with people when I see Dusties everywhere. You don't want to be them. You want to separate yourself. And the way that you separate yourself is self-care. Ladies get it for the fellas. Fellas don't wait for the ladies to get it for you. I'm about to hit the streets right now and I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling great. I mean, I already got confidence, but to have that extra boost of confidence, knowing that you've taken care of yourself and you set yourself apart from all of the rest of the sheep that's walking around making bad decisions on a daily basis. And it's reflected in their actions. It's reflected in the products that they use. It's reflected in the people that they follow. And so if you're trying to level up, if you're trying to make sure that you look good, they're going to send you the pack. They're going to give you all of the instructions on how you're supposed to use it. Then make sure you get your Teach Henley. Again, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. Get your free gift. Make sure you tap in with your boy Anton Daniels because Unc is never going to lead you wrong. I would never have you use a product that I don't use myself. Again, they've been rocking with me for a long time. Make sure you get your Teach Henley. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at you guys later. What's going on? It's Anton from antondaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. I got my friends and family here. Mika, Slimmy, Molly. Got my dog Q Diddy in the building. And Carrie, what up, y'all? Carrie decided she wanted to
Hey,
be a
hey.
special guest today.
Oh,
Okay.
please.
All
Whatever.
right.
I have been here plenty of Fridays.
No, I don't care. You get it like me. You was gone for 2 months.
What's going on? How y'all feel tonight?
Happy
Great.
Friday.
Yeah, feeling good.
My
Happiest Friday.
my
Molly,
titties hurt.
Molly got her clavicles out.
I love that shit. I fucking
A
love.
whatical?
I can't
Her,
wait to see Molly in person. It's gonna be an explosion
her,
of hormones.
her,
Oh,
Not
Lord
Molly.
Jesus.
I'm gonna give you a
wow.
big old hug like you ain't never had before.
A church hug.
Uh-huh.
Molly got her clavicles
No,
out.
no full frontals.
That's so funny.
What up,
no,
y'all? How y'all
no,
feel tonight?
no chest to boob hugs.
Good. It's Friday, and I got a good interview coming up this weekend.
Who you, should we ask?
Um, yeah, it's cool.
Or is it secret?
I'll be interviewing Sheldon Daniels.
Oh, shout out to him. Yeah, down in
Mhm.
Dallas.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what's.
yeah. He liked the video that I did a while ago, like before he like blew up. So yeah,
Congratulations.
we'll
Shout
be,
out to you.
we'll be doing that. That'll be
Nice.
cool.
I
Hell
don't
yeah.
know who he is, but it sounds like
Sounds like
We
Anton's
running
uncle,
against Ratchet
somebody.
Crockett.
Oh, okay.
Ratchet
Yeah,
Crockett.
Jasmine
Hmm.
Crockett.
Jasmine.
Jasmine.
I know who it is. I know who she is.
Oh, yeah. So, that's what's up. I'm proud of that.
Thank you.
Mika out there working, getting to it.
Thank
What
you.
else is going on, y'all?
I want to send a special birthday shout out to my brother David. Happy birthday,
Shout out to Dave.
David. David.
Slimmy is like really like a kid at heart.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm a big ass kid, man.
Slimmy
Yeah.
is a kid at heart.
Yeah,
What's going?
My Uncle John used to say that to him when he was a kid. He used to just say his name over and over again. That shit was funny as fuck. He got this
Yeah.
deep ass voice.
You know what's so funny? If I'm being honest, I think that the best time of my day, like in general, of course you're gonna have moments like, I love seeing my daughter and stuff. Once I get on a stream, everything just goes right. Don't matter what the day is going like. It don't matter if everything was going okay. Don't matter if everything is going like when I wake up in the morning, let's say I got 1,000 fires to put out or stuff is happening from a business perspective or stuff. When I jump on a show, when I get on the Millionaire Morning Show, everything just disappears. And I just go into this mode and I don't know what it is, but it's like it's like streaming is like therapy for me in a way, or therapeutic. Maybe not therapy, but it's like therapeutic for me, where it's just like a natural thing. I just feel so good and comfortable in front of the camera because there's so many people that's like afraid of public speaking or afraid of how they're gonna sound and stuff like that. I just feel good when I get on a stream, man. I don't know what it is.
If y'all come up to the meetup and I sound different in person, don't say shit.
What does that mean?
Why would you sound different?
This mic is weird. I don't sound like this in real life.
Yes, you do. You sound just like that in real life.
I think he sounds countryer in real life. Like Quentin sounds very country on the phone.
You haven't talked to me in real life. The phone don't count.
I think the phone is a little different than your sound effect mic then, unless you do it on the phone.
No, it's no, it's not.
They said Anton is over here shuffling cards.
I'm different in real life. I'm more subdued. I'm more calm. My temperament is more chill.
This is not cards I'm shuffling. This is called money.
Mm-hmm. I don't say in real life either.
Somebody said
He just said it right after it.
So what else is new before we jump into the show? Anything else?
Oh man, I wanted to talk about Terrence Howard, man. We ain't even discuss it.
Yeah, we did.
What, the science part? You want to talk about the science part?
We talked about him. It was on the thumbnail, but we didn't talk about it. Yeah, you're right.
No, we didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
About Diddy trying to give him the ping.
No, not necessarily that.
What do you want to talk about with regard to him?
Just the masculinity part, like that part. I ain't gonna necessarily talk about what he was saying was real.
I added in there.
He was saying some real shit.
What you doing this week?
I added in there.
Weekend.
What you got going on?
Weekend? Honestly, I just want to work. That's it.
What?
All I care about is honestly. Listen, I'm not the type of person like for my birthday that'll go out and like do something special or celebrate or nothing. I ask people around me, don't do no special nothing. Just let me work. That's all I want to do is work, man. That's what I love to do. I want to go and look at some sites to possibly try to buy. I want to try to maybe get into the manufacturing game. Go and look at some real estate, and that's it. Like I just want to work. That's all I want to do is work. As weird as that sounds.
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
That's all I want to do is work. I don't want to do nothing but work. That's all I want to do. Seriously.
I know. And even when I'm usually there, I have to tell you no sometimes.
I just want to work. I don't want to do nothing else. I just want to work. What is survivor's remorse? What do you mean survivor's remorse?
It's like if 5 people crash in a plane and 4 die and you live, you have survivor's remorse because you're the only one.
Well, what's the remorse part? I wish I should have died.
Because you made it. You're the one that made it out of.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I got survivor's remorse.
From what? Who'd you?
How many of y'all made it like that?
Well, no, I'm looking at. I like to interact with the chat.
Yeah.
I mean, but what? Okay. So, what else is there to do that's fun outside of working? Like, what's more fun than that? Yeah, I mean, I understand it from a woman's perspective. That's what y'all do. Like, y'all like to do.
You said skiing?
Stuff.
Yes.
I prefer snowboarding, but I get your sentiment.
Skating? You skate, Anton?
Yeah, but that's at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, you go on Sunday,
like from 6 a.m. till let's say from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. What else is there to do other than work?
Nothing.
Anton, you
Nothing.
gotta for one day you just gotta go and be a bad bitch for one day.
No.
You
No,
gotta
I
go. She said you gotta go to brunch. You gotta go
Yeah,
to
you gotta go to
brunch.
party. That's what I was about to say. You
No,
took
no,
it
no.
out.
No, think about it.
Hey!
Listen.
You
I
took it out
get
the
it.
mouth.
I get it at night. Like after 7, usually it's an NBA game. Usually it's a bar. Usually it's something happening. Usually you can go to a spot. It's a new opening. Something you can go to the art, music, whatever. Right before 6 p.m. What else is there to do?
work, 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 work.
Before 6
Or
p.m.
six.
Yeah, before 6 p.m. every day. What else is there to do?
You can go to the premium movies. You know, the movies that like they have the waiters and the butlers and the wine.
Mika, what are you talking about?
You don't know the okay, so we have something here called I Pick.
I live in
And
Oklahoma.
you literally have a butler.
I live in
You can
Oklahoma.
watch
What?
it. Yeah, it's a movie theater. They have these huge seats. You get
Oh
a
yeah. Okay.
blanket, wine.
A
I mean,
blankie.
I just got a text about Mika to my phone. It says never forget Mika is the drone pilot.
but I am. Why are you hating on that? You know, when you come to DC,
I ain't coming.
I'm gonna pull all that out.
I'm only coming if Carrie come.
Carrie don't live that far, so she's coming. Now,
Oh.
Honestly, I don't see
Is
I
Carrie no
don't
camera?
see anything, and it don't even matter what day of the week is. Monday, Sunday, Saturday, whatever. It's all the same to me. I don't see anything else to do except for be productive before 6 p.m.
Ride your motorcycle and clear your brain, clear your
I just
mind.
did that the other day.
go outside for a jog,
That's being productive.
Yeah.
but it's fun.
I think when I talk to women and they know my days off, and then I work on my days off, they're always confused. They're like, "I thought you was off today, but I just can't stay off work because it ain't shit else to do."
I thought you worked 7 days a week because every time I talk to you, I've been up since 5 at work.
Yep, that's about it every day. But I
Yeah,
do have days off if I choose to take them.
after 6 p.m. I mean, I know I got a stream on Tuesday, on every day except for Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. But after 6 p.m., we could do whatever. But before 6 p.m., it's
Work.
like let's go get this money. So I don't know. I'm gonna
I
be working
agree,
tomorrow. I'm
but
gonna be
just one
working on
day.
Sunday. Mm-mm. Why? So I could be sitting around aggravated,
You
thinking about what
know,
I
you
could have
can go
did.
to. Do y'all have a scotch and what's it called? Scissors and scotch.
What is that? What do you
I
keep
ain't never
naming
heard
this
of that.
weird stuff?
It's it's not weird. It's like it's a bar and an upscale barber for men. So like
I'm
you can
straight.
get all the treatments
I'm
for
good.
the beard, the face, the
Hmm.
hot towel treatment on the bald head. Plus
You
they
know,
give you
you know,
alcohol
you know
like
what's popping
scotch.
in Oklahoma right now? Pickleball.
Mm. I mean, yeah, that's cute.
What you mean to keep you in shape, nigga?
I don't give a fuck about nothing but running up a bag and then partying like a rock star, bro. That's all I
Health is
care about.
wealth. Yeah, like I can tell when.
But you don't like but you just said you don't want to take no time off. So how do you party like a rock star?
After
After
6 p.m.
After
six.
six,
I'm just
nigga.
saying.
When it's Miller time. Soon as Miller time hit, it's showtime.
After 6 p.m. I want to go get that money. I want to then we can party and then we can fuck and get up and do the same thing afterwards.
Man.
That's it.
Man.
Well,
They say
y'all
they
act like
gotta.
you're not adults. Everybody is adults and everybody has sex. That's not anything that's abnormal. To go party, have sex, get some good sleep, wake up in the next day, make a bunch of money, and do the same thing all over again. I don't think that that's crazy.
I can't wait to have sex again.
It's the
I've gotten 10 times more in shape since the last time I've engaged in
So
coitus. So,
you ready to get your figure out what your performance metrics are?
nigga, I'm about to ram that shit, nigga.
But do you have two abs yet?
Mm-hmm.
See,
what? Wait. So
Nigga, you can tell a difference when you smashing something and you out of shape as opposed to you in shape. Nigga, stop acting like you gay.
Yeah, but
No, nigga, you can tell a difference, nigga.
no.
And
Y'all
you like,
y'all
no.
talk
You
about
get
it.
on top, nigga. I'm tired. Like what?
Huh?
Look at
No.
Karen. She's like, yep.
Hold on. First
Nigga,
off,
don't act like you fucking Zeus in this
always
bitch,
tired.
nigga.
So that
No,
this is
what?
stupid.
Wait, hold
Women are
on.
always tired.
Whoa.
Well, here's the thing. Like the part that I don't get, that I'm confused about, Quentin, and you could educate me on this one. What the fuck is the ramming shit? Like,
I was kidding. I was being hyperbolic. I was
oh,
I'm y'all gonna make fun of me. I'm like a look you in your eyes, make you love me, and
okay.
fucking slow shit, man. Like when she tried to get on,
You
I'm
little
like,
creep.
I tell her when she tried to let me hit it from the back, I was like, I don't like it that way.
See, see, see. I hope that was hyperbole right there. That's what I hope was the hyperbole. What the fuck?
What is wrong with you?
Ramming made more sense.
I'm sure that's
Nah, y'all
I
gonna
mean,
change
like the
that.
Wagoneer, so
Quentin's
that's
starting to
your
sound like
favorite.
the gentle giant. Like that's the gentle giant
He
though.
is.
That is so fucking hilarious. What up to 2K? I see you out there in the chat. If you want to jump up, let me know, bro.
Hey,
Just text me.
2K.
What up, man?
Anyways, Anton, them YNs on TikTok roasting you. I don't know what that means.
Oh, because you was doing that live with that dude.
I don't check TikTok. I don't know anything about that. So
Isn't that where the live was at? Don't it stay up after you do it? Like
do live stay up on TikTok?
yeah, that's what I'm asking. If it's like Instagram,
No, it was
Yeah, it's
on TikTok.
there.
you say what?
It
I'm
stays
cool.
up.
That's good. Listen, that's good. If people still talking about me, that's good. I'd look at it as a good thing.
Facts.
Keep me in the algorithm.
Yeah. Keep it popping.
His name is Royalty. Let's look at it. Let's see it for ourselves. And then we can go ahead and get it started with the show. Royalty.
I figured out what you was talking about, Anton.
What is Royalty?
Young hope her tunnel, there's no light. I just don't know.
I don't know who no Royalty is.
I've never been knee deep in real estate.
Oh shit.
Is it a guy or a girl? Royalty?
What's the handle?
I don't know who that is. So yeah, what is the handle?
AM Michael. Nope.
Who was Roy? I don't know who it is. I don't know. Y'all let me know and then I'll keep it moving. Anyways,
I'm from Northwest. Most of those people are from Southeast.
who is
Can I stay by
Royalty?
the Pontotoc River, Mika? Is that a good place to stay?
Can you stay by the Potomac River?
Is that what it's
What?
called?
Yeah, I live on the Potomac River, but what part of the Potomac River would you like to stay on? Maryland, Virginia, DC?
Close to you.
What
So
what
you
is his name
pick
on
me up.
TikTok so I can see it for myself?
Go to the MGM.
I'm a Hilton guy.
You're gonna have to look that up. Cause he'll bet
Anyways, all right, y'all let me know what the handle is, and then I'll go and check it out, and we'll go from there. Anyway, so first thing I'm gonna start with is something that Quentin brought up, and it is the new Pop the Balloon on Netflix. Has anybody watched it?
I did it because that was my homework. You told me I got to keep up with this shit, so I felt an obligation to the Danielites to report back.
So, what did you think about? Well, I seen a preview, and then I seen like people talking about what they seen as the preview on
It,
Netflix or whatever
it's
like
not
that. I seen people
authentic.
talking about it.
That's the worst part. It's not authentic because seeing a nigga come out there fucking nervous and shit and stuttering to talk to chicks, like that's a part of the show. But the
All right.
dudes who come out there on the Netflix when they like reality TV stars, so them niggas is super like ooh, like all this
I'm gonna pull up
performance.
the teaser on Netflix and then we'll go from there. I mean, I'm gonna pull it up.
It's so
I'm gonna
dumb.
share it.
It's
I'm
so
about to show
fucking
the
dumb.
teaser so people can get an idea of what we talking about. Y'all want us to let y'all call in tonight? All right, I'll see if y'all can call in. Do y'all want to do call ins tonight?
Yup, bet.
All right, we can do call ins tonight
Yeah,
too.
send them
So
niggas a docu-sign first in case they get butt hurt.
this is the teaser on Netflix of Pop the Balloon.
So dumb.
Pop the Balloon Live, the only live dating show where singles test their chemistry and compete for a first date. Only one thing is certain: when their balloon pops, so does their chance at love. Tough crowd. I'm in for a good time. Come with me. I'm Yvonne Orji, and this is Pop the Balloon Live. Tune in. I mean, we'll be there. Where will you be? Because it's live. That's how life works.
All right, so that's the trailer for Pop the Balloon on Netflix. And then Quentin said that he watched it. Quentin, what was your thoughts of it on watching it on Netflix?
It's not real. No one matched. They're all actors. So like being authentic and like real people and seeing like their aura and how they engage. Like when we see the real Pop the Balloon, you see women's fuckery. You know what I mean? Niggas ain't dating you because your shirt is ugly, even though you can go to the back and change your shirt. Like we see the true people and it's authentic. And when men come out and they be nervous and stuttering and shit, and girls be
Mhm.
talking shit, and there was none of that. It was like all like and acting and stuff. It's there. No one liked it. One season it's out. BM and Arlette, y'all got it back from Netflix, but that's it. One season, no more.
Okay, I was gonna ask
Mm.
if they get paid for that because
They got something because it says BM and AM Productions when it comes on.
Yeah, they have to do
They got
licensing, so they got paid.
something. But
Yeah,
it's a
that's what's
flop.
up.
They still do the Wednesdays. They still do their normal Wednesday show. So
Is it a flop though?
I think so. It's just like
Why do you say so?
you don't get the feel like you don't feel like they're real people like with real feelings and ain't nobody they ain't really going on dates, you know what I mean? Everybody said no type of thing. And it's just you can just tell it's not the same. And like
and
when
Are
why
they
would they go
reaching?
when the
live?
men walk
Go
off,
ahead.
they look sad and shit. You know what I mean? And this latest one in the Netflix version, they just like okay, and then they it's so dumb. You got to watch it at least once to tell the fuckery. It's not good at all. I hated it.
Why would they
That
Zero.
might
go
not
live
be on our let.
afterwards though?
That might not
It's
be on
not
our
on
let.
Arlette. It's on
Yeah,
Netflix. It don't have shit to do
yeah.
with BM and
Netflix.
Arlette. It's
Yeah,
Netflix.
Netflix probably tried
They're
to put they
producers of it though, I believe. They
they
executive
uh
producers or something like that.
they probably tried to put their
Mhm.
spin on it, and they wanted it to look a certain way, and they ruined it.
Like, so what does it mean to be a reality TV star? Because if you're a TV, I feel like that just takes away the whole reality of it all. Like, it ain't really reality no more if you're an actor. You know what I mean?
Well, reality TV still has a component of
Real.
yeah. They just
It wasn't like
so
it used
instead
to
of so
be. Like back in the day, like real world shit.
right, but now so like if I know Molly doesn't like somebody, right? I know Molly goes to this brunch every day at 11. I'll sit the other person there at 11. So when Molly walks in, boom. They do that all the time. They stage it. So it's still a real thing,
Hmm.
but they stage it to where it happens. So it's like you make the chaos happen.
Yeah, it's dumb. Good job though. Good job. They finessed Netflix out of some
But
money.
maybe, but baby, I mean, maybe it's you know what I'm saying. Like they're reaching a different demographic than they normally would. You know what I'm saying, and than they would on on regular.
Definitely.
On
Yeah.
YouTube,
Yeah,
Well, what it
And
is probably.
that's what I really couldn't gauge because after I watched it live on Netflix, then I went to the real Pop the Balloon's latest videos and everybody hated it. There were zero good reviews.
Well,
There,
what probably happened was they just franchised it. So when you franchise something, and somebody, so say for instance like a restaurant, if you franchise that restaurant, all you got to do is follow similar recipes. You just using the name. You got to follow similar recipes, but it's not necessarily your restaurant. They're just using your name. They're just using what already was there. That's what it sounds like what Netflix did. They really didn't try and get a real authentic feel. They just used the formula and created a show out of it. That's just what it sounds like to me. Cause like, why else would they? I mean, I don't think was Arlette on there.
nope.
Yeah, so they just franchised it. That's all. They just used the idea. They just loaned it to them. That's all it was. And then they took it and they kind of fucked it up, but it's not going to affect Arlette and her Pop the Balloon version.
Yeah, her
You know
shit
what I'm
still came
saying?
out on Wednesday and it was cracking.
Yeah. So they just borrowed it. That's all it was. They tried to put their own spin on it, like somebody said they mayonnaised it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep,
it
they put
didn't.
some Chinese people in that bitch and some white
Oh
people.
yeah,
In
no.
that bitch.
They just tried to
They
I
put
guess
a
diversify it in a way where it could reach more cultures, and it don't really work like that. That's not how that's gonna work.
they put a dot Indian in that bitch. Yep.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Like you gotta really, nah, that ain't gonna work. Like you gotta
Not
have
extra
authenticity.
mayo.
Yeah, you gotta have authenticity, man.
Mm. And like
Yeah,
some of it is like Arlette, how she goes, "Here comes our next single lady."
yeah, like all that. Yeah, like all that is the feel of the show. So once all that stuff is missing,
Yep.
once you got the dudes that ain't coming out, oh, another thing. What was the cameraman doing? Was he violating? Was when they say something about the outfit, was he panning down and
No,
panning up looking at
there was no. You got to
yeah,
realize
see? So
these people were probably dressed by the people in the back.
yeah, so the
And,
feel
and,
of the
and then
show,
and then this is what was corny about it. Between people, there would be a crew that comes out to sweep up the balloons.
oh hell no. Yeah, get that shit out of
That
here,
shit
man.
was so
Yeah,
dumb.
nah, they nah,
They
that ain't gonna
showed
work.
that.
They showed them sweeping up the balloons and bringing more balloons.
Yeah, so the reason why they showed that is because they trying to make it seem like it's live.
No,
And it's not. So yeah, that's bad.
it was so dumb.
That's
Like I said,
bad.
they may have reached a different demographic that otherwise would not be looking at the one that's on YouTube, right?
Oh well, yeah. That's all they was trying
I
to
think
do.
the best
That's why they
reality.
diversified it.
I think the best reality TV show popping right now is Temptation Island.
I
What's
haven't
that?
watched it.
Dude, I binge watched that shit, and I went to bed like at
I don't know
3:30.
nothing about. I don't even know what's happening on TV. To be honest with y'all,
It's on. Yeah, it was on Netflix too. It's good.
I've never watched none of those shows. The Bachelor, none of that stuff.
the only reality TV that I ever loved was Real
Survivor.
World.
Real
Oh
World.
man, Real
Real
World was
World was.
amazing.
Yep.
Oh man, I remember they kicked David off because he spit on somebody.
Yep.
That shit was
Yep.
that shit was crazy.
Nigga, and that's
No,
me
he
watching
didn't
the Real
spit. He
World is
didn't
why the
spit
first time when I
on. That's not why they kicked David off. It wasn't because he spit. It's because he pulled the blankets off of Tammy and she only had on underwear. She said, "I don't feel safe with you in this house."
watching the Real World
Well,
is
the
why
initial thing was because he spit on somebody. That was the first thing. Sorry, watching the Real World was
I mean, he might have spit. I don't
yeah, he
know.
spit
He
on
might have
somebody.
spit, but he got kicked out because he pulled the blanket off of her. Even though she was like laughing while it was happening. She said she didn't feel safe with him in the house.
I'm gonna go watch that because
the very
I
first
think
time that
it's
I
still in
went
the
to
archives.
Vegas, I stayed in the Palms because of Real World. And that shit was
Wow.
so dumb. Because everyone knows you stay on the strip and the Palms ain't on the strip. And that shit was so stupid and inconvenient.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah, the
Well,
first season of College Hill was good too. That shit had that
was
dude
it what on
Jermaine up there.
YouTube? Real World?
Yeah.
Nah, it was dang
I
Mika.
was on MTV.
I know
Yeah,
what it is. I just never seen it. Like,
Yeah, that
yeah.
the
actually
Real World
watched
was
it.
on MTV. Yep.
Real
I'm
World
saying,
was
I'm
the
saying it's the
first.
old seasons on YouTube.
That was the first. That was the first reality TV show.
It was. I don't know if it's on YouTube or not, to be honest with you.
The first
Yeah.
season
Then
was with the Heather B and what's his name,
Puck.
Eric and all of
Remember
them.
Yeah.
Puck?
I remember Puck. Yep.
yeah, I remember Heather B. Yeah, David was on the second season. He
What
was on the
Uh-huh.
made the
second
Real
season of
World dope
What's
was
college?
that
College Hill was
what
on
made the Real
BT.
World dope was that you actually. It was a time where you actually would imagine, man, I would do this if I was in that situation, or could I be on there? It was more of a, evaluating what life would be like to live like that and how you would have really reacted to it. Now, reality TV kind of evolved until it actually being produced and scripted. And
Facts.
so once you realize that it was produced and scripted, it was like,
all over.
it just wasn't real no more. You know what I'm saying? It
Nope.
wasn't the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
I
that was
remember.
Yeah, we used to when we used to have some real world moments in Vegas. We used to go to Vegas twice a year when I first started working for the airline. I give all my niggas some buddy passes. We take ass to Vegas every other weekend. And that shit was wild, nigga. Paying for strippers that we can't afford, getting finesse, nigga. Some nigga standing outside the room talking about, nigga, you better pay up.
Nah, yeah, it was that was like in my opinion, that was the golden age of TV.
Oh
Once
yeah.
It
phase
says
out,
1992.
facts.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
It was the
I ain't that
90s.
old.
Yeah.
I ain't that old.
We
It was a
ain't the
long
same
time
age as
ago.
you, Mika.
I get that,
I was
but
gonna say,
That
you
was a
see, I'm
long
quiet.
time
I
ago.
didn't
Just
think this was
listening.
1992.
Listen, when Real World came
Yeah.
out, that
Heather
was
B.
around a time where it was a blessing to have cable.
Yeah.
Nigga, if you weren't rich, you didn't have no computer or cable, nigga.
Yeah,
Not
it was like to
very much
actually
not
have
true.
cable.
Don't listen to Quentin on that.
Nigga,
We
my
had
dad used to
both
say that shit.
and
I'm
we
gonna
was
get on
struggling.
cable one day, kids.
No, that
Yeah,
ain't true.
like it was that was around the time where you would go over your homeboy's house to watch certain things.
Yep.
Like you had to make an effort to do things that we take for granted today.
Nigga,
I
I
had
remember my
all
dad
that.
used to pray that
I
he's
had
gonna
all
get
the
us one of those
channels I needed.
machines, nigga,
Oh no,
aka
I
a
didn't.
computer.
My
Gonna get
cousin
us one
had
of those
HBO before me.
machines for the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I was taking computers apart back then and like putting the
You
They
know
RAM
they
in there,
had they had
putting the
shit
RAM in there.
like if you go in the upper numbers of the cable, that was when you had Cinemax,
Cinemax,
Skinemax.
the dirty
Yeah,
shit. Yep.
in the hundreds.
Nigga, you had that TV guy, you had to wait till that motherfucker go all the way around.
Quentin,
We
did
had
you
a
have that?
hundreds right away.
Oh
You
Did
said
you have
what?
that
man, that
internet
shit was
that
annoying
made
as
that
fuck.
When
noise?
you
The
get the
dial-up.
That shit was annoying, man. I
You
used
know
to
what
hate
I
when you
found
missed
on
that
you know what I
channel.
found on Hulu last week? Nigga, New York Undercover.
Oh yeah, I remember New
What?
York.
Got all
Oh,
the
that comes
seasons
on.
is
That
all the
that
seasons is
comes
on
on.
Hulu.
Hey man, I gotta watch the one with sticky fingers, man. This
Mhm.
dude pulled a strap out in the middle of a concert and started busting.
I
Listen,
never
I
knew
remember
the
I used to be over my homeboy Edwin's house before we got into a fight over that girl. Um,
Oh yeah, the Puerto Rican dude.
I was over my homeboy's Edwin house. Make you think that shit is so funny. I was over my homeboy Edwin's house, and we used to order the box, and it
Oh
was
yeah, the videos.
yeah, you used to be able to order videos, the
Yeah.
videos that you wanted to watch on the box, and it would cost like $3 or some shit to
Oh
order
man,
the
it
video
was.
that you wanted to order.
Wait, I think that's when Aaliyah had rocked the boat, and that shit used to just
It was
run
before
on
that.
that bitch.
It was before that.
Wait, okay, so it was a video that just used to run off on the box. It used to run like motherfuckers would get that
We used
bitch
to order it
over
all
and
the time.
over.
Yeah,
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know why I thought it was Rock the Boat.
there was a lot of different videos on there and shit like that.
Rock the boat. No, because I had that CD.
It
That
was
that
before Rock
CD
the
came
Boat.
out like
Oh yeah, no
2001.
that. Oh no,
That's
that no no no
2001.
no no no. It was before that then. So it might have been one in a million then.
I remember we used to because that like um around the time BET started getting popping. I think I might have been like
Yeah,
middle school. It was before high school. It was
yeah.
definitely like middle school.
Comic View was the shit and Def Comedy
Well,
Jam.
that's what
And
I was gonna say. We used to watch Comic View, But then after Comic View would be on, then you had BET Uncut. That was when Nelly
Yep,
was
that nasty
Yeah.
shit, nigga.
what
That
they call that
that
shit.
Nothing was
softcore
better
Yeah.
porn,
than Def
nigga.
Comedy Jam, though.
Ain't nothing
Def
like
Comedy
money in the
Jam was
Ziploc bag,
the best.
That's how I discovered
Yes.
I discovered Cedric the Entertainer on Comic View.
Oh yeah.
Jamie
Entertainer,
Foxx
they
when he
used to run
does
that
his
motherfucker
little
every day.
when Jamie Foxx does his little piano and stand up, that should be on point, bro.
Are you that somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was some. I knew it was
That
Oh,
was
Anton
when
Dr.
Daniels.
Doolittle.
yeah, Dr. Doolittle. That was around the time that Timbaland controlled every fucking thing that came on the radio.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, Timbo.
Those were the days.
But TV today is, I mean, ain't no TV today really. Shit, that
No, it
shit
ain't.
crazy.
It's
Ain't
It
no fucking
you know
TV.
you know what's a good TV watch that I just found on the I don't know. My Apple box went out and Samsung has TV channels. I didn't even know that.
Yes, they do
yeah.
accept.
Samsung got.
Yeah,
It
They
was
got
so
that.
good. It's like stuff
it's
on there.
throwback stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 It was
Yo,
so
give me
good.
the court TV is always on
Don't
there.
laugh at me, Carrie.
That shit
I
don't
hear
stop
you. Like,
running.
it's regular old TV. It was so good. I feel so
Yeah.
old. Oh my God. Like, I saw episodes of a different world. It was crazy.
It was I get to go back I get to go back and watch like all the stuff. Like my mom's friend hates me because I always talk about good times. I'm watching all the episodes now. It's like just one channel that just shows like
I
all
never
that
watched that
70s,
black
80s
shit.
stuff.
I wouldn't watch
What?
I wouldn't watch the
Hanging
black
in the
shit.
chola?
It shows everything. It shows like it shows Mama's House, Good
I
Times,
never
Golden
watched
Girls.
I
the
used
black
to
ghetto
love
shit.
Mama's House. Oh
I
my
never
God.
watched good
It's like an
times.
old show.
You never watched the
Well,
Mm-mm.
Jeffersons?
no,
I watched
fuck
the
I've seen
Well,
it.
we're
Jeffersons.
moving on up.
I didn't
I've
watch
seen
Good
it.
Times until I got older. My husband
MASH.
watched it. Mash makes me
I
sleepy.
feel like that
My
type of
mom
stuff.
watched it all the time.
I felt like those type of shows was gonna stunt my growth on my journey to get rich. Honest to God, even as a little kid, I wouldn't watch that shit. I'd be like, look at this
Damn,
ghetto
boy.
shit. Hey, Jab Turkey, I hated that shit, bro. I would not watch it. I hated that. I refused to watch slave movies. I hated all of that shit, bro. I was like, man, I'm not watching
My
this shit.
mom
Oh
used
yeah,
to do that
I
and
don't
take it
even
out
watch
on white
that.
people at work.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Good Times didn't speak to me. Didn't talk to me.
I wouldn't. I never wanted. I never watch Roots. I never watched none of that shit. I was like, man,
Oh
I'm
man,
not
I stopped
watching that.
watching Roots, man. They used to try and show that shit every year on the same channel. I stopped watching that shit. I was like, fuck no, this shit is just like
Yeah,
I was
because
so mad
let
that I
me
especially
tell
watched
you
it.
why.
My
I
mom made us
seen.
watch it.
I seen. Like some people in my family, like they had watched it like together because it was like on a DVD or some shit, and they came out so evil, and I was like, what y'all
yeah.
watching? And dog, they would have such a bad fucking attitude. And I was like, y'all need to stay away from whatever y'all watching because y'all just came out. Y'all was jolly when y'all went in and y'all evil coming out. And I don't want to be around y'all no more. And I realized that all of that shit was just programming people to hate white people at that point. And so I was like, I'm not doing that, bro.
No, that's real. When we were done watching it, we were all like upset. Same thing with Malcolm X. They took our school to go see it, and everybody left upset.
See what I'm
Oh
saying?
man,
Everybody.
Malcolm
They
X
let
had
us go
caused a
home
riot.
early and everything. They let us go home from school early and everything. It was
Yeah,
I'm not
that shit
doing that
caused a
shit.
riot here.
Yeah.
Malcolm X, it was always a riot because of certain movies. Malcolm X caused a
Somebody
riot.
said 12 years a
Boys in the
slave,
Hood,
but here's the problem about 12 years a slave, right? The guy that the movie
trash.
is actually about, his family was aristocrats. So it's like they only started from the slave part. It's
I wouldn't
crazy.
watch that shit. I wouldn't watch 12
'Cause
Years a Slave.
he was rich though. He was rich. He's like his family's like black rich people that never been slaves.
Yep.
I
once
wouldn't
I
watch
saw
none of
the
that shit.
beginning of Amistad when he was digging the nail out with his fingers and I couldn't even finish it. I was like, I can't do these movies anymore. I can't.
I wouldn't, I'm not
You
watching none
see
of
how
that.
they use that dude, man? They use that dude, and now he can barely get a role. He
Why
barely
They
can
he?
get a
don't use
role though.
him. They use him. Kamora Lee used him.
He
Huh?
gets roles. He gets good roles.
That man
Nah,
has
he
had a lot of
no,
nice
no, no.
Is it
Wait,
the guy
wait,
with the
wait, wait.
scars on his face?
He
Anton,
was
no,
Anton,
that's
wait a
he
still
was
minute.
just in that
Wait
scary
a minute.
movie.
Wait a
Oh,
minute. Anton, didn't you just review him? And you
Yeah,
say
but
he
he did date Kimora Lee after Russell Simmons. And I
and
think
he
he
had
had
a
a
baby
kid
with her.
with
Yep.
her. I think he had a
That
baby with her.
Kenzo. That's
Yeah.
that's that's why he
what
broke.
what?
The
He
baby's
had a
name is
baby with her.
Kenzo.
He
His
had
name is
got Kimora
Kenzo.
Lee Simmons pregnant. He had dated her, gotten her pregnant.
That's why he don't got no money.
Listen, Slimmy.
they didn't get. I thought they got married. They didn't get married.
Listen.
Oh,
One thing is true. Two things is for certain. Every nigga fall victim to the
Man,
box. I don't
this
give a
nigga that
fuck what
got
role they
finesse.
play. I don't care how strong they are. All of these niggas has been falling victim to the box. So there you
She
go.
she finessed all her baby daddies, and now
Man,
the one that
listen,
she's with
man.
is like a multi-millionaire. I mean, a billionaire. Sorry,
This
Why would you
whole
even date?
time I'm thinking this dude, oh my God,
Look,
fell on
think about
hard
it like this.
times.
What
Wolfgang.
for the dudes that come behind, guys that made they chick rich or something like that.
I thought
And
he was in
honestly,
another
this is
movie
just a
though.
general question, but for you guys. I don't be understanding how dudes come behind and be trying to keep up with the chick's lifestyle after some rich nigga then left her or something like that. It's like, nigga, you can't stick around. You're not gonna be around. Like when the dancer went with J Lo or I'm a side man came after Russell Simmons. It's like, dog, don't you know what you just got yourself into?
That's why
Ain't
he
Unless you
no
just
broke.
unless you're gonna be a boy toy. But then when they get them pregnant or something, it's like, dog, don't you know you just came behind a, you know what I'm saying? Like this is not sustainable.
Yeah, that's a
That's
throwaway.
why he's broke.
That's a
He
throwaway.
tried to sustain that, and he went.
What was you about to say, Molly?
Nothing, I was just clearing my throat.
Uh, like you
That's
can't
a
come behind somebody like that and think that it's gonna make sense.
that's a throwaway, man.
Not even just that. Women that come from dating the top like dudes that got a lot of money, whether you talking locally or whether you talking big celebrities, like Ray J chick, she still be online talking about Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah,
What you
that
mean she be online talking about
Well,
Floyd
no,
Mayweather?
that's not how Anton. He know how to. He know how to spin
Carrie,
a
that is
narrative.
very true. That is
He
that
know
is
how
very
to-
true.
she
Carrie.
wasn't just online talking about him. Like it was a part of her conversation. Okay,
Okay.
no. I take that back. I take that back. All I saw was that it was a part of a conversation. Maybe she had another conversation that was all focused on Floyd and she kept talking and talking and talking and talking. But what I saw, she was just saying what it was like when she was kicking it with him and like how she feels about him.
What wait, but what she
How she
still
feels about him.
wait.
Well,
What
like
she's
what her thoughts are about him.
Oh, okay.
why was she but she was still with Ray J.
Yeah, you can't really speak
That's
on
not
another man.
that's a hard that's weird because her and Ray J have broken up and gotten back together and threatened divorce like a couple of times. So that, and I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying her and Ray J have had a weird situation for years now. So
Carrie, what did she
I
Wait,
what
wouldn't
why
she
is
hold
Ray J
that
with her?
no. What did she
because he
say?
married her. That was
Wait,
his wife
listen,
or is
Carrie.
his wife.
This is how you know Carrie is Kevin. Carrie, how does she talk about Floyd?
She said that she appreciated. Well, first she said that she knew him. What when he was like she knew a
What's the
different
chick's
side of
name?
him.
What's the chick's
My
name?
the sent um Precious Love, I think. Princess, not
Okay,
Precious.
go ahead.
Princess.
Princess.
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep on.
Her to me the sentiment was that she got to know a different side of Floyd. He was a really really good friend, good person, and the one thing she appreciated was that he kept it real with her. Like she knew he had other
Hey,
chicks.
raindrops.
About my
I might be like, what is that?
I'm
Next
finding it.
video.
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it.
Wait a
I
And I
minute,
know.
wait a minute,
and I think that
wait,
she
wait, wait.
I think that she was overemphasizing that because one of the biggest issues that she seems to have had with Ray J is him with other women and him lying. So I'm not saying she doesn't really appreciate that about Floyd, but a lot of times sometimes with women, we will magnify or glorify something about somebody else that we don't feel like we have currently with our situation, or to like jab at our situation. And I think that was more why she was focused on that, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Princess married Ray J after
Yeah,
all they after
this is
after all the trash that took place?
They got like 2
this is
kids.
so old. Slimmy, they've been married.
For like 6, 7 years now.
Man,
Now, let me tell you what my interpretation of it was.
nah, she still feels some type of way about that nigga from what I seen.
Let me tell you what my interpretation of it was. She goes on, does an interview, and I think it's with that Carlos King dude. I think that's his name. And she reminiscing about this nigga. Like,
Yeah, I
I'm
like,
believe
sure
that.
we have
like,
good memories too.
like, yo, think about this shit though. After
Nah,
dating
she
this
want to
nigga,
go back.
yes, that's basically what she was emphasizing is like, and I think she did go back. She was like, yo, when I was with Floyd though, man, it was different. I ain't have to worry about the same
No,
things.
look at your body language,
Yes,
Anton.
she was. She was on some like she Carrie, am I off or am I right or no?
Okay, I definitely think that she was talking from her flashback for sure. I will give you that. I will definitely give you that. Like, women, we can remember things like it was yesterday, and I'm sure she did. I'm just saying, I think she went in harder because it was a big contrast from him and what she's experienced with Ray J. So I'm not
That's
saying
what
she
I'm
doesn't
saying
feel
now.
anything towards Floyd, but I just don't think it.
How
I
don't
don't think
you?
it
You
was.
can't
I
forget
just don't
me.
think it. I just don't think it was so centered on, like, it was completely about Floyd. I think it was about what she's not getting from Ray J as well,
As compared to.
as compared to Floyd. Yes.
But how
Yeah, I
can you
agree.
not how do you know what you're not getting unless you got something to compare it to?
For sure. I agree. I agree.
So she was on there talking about how Floyd is this, and now keep in mind she was still with Ray J. You know, Floyd was different though. You know, I ain't never have to worry about nothing. I mean, Ray J do pay all the bills, but Floyd is different. Like, you know, being with him and all, like, nigga, you
They have a weird toxic thing. Like, they were on Love and Hip Hop Miami. They've been on Love and Hip Hop Miami, Hollywood, everything. And she finally started dating other guys, and Ray J was talking to her about it, and she was like, "Look, kind of like, it's my turn. Like, I put up with this with you, so like, what you gonna say to me now?" Type of thing. So
listen. Don't follow up behind somebody that you can't follow up behind. That's all I'm saying. I mean, if you gonna if you gonna get with her, Carrie like to make this trying to make it seem like, oh no, this is not a big deal. It's just normal. No, this is not
no,
normal.
not is not normal. I'm just saying, I think that half of that was to jab, as opposed to, oh my God, I'm sitting here wishing I was with Floyd again. Like, I think that
She
it was
went back
more
to him
so.
again. She said, and in that
She
same
didn't say
interview,
that.
no, in that same interview, I think she said something like, I mean, I talked to him the other day.
Yeah, but that's not her
What
going
do
back to.
you mean? But that's not you
That's not
married,
her
but you
going.
talking to the you talk to the dude
She
that
could be
you
messing with him. I don't know. She could very well be messing with
what's
him.
wrong with Carrie?
So
Why y'all think that
And
Carrie gonna
and
go? Why is
and
Carrie gonna go? I don't understand.
Floyd and Ray J had beef at one point.
they did.
Hell yeah, they had beef.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Floyd and Ray J and Fab, and 50 Cent was in the middle of it.
All I know is she
Yeah,
was
it
reminiscing
was
about it,
weird.
and she was just like, "Yo, I mean, because I mean, Floyd got a lot of girls, and he let me know what it is, but I was very much okay with being one of the girls because he different, and like I'm like,
Oh, you think
shit.
you think she's signaling She's signaling him to let him know, like, I'm
Always.
game. I'm game again.
Listen.
She
There's a
might be.
hierarchy.
She
In
might
my
be.
opinion, I believe it's a hierarchy. And this is part of the reason why I think that guys are okay with dating girls that's a little bit more dusty or they date down. Because once she get to experience a different type of dude, then I don't think that you ever really get her back. I think that you get her. I think that you'll have her as your girl, but you getting consolation prize her. You're not getting for her. The other guy is gonna get the for her. You gonna get reserved her because the other guy get all of her. One, because you can't get her back. I think that all women are going to subconsciously, even if guys don't know, they will measure you against their experience with this other type of guy that they know is up here. You're never gonna get her back. You may get a version of her, and she may even make you feel good about the version of her that you're getting. But I don't think that you ever really get her back from being with a certain type of guy because she gonna always compare you to, and she gonna always wish that she was in that situation. Like she, in her mind, like she always gonna wish that she can get that guy and that best version of him. And women are very good at presenting you to make you think that you're getting the best version of her, and he got the
Anton,
best version of her.
sometimes too, I'll see it with guys who are not as rich but are very, I guess, visible.
Yeah.
Like say like a Martin Luther King. Coretta Scott, like who else was she gonna go to? But then I argue that point because then you look at Jackie Kennedy. Like you can't get higher than the president, but she went to Onassis after that. And
Well,
he had a
think
lot
about
of
it like
money.
this, right? Think about we talked about Michelle Obama. We've been having our
Mhm.
conversation about her last couple of weeks. Who the fuck she gonna talk to? What do you like? Ain't no such thing as a divorce rumor because it's regardless of which side of the political aisle you on, nigga. That's Obama. Like you can't get. She can't get any. Who else can you get? What more can you get? Like you're blessed. Real talk.
I
Like
mean, but
where else is there to go but down?
so that's why I brought up the Jackie analogy. Do you think Jackie Kennedy going to Onassis is a down because he was papered up? In today's time would be basically like a billionaire.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just know that all girls got a guy. Well, not all. Most girls. No, but it depends on what portion they are in their life. I think that all girls got a guy and or experience a guy that they judge all other guys by unless they get a guy that's better than him.
Anton,
Hmm?
they want you to do the call-ins.
We'll do it towards the end of the show. Or not towards the end. We'll do it after we get a few subjects in. Um and I don't always think that it always just have to do with money either. It's not just money. You know what I'm
Right, that's
saying?
why I
People
brought up
think
MLK
yeah, I don't know. I don't
because
know. I
he
just
was
think
not rich,
I don't
but
I don't know what the dynamics of their relationship was. You know what I'm saying? It's different now because we get to hear the thoughts of women because they so forthcoming with what their experience is. Back then, you know what I'm saying? We didn't have as much insight into women's lives and how they felt about the guy that they was with and all of that type of stuff.
I'm
So
saying she
I
never
just think it's different.
remarried, and she could have because she was young at the time that he died. They were in like their 30s,
Yeah,
so she could have remarried, and she never did.
I
And
have
I
no
think
idea.
that's because of the name that he had.
I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. And I mean, we don't know if she had another experience or if she had another relationship because Even if she did, it wouldn't have been be public because we didn't have social media back then. You know what I'm saying? So we have no clue. Whereas now, all you got to do is blink. It's cameras everywhere. Cameras in your building, cameras on the cops that pull you over, all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So we have no clue. No clue whatsoever. But all I know is, and this is the part that Carrie don't want to talk about, that she was gushing over Floyd while she was still with that dude. And that's, in my opinion, that's the ultimate disrespect.
That's why they. That's why
I
they.
don't
That's
think
why
that
they
she was
had that.
trying.
That's why they had that beef.
I don't think that she's trying to respect him. Like, I think that their marriage and their relationship is at a point where they, in order for it to be healthy and respectful, they would probably have to like completely break up and go. I don't even know. I don't know. I hate speaking on
Yeah,
it
but
like that because they're
just because
married.
you
But
break up with somebody don't mean that you become disrespectful though.
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is, in other words, the level, in my opinion, of toxicity that you can watch them have, I don't know what it would take for them to get through that, other than some for real space, some God, some counseling, some something. So what I'm saying is, I don't think that Princess was trying to be respectful to Ray J. I think at this point she feels like you don't deserve my respect because you have trampled over me for so long. Like, that's what I think her perspective is. Not to
But she
justify
wouldn't.
it,
But she'll never disrespect Floyd.
but I think that in her mind, Floyd would never treat her how Ray J treated her.
Floyd
Which
never put
again,
her in the position that Ray J put her in.
I agree with you, and I think that that's the unfortunate thing about what women might make the mistake in doing when they kind of reflect on a man of a past or a man that they want or a man, like, you only look at the grass is greener components and you don't realize it might not be so good if I was in the same position with Floyd that I am with Ray J, married with kids, I might be feeling the same way about Floyd too. So
But think about it though, Carrie. Floyd set the precedent from the beginning and said that you'll never be a number one, but you can always be a number 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. But I'm gonna make sure that you get treated good. And she has the ultimate respect for him. Whereas the guy that actually married her is the guy that she has the most disrespect and disdain for, even when she with him. And just because you break up, does that mean that you get to be disrespectful?
no, I agree with you. I'm not justifying the disrespect. I'm just providing a possible explanation for the disrespect. But I mean, I
Nigga,
agree with
Slimmy.
you.
Slimmy don't
No,
like
there ain't
that.
no. There ain't no explanation for disrespect.
Well, there is an explanation. It just might not be acceptable in your eyes, but there is a reason for pretty much everything. So I'm just saying, I think that the reason why she might be disrespectful is because in her mind, he doesn't deserve her respect in that regard. Um, and I think that even what she remembers and likes about Floyd is is probably also the notion of like, okay, yeah, you weren't going to make me number one, and maybe at that time, maybe that wasn't okay for her, and then she gets with Ray J and he says, I'm gonna make you my number one by marrying you, and then she ends up not being his number one anyway in her eyes because he's cheating so much. So maybe that's why now she's thinking, maybe being a number two and number three isn't so bad, or maybe I would be willing to settle for that. I don't know. I mean, she's been through a lot and a lot publicly with Ray J. So I don't think that where she's talking from now is her best space. Um, because she's been through a lot with him.
Molly, what do you think about this? About women and their experience when they get up with a guy that's way up there versus a guy that they may date after that.
She probably reminisces about the old times with the other person. Realistically, like, let's be honest.
Slimmy is
especially
broken at that, Molly.
if she has like a romanticized view of him or in what he was doing compared to the other person. I mean, sorry, Slimmy.
No, I'm not. That ain't why I can't. No. I'm shaking my head because there's no way you can justify disrespect. There's no
I
If
didn't
way.
somebody doesn't
justify it. I
respect
said I
somebody,
didn't justify it. There's a difference. I didn't justify it. I did not justify it. I clearly said I'm not
But you
trying to
did.
just no, I'm not. Slimmy, there's a difference between justification and explanation. Like I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying so therefore it's okay what she did because X, Y, and Z. I said this is what I think is the reason why she did it. Now, I disagree with her doing it, but I do think that that is why she's doing it. Do you get the difference?
I still think when you put that much thought into someone actually speaking on another man while they're with a man, I don't think there's no way you can excuse it. I don't think you need to rationalize it. It's flat out disrespect. There's no way around it. There's no way to I mean, we don't even need to explain.
But we're talking about it. The only reason I'm giving an explanation is because we're talking about it. Like that's why. And again, I didn't excuse it. Like you keep putting in these other words.
I didn't
I'm
put
not
in
ex-
no other words.
you just said there I don't think that you said I don't know how you use the word excuse, but you just said like there's no way to excuse it. You said that.
That's what you said.
I didn't say excuse, I said explain.
Okay, you
Explanation.
did. Okay, you said explain.
Yeah.
Explain to me is somewhat giving her a pass. It's
But
giving
that's
her,
not
even though you said you wouldn't do it, it's somewhat giving her a pass because it's like, oh well, this could be her mind state. This is why she's feeling like this. It don't really matter because she
but
fucking
Slimmy,
disrespected. That was her husband. Like so Carrie,
but
it's like if someone came to you right now on this
mhm,
platform and they
mhm,
just asked, well, what about the men that you were with before your husband?
mhm,
And you just started talking gleefully about them. You
mhm.
wouldn't consider that wouldn't be considered disrespect?
Yes, I was explaining why I think she was disrespecting him. I think that she was. I think that Princess was disrespecting Ray J because she does not think that he deserves her respect as a result of the way that he has treated her through their marriage. I don't excuse that, but I think that's the reason that she disrespects him so easily.
Okay,
You
so
get what I'm
maybe
saying?
no, I get what you're saying, but maybe I feel like and I shouldn't be feeling and I should just be thinking. So that's where I went wrong. So you might be right about what you said. Because I just felt like it was a justification.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't trying to justify their marriage. I mean, I've watched them a lot, and it's actually pretty unfortunate in my opinion. But that's neither here nor there. So
Please call in. Please call in. Please call in. Because
We'll get
you get your
there.
you get your
We'll
you get
get
your
there,
ass cooked.
Slimmy. Slimmy,
You'll
we
get
gonna get
cooked.
there.
Please
We gonna
call
get
in.
But I guess the whole to bring it back, is just I think that that's why some guys may be a little bit more apprehensive about getting with certain women that they know maybe had a different experience because in their mind it may not be something that they can measure up to. And I think that that may be a thing for a guy that just like if a guy is just trying to fuck, that's different than a guy that's trying to impress her. You know what I'm saying? So I think the guys that just want to try to shoot a shot, you got to have a different mindset if you're trying to get with a girl versus a guy that want to deal with her maybe for an extended period of time or want to take her out or some shit. I don't think that I don't think that it's gonna make sense. And on the flip side, I don't think that a woman can come back from that though. I think it's hard to come back or come back down to something after you've been way the fuck up there. And so sometimes I'm wondering if women are a little bit more apprehensive about being around certain guys. And I'm not just talking about like the Floyds or whatever. I'm just talking about being around certain guys in general because maybe they fear that they have to come back down from that experience and they don't want to feel like that no more. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. It's kind of hard. I guess it would be kind of hard to date if you're used to dating men that are a little bit more wealthier, to date somebody a little slightly below that. You would just have better experiences. I can definitely, not saying women won't date down, I guess. I don't know. But in the back of her mind, I think it will be some comparing.
Why?
Because when, like Anton says, when you get a taste of something, it's just like you can't unsee it. Like those experiences have happened. And then it's like you're with a guy and it's like, okay, well, if this guy can do this, you really could be doing better.
Because that's what
So
women
wait,
do.
wait, 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 wait,
That's
wait,
what
wait,
women
wait,
do
wait, wait. No,
naturally.
wait, wait, wait. See. Now this is where we have a problem
Jerry, why you
because
smiling?
This is what
because
women do naturally. They always
Because I'm
compare.
happy.
wait. So, but why do you have to have these experiences with men and you can't have these experiences on your own? So if you
Huh?
can't
Well,
afford them for yourself, if you can't
no, that's
afford them
not the
for your
same thing.
Hold on.
wait. This is very much the same thing because if you can't continue those experiences because you can't afford them, does it
It's
really
not about
matter?
you being able to afford them. It's about the person giving you these experiences that you haven't had before. It has nothing to do with
Why can't you
And
get
it
the
do,
Hold on.
and it
experiences
doesn't
then?
it
Hold on.
doesn't have to be
Hold on.
money.
why
Wait.
would I be doing something
Let me.
that a man would be doing for me for
Are you
myself?
saying that women? You don't even like independent women?
No. I'm asking a question because it's not. This ain't adding up to me. I'm asking a
That
question.
I don't think it means that the woman is unhappy with the man she's with currently because she dated somebody with more resources. I just obviously there's probably going to be moments in time where it's like, oh, I remember, it just is what it is. I don't have to take it personal. She probably loves Ray J, but
No, I ain't taking that person. I'm trying to get some understanding of what was just stated.
I mean, I don't think I don't necessarily think that it's harmful because she's thinking about experiences that she had with somebody.
Yeah,
So what?
if you had good experiences with somebody, it doesn't even have to always be surrounding money. If you had
Well,
good
that's what we
and
talking about.
I'm just saying, if you have had good, fun, whatever the adjective is, that will those be adjectives, Quentin? Adjectives. If you have those types of experiences with people from your past, you might think of it.
Well, but
Not
see,
what we
Every
talking
but see,
about.
but Slimmy,
Yes, it
this
is.
okay. This is
No, we're talking
two
about
things. But
dating a
Slimmy,
woman after a rich
two
boyfriend.
things though. One, this is female nature. Okay, it's natural. And then two, this is the reason why you can't go from man to man to man to man because that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a comparison of this man to this man to this man to this man to this man. It's just woman nature. This is what I'm telling you.
Oh, okay.
So that's
So
why
you
hold on.
can't.
That's why most men don't want a whole bunch of bodies because in the bodies, outside of the bodies, you get experiences as well.
Okay. So okay. Outside of that, so when does a woman have her own experiences?
That's not what it's
What?
about, though,
That
Slimmy.
Oh
What
no
what
no no
what?
no no! This is what it's about. If
what are you
why can't why is a woman not having her own? Why
If
is
a
a woman not
man
having her
had
own
if a
experiences?
man has a Rolls Royce he wants me to get in, I'm going to get in it. I don't care if I can do it for myself or not.
No, why would a woman have these
What?
hold on, why would a woman have these own experiences? What are you talking about, Slippy?
That like
Well,
He's
no,
why
no,
caught
no,
up.
would
no,
a
no.
woman
He's
Don't
not
ask me
caught
take
up
what I'm
in the
talking.
in
I'm
money
going by
part.
I'm only going by what was presented. I'm only going by what was
You got
presented because all that was presented was that a woman gonna look back at some old experiences that she not getting now. Well, what the fuck was she doing in between these men that she wasn't getting no experiences? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why
No,
did
no,
the
We're talking
experiences
about
have
I
to?
think what she's saying, Slimmy, is
Why
no.
do the experiences stop?
The older,
Because
okay,
you changed men.
Slimmy, if I think what she's saying, if a woman dates Floyd Mayweather and then goes and dates a man that's nowhere near Floyd Mayweather, that's the comparison.
You're gonna
I
compare.
understand the
It doesn't mean
comparison.
anything about it.
What I'm asking is, why aren't women still getting these same experiences? So it goes back to, well, damn, she
because the
can't do shit for
experience.
herself.
That's
No,
not
the experience
true.
That's
is
not
That's
the
not
connected.
point.
The
true.
Why
She's
experience
not
is
dating
No.
connected
herself,
to the
Slimmy. She's dating a
man.
man.
The
She's
experience
dating
is
a man,
What's the
Slimmy.
men
point of a
do
girl
this?
the
being on the yacht
experience is
all by
connected to
herself?
the
You got
man.
the
Women aren't
nigga,
meant to
you
do
got the
this.
nigga driving the yacht, and you just on the yacht by yourself. Your nigga
Women
ain't
aren't
just
meant to do
by
this.
yourself.
I don't,
Slimmy,
It
I
the
What do you
sound
don't.
mean?
bad.
experience,
That don't make no
It sound
sense.
bad.
is
It's
connected to
not
the
bad,
man.
Slimmy.
That's like
I've
going to
dated
Dubai.
guys
Like I go on
It's
wealthier
the
trips and I just
than
go
my
by
man.
myself.
husband,
That shit. Who
and it
wants to go
doesn't
on a
matter.
trip by themselves? Then the
Women
next
are
That don't
nigga
not
mean that
taking
you
me
saying
like
all
that
over the
person less
world.
because they
This
have
nigga
less
can only take me
resources.
over America.
Looks
Like
bad.
it don't have
This
nothing to
looks
do with
bad. This looks
no.
Why
bad.
is it bad, Slimmy?
Because why would your experiences stop just because you changed men?
Because you don't want to do it by
Because some men
yourself.
can't reach another man's
No, it's
level.
not. It's not
Well,
that
why
you're not.
why does a man's level why does a man's level decrease your experiences in life?
No.
It's what
Okay,
y'all can
so
what?
afford.
Slimmy, your
Oh,
experiences don't stop, but your experiences with that man stops when
That's
you're
what I
not with
just
that
said.
man. So if
we
you
not
get with another man,
Who's super
you
chatting?
and you had good
That's
experiences with
exactly what I
a
just said.
previous man, you might think about those experiences with that previous man.
okay, but that's not what was stated. I'm asking. I'm asking clearly. I'm asking
Okay.
again.
Okay.
Why are you missing out on experiences because there's not a specific man in your life?
Because the
Maybe
man
that's
brings
maybe.
the experience.
Well, no,
Oh, so
you're
you
not.
can't.
You're
Okay. No, wait. You said what?
okay.
The man brings the experience.
The man brings the experience.
What's the problem with that? What's wrong with that?
So women don't create experiences for themselves.
No, we're
No,
talking about the
no,
experience. We're okay. So
Y'all
Slimmy,
saying two
Slimmy,
no.
different things.
Slimmy, Slimmy.
Wait. Hold
Can
on,
I?
hold on,
Can I?
hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, Carrie, because y'all saying two different things. What do you say, Mika?
No. I
Okay,
mean,
go ahead,
unless you're
Carrie.
an independent woman that likes to go to brunch all the time. Other than that, no.
Well, okay. So you have the
What's the problem?
umbrella. You have the umbrella of experiences, right? You can have your own set of experiences that you create for yourself in life, but then you have experiences that get created with other people that you experience it with. So if you're with one man, you're gonna have experiences with him. We're talking about the experiences that were created with the man, not just the experiences of self. She can create her own experiences, but we're not talking about those. We're just talking about the experiences she's
Her own
had with
experience don't
her
matter
man.
though.
No,
Why
I'm
would I
saying
That's
work
not what
for
that
a
sounded like.
why would
no,
I
I'm
work
saying
for
he's
like a
he's
That's not what that
Lamborghini if he
sounded
has
like
my
to
Her own
me.
Mercedes
experience
holding
don't
Benz?
I can only
matter
go
when
by
it comes to men.
what was stated,
but
and
Her
that's
Mika,
own
not what
he's
that
experience
holding
don't
sounded like.
matter.
he's holding on to like, why can't you create your own? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the experiences of her with one man versus the experiences of her with another man.
No, but you can't jump. You can't jump over
Yes,
that.
you can. It's about
No, you
men.
cannot. You cannot. You cannot jump over nothing. You can't jump over that. You
Why you
cannot
can't
jump
jump
over
over it,
that.
Slimmy? Why you can't jump
Right?
over it?
Because why aren't women having their own experiences? Why do they need a
because
certain man to do this?
we're
And
not
what?
men.
Wait. Hold on, because
Slimmy,
We're not
you're
men.
not
men.
making
Hold on,
sense,
wait.
babe.
Wait. You
This
can't ridicule men and see, like you're
Yes, we
putting a
can.
hierarchy on. Wait. You're putting a hierarchy on something that you're not allowing women to experience for themselves
We're
because
not
you're down
men.
talking.
We're not
You're
men.
down. Wait. Let me finish. You're downplaying a man. You're downplaying a man right here and saying this man is over here doing this, but that woman is not even equal to the man right here on the lower level.
It
Because
don't
it
How
matter.
do
doesn't
you
matter.
know
Okay,
that?
if that woman had a bunch of money, Slimmy, we talk about this all the time. Women and money and a man with money are two different things. Men create those types of experiences that we're talking about. We are not, women are not men and men are not women. It just is
Y'all,
what it is.
y'all are arguing the wrong point. As
No, Slimmy's arguing
no,
the point.
well,
No.
if you want to meet Slimmy on his level, okay, you have this man, you have him giving you all these experiences. The woman as well can afford these experiences. Now you got this nigga down here that can't afford the experiences that she's on other nigga.
Oh well, dog eat dog world.
Yes, you
Get your
out of
money
there.
up.
You
Even if
can't
the
even
woman
give me
can
the
afford, even if
experiences
the
I can
woman
give
could afford the
myself.
yacht,
Nigga, you too broke. We can't even go to Dubai because you
even if
broke,
the
and I don't
woman
want to
can
have to pay for
afford
both
a
of us.
yacht, though, even
Women
if
do
she could
take
afford
those
a
Well,
into
yacht,
and
she's not
well,
going to
consideration.
go
well,
buy it.
well,
Uh,
and I'll go to Slimmy
Right.
to what you're saying. I think in the case of Princess, she actually went off and started creating her own experiences by tapping into her interests. So that's when she started playing poker, and she was actually good at it. So she's been going, traveling, competing, winning at poker. So I think her going and having her own experiences has also like made it easier for her to feel the way she's feeling towards Ray J, and perhaps even having the memories of Floyd Mayweather. So she did have some experiences on her own.
Didn't she say she was bored?
And yeah, I would say Ray J might need this wake up
That's
call.
the
He
She
she was
probably
pursued
bored.
needs
her
this wake up
interests.
call.
She
He's
was
probably
bored.
too comfortable and he needs to come out of his comfort zone. Like, listen, I can go back to what I had.
You said, wait,
Slimmy,
Ray
Maybe
J
I
could
can
say that?
explain. Maybe I can explain it a little bit differently.
No,
So,
I don't need I'm not. It's not that I need an explanation.
well,
It's
let
that
me let me frame it differently. Let me frame it differently. I've interacted with women that make a lot of money, right? I mean, they make six figures, um, whatever, and they go to work every day and they deal with corporate America, whatever comes along with that. And they've dealt with men. Let me put it like this: they've dealt with men to where they've had a certain experience with that guy that make a lot more than them, and it's not that they can't afford their lifestyle, but the experience is so great with that guy to where they be like, listen, I give all of this shit up if you want me to. I've It's not foreign for a woman to be doing exceptionally well on her own and she meet a certain dude and get a certain experience. Now, whether or not he tell her to or whether or not he keep her or whatever, that's a whole nother conversation. But they have been willing to say, I give all of this shit up. Like, whatever you want me to do, this not meaningful to me because of the experience and the frame of mind that he put her in.
but it's still a man of more means
But
creating
they
that
don't require
experience.
you as a woman to do a lot. Slimmy, you don't have to do anything. You just have to be cute and
Well,
be
and I'm
nice
gonna
That's
That,
fair.
and be
that don't
good
have nothing to do with what
company.
I'm talking
I'm
about.
and
just
I'm
saying. So this is why
That
women don't have to match the man's energy because we don't have to.
we're
That's
not
it.
and
talking
We
I'm
just
about
gonna
matching
I'm gonna I'm
energy.
gonna dare to say that it doesn't. I'm not saying that a woman who is rich or has the means would like be with a broke guy, but I'm gonna even add in the experience does not have to be centered around just money. Like
That's true. That's true.
women.
That's not what we talking about. What we talking about? I already know what you,
not what
Carrie.
you're
I'm
talking
not
about. We're
disagreeing.
talking about one thing, and you talk about somebody else.
No, 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 no. Because you can't move the goalpost. You can't move the goalpost here. No, that's gonna be moving the goalpost because Carrie is
Everyone's
gonna
on the
say,
I'm
same
and
sorry.
page
I
but
agree with
I'm
Carrie.
you.
not
But
trying to move the goalpost.
no, but no, Carrie, I agree with you 1,000%. You shouldn't need a whole lot of resources to have fun and have an experience. But
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
be real
saying
with you.
is, in this conversation, the problem was Ray J's being looked down a certain type of way, and Floyd Mayweather is up here, but in reality, Princess
Facts.
is on neither level by herself. She doesn't
she
have
doesn't
no.
have
She's on.
to
Okay,
be
But
Listen,
though.
I don't think
a
she's
woman.
looking
That's my
down on
point.
Ray J
That's
because of the money. I don't
Here,
think that this
here's
is
here's the thing. A
that's
woman
my
heavily
is
for
point.
money.
Did you hear what Molly
a
said?
woman is.
That's my
That's
point. Is
not
what
true.
Molly said. she
Slim,
doesn't
Slim,
have to be.
Slimmy.
That's my
A
Men and
point.
woman is
women,
on
Slimmy, men
a
and women
woman
are
is
the
on
same.
whatever level a man put her on. Real talk. A woman is on whatever level that, in my opinion, this is just my own personal opinion. A woman is on whatever level that a man puts her on. And so I know we hate to admit it, and I don't think that men should lead with it, with money. But the reality is that money talks. Like it really matters. Like I know we in society we try to act like it don't matter. I don't think that guys should lead with it because I don't want them to be with a woman that only want to be with them just because of it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think that she should like him. I think that she should actually want to be with him, and then the money makes it greater. Especially when you're younger, younger couples that's getting together. He ain't really supposed to have much if she dating a man that's her age and she only 21, 22 years old. However, we don't want to say it, but it does matter. And even if it doesn't, let's say hypothetically that money doesn't matter because you was able to get her without money until she get with a nigga with money. Then it's gonna matter because you never gonna get her back unless you just don't want her no more. And even if you get her back, you don't really got her because he got her whenever he want her because he has access to her because he's given her a different type of experience that some guys could never qualify for.
So now we talking about. So now you talking about a woman that's not really yours. She only with you just for the time
Okay,
being.
Slimmy. Okay, Slimmy. Okay. Look,
No,
I think
what
the
I'm
I
saying
think
is
the
what I'm saying is she's yours for as long as you want her because you have the ability to control the situation.
For the
She
time
is
being.
yours. No, for
Nah,
as long
if
as
she could go to another dude, that's not yours.
but
okay.
Slimmy, I think what you're missing is what a lot of us miss in these conversations. Like we have things that are just innate in us. Okay, women, whatever the resource is, women want that. Just like looks may not be the only thing that a man wants, but he wants that, right? Then he wants the other things, right? Women want to make sure that the man has the means or has the potential to have the means to take care of her, to create certain experiences in her life, and so on and so on for her children and for the rest of her life. That's just how women are hardwired. The
What
same
makes you
way
think I was missing that?
because you kept saying something about women a woman being on the same level as a man like that.
That's not
That's
what I said. That's not what I said.
you was like she's not on the same level
No,
as
no, 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 no.
Floyd.
Okay, so you got to take everything. You got to get everything together.
Mhm.
Molly was saying that basically. So it started with Carrie when she was talking about the disrespect, and this is why I felt like it was justification
Mhm.
because you can't justify a woman who's not on the same level as a man being able to disrespect him for a man that you feel like is on a higher level due to means and whatever resources.
That's
That
that's the
don't give you
nature of
no
the
reason
game.
to.
That's
What you
the
say?
nature of the games. That's the nature of
No,
the
no,
game.
it doesn't. It doesn't give you the right to disrespect him.
Why she can't? Because she can always go to the nigga that she disrespected him for. And
It's
I mean,
really
No,
honestly and truly it's
I
really
agree with you, Slimmy. I think that people should be good people, but as long as she has the option to still leapfrog back, monkey branch back up, if she can monkey branch up back to something that's better than where she at, what's stopping her?
then what? Why she leave?
What do you mean why she leave?
Why did she leave?
It doesn't matter why she left, as long as she can come back. That's all that matters. As long,
Nah, she
listen,
left
listen.
and she
Oh,
stayed
oh,
gone.
yes, yes. She is as disrespectful as her options.
she probably played chicken like Miss what's the lady that Nelly was dating?
He
Listen,
was dating
listen,
Floyd Mayweather too at
Miss
one
Miss
point.
listen.
Jackson, right? But she played chicken and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take space and see if he bite," and he left, right? So what I'm saying is, a lot of the time these women will leave these situations that they really like, trying to coerce somebody into doing what they want because she wanted Floyd to not be dealing with other chicks and all that other stuff. right? And then you go to Ray J, who you'll accept, who's not broke by any means. He's not broke, but he's not Floyd.
Nelly's ex-girlfriend was dating Floyd too at one point.
Yes, she was.
Yeah.
He got that.
Yeah, she was.
they all spawns of Floyd and
So
Future.
when you look at it, Ray J set himself
Niggas
up.
that got F's in their name
Ray J set himself
is
up because come on, what are you gonna get from a chick that was dating Floyd Mayweather? Okay, when she get to you and you know the type of lifestyle you can see it. Like you setting yourself up with that because you think that's not going to be on her mind. That's going to be on her mind. Those experiences, every time a woman has any type of experiences, is not going to ever leave. And don't let it be a great one.
I
It's going
don't
to be
think
there.
that anybody is saying the wrong thing. I don't think that Slimmy is saying the wrong thing.
He's
I
not.
don't think that any of Molly, I don't think that anybody on the panel was saying the wrong thing. I think that there's a misunderstanding because it's two different games that's being played. Slimmy is looking at it from the lens of a dude that really don't give a fuck about whether she leave or she go, and she just shouldn't be disrespectful either way. All right, Slimmy don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Slimmy ain't spending no money on no chick anyway, so he don't care.
That ain't true.
No, nigga.
She might if that's my
Slimmy,
chick,
you
that's
don't give
totally
Slimmy,
different.
you ain't interested in getting married. So why that's not applicable to you. You know what I'm saying? So Slimmy look at it from the lens of one way, and the women are looking at it from the lens of, yeah, nigga, listen, the experiences, dude, make it a comparable situation. And so for us to ignore that is crazy. But then Slimmy is looking at it and he's saying, well, that don't give you the right to be disrespectful because, X, Y, and Z. And the women is saying, right, we not saying be disrespectful, but woman will still compare depending on what her circumstances was and the men that she's experienced. And I think that it's kind of two different conversations that's being had from two different lenses. But the fact of the matter is the game from both ways. Some guys is playing a game from the lens of, I don't really give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can leave, you can stay. And then other guys is playing the game and saying, I want to have you have this type of experience because I want you to always be tied to me. And when you ever get with another guy, it ain't gonna be the same when you go that way. I just think it's just two different conversations that's being had.
And men say that all the time, like, "Oh, that dude ain't me. He can't compare to me."
Facts.
Men say this all the time, and women concur.
And they don't say it publicly because they don't want to seem like hoes in front of their homeboys. But when they get with the chicks that they with, they be extra territorial and they be extra selfish and they be extra comparative. And if you fuck another nigga's chick, the first time in his mind, he gonna be thinking, I wonder if he was greater than me. And that's why
Okay.
it's hard for a nigga to take back a woman that then went with another guy once he found out that he was with her.
I want to say this though because I see what people typing in the chat. Y'all can't be disrespectful though, man. Like you cannot be disrespectful. You don't know these women in real life. You
Yeah,
can't
I've
say
been
that they don't
timing
have.
people out.
You
Sometimes
can't say
people
that
over.
they don't have morals. This is a discussion we're having, and they're having it from a certain point of view. It doesn't mean that they're that type of woman. They're It's just like what Carrie was saying. When Carrie was saying it earlier, she was speaking of what she thought.
Remy,
Now
you
I
can't
thought she
try to
was.
convince people to not be disrespectful. You got to teach them a lesson by timing them out. That's it. Because you're not gonna talk sense in the niggas that was willing to cross the boundaries in the first place. So when I catch it, when I see it, I just time it out and I just keep it moving. And then hopefully they learn the lesson. You can't talk sense
Crazy,
in the
man.
niggas that's disrespectful. That's just the way that they are.
I just be wanting to know this. Why, when we have conversations, just in general, anybody, right? Why, when there's a conversation about men and women don't want to listen to it, men can understand that the women aren't listening. But when there's a conversation about women and women are telling you how women are, whether they want to tell you or not, whether they want to keep lying to you or not, because they want, some women like protecting, men's feelings and things like that, right? But they are who they are. Some suppress it, but it's still there. And so why, when we have those conversations, why is it a lot of times that men will be like, "Oh no, not women aren't like that. No, not all." But like you'll hear the same argument that women do.
No, I just think certain conversations men don't some a type of man they don't want to hear a certain rawness. You know, they want women to be feminine. They want them to be dainty. They want them to be taken in and being whole. But when you talking like this,
So basically,
and
y'all
you,
saying that y'all don't want to know the truth.
it ain't even about the truth. Maybe they want to take the blue pill.
So they want to live in the fantasy world. They don't want to know the truth. They don't want to know the reality of it.
And also, yeah, I do agree with what Echo was saying. That's not love. That ain't love.
I don't think
It's
that
not.
nobody. I don't think that. Listen, man. I think that some people is playing the game for keeps. I know that. hmm, I don't feel like
Thanks,
getting in trouble.
Chris.
I don't feel like getting in trouble with Carrie tonight. I'm gonna just be quiet.
Hmm.
Good
Yeah,
job. Good
don't make
job.
this an HR night. We
I
only an hour and 30 minutes in. Don't make this
don't
an
feel like
HR
getting in
night.
trouble with Carrie tonight, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. Whatever. Man.
You're doing
But
good.
I think that some guys is playing the game differently, and some guys is playing the game to be territorial, and um, they don't mind ruining a woman so that it'd be difficult for her to compare against another guy. And the woman, I don't think that women mind being ruined because they having great experiences with certain type of guys. That's all I'm saying. So, any other thoughts on this? All right,
Yeah,
I guess
hypergamy is real.
it's been real since the beginning of beginning of time. It's been real. Um, I'm gonna give y'all some moderator stuff. Hold on, let me before I continue on with this show. Do everybody on the panel got a moderator thing? Because I haven't really been paying attention to what's going
I
on
don't
this
have
particular.
one.
No, I don't have one either.
The human mind is it's a special thing.
Comment, everybody on the panel comment, and I'm gonna give y'all moderators so y'all could, just in case y'all need to address something or time something out when people getting overly
How many times have anyone on the panel been sitting at bed at night, 10 o'clock, and your brain says, think about your boyfriend from 2002? Well, the women.
What
It's
happened?
fucking weird, right? Like, so this is speaks to the women and looking back to past experiences. That's what I thought about the whole time. It's just like, we're human.
Carrie, I got you. Slimmy, I got you. Mika, I gotta get you. Are you a mod, Molly, on this one, on this chat?
Yep. Yeah.
Y'all be catching it so fast.
You already are a moderator, Molly? Here,
Yes. Yeah.
because I know you are in other places. I didn't know if you were here. All right. Who else? Let
What's
me
that,
see.
T? Why it burning your
Oh,
chest?
that's the apple cider vinegar.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I didn't have one here.
You got one now, though, don't you?
Keep
Oh,
that
I don't.
glycogen in check.
Do we get
Because
one
when they
in case we got time you out?
me,
Give me a big
Yeah.
wrench so I can time out. So I can time out moderators. Shit.
What?
why you
Yeah,
want to time me out?
I want a big wrench. Sure,
I don't want to, but just in case I have to.
I
I
want
don't
that big.
even be typing in the chat like that.
I'm not talking about the chat. I'm talking about from your
What is going
mouth.
on, man?
What? What happened? What I do?
Oh, that wrenched me. That shit was all caps.
Well,
Slimmy,
some people with wrenches can time out other people with wrenches.
King man.
Oh, for
well, you
real?
need
Oh, I didn't even know it worked like that.
Quentin, I don't even see you in the chat.
I just said wrench me, my nigga.
All right, hold
In
on. Let
all
me go back.
caps.
Hold on. Hold on.
Like what my grandpa Marvin used to say, wrench it off.
The fuck?
Hey,
Oh, like
Big Wrench,
Ritz? Ritz? Like Ritz?
hold on. I gotta remove it as a standard first. What did the Big Wrench do?
I can time out moderators.
No
All
one
right.
man should have all that power.
So petty.
All right. Quinn got a super wrench now.
You gave the crash
That's what
out
she
king the
said.
wrench.
Hey, hey, your car, Antonio, y'all gotta watch out. Y'all gotta watch out, man.
Quinn got a super wrench now.
Oh,
Quinn,
I promise not to use the powers
You a
bestowed.
lie.
all right. Let me read some of these super chats and then we'll move over to the next thing. Carrie want to time me out, just remove me in general. Be able to drop me. Kendrick and Carrie Mustard remix. Oh my god. They on you about that. Dirt Merc. Me University says the other night Anton and Carrie was like Jay standing behind Freeway on what we do. Oh yeah. Nah. St. Louis says, but see, anytime Carrie want to take the battery out of my bag, Molly is gonna put it back in my bag, so I'll be all right. St. Louis says I ain't slept for 2 days since my girl mentioned him. I choose you two tour tickets. It's gonna be an epic tour. I don't know if Carrie gonna come to that tour though. Devastator says, "What you talking about, Anton? You can take the '96 Impala to car meets." Yeah, that's different though. That's a classic. Eric Wealth Harris says Anton should get Netflix deal for the After Hours Live 30 M's. Then I will have to share with my friends, and we all gonna be getting it. MP says Real World Las Vegas was one of my fave. Joshua says, did you see the NBA just created a 3v3 league sponsored by Jordan? I know Adam Silver has been trying to get rid of the big three.
that's
That's pretty
foul,
awesome.
man.
They did
That's
that. Well,
foul.
no, I mean, that's capitalism, right? Remember that tip drill vid on Uncut?
Oh yeah.
Chad from Moore says, man, y'all taking me way back now. A.R. Smitty says he was in Beauty
Back
Shop
in time.
Slimmy.
No,
Jamal Chambers says Anton is right. Husband and boyfriend number two better be better, or he's setting himself up for a major loss. Yeah, you can. I think that is difficult. Well, I get there because I got a question about divorced men a little bit later in the chat. Shout out to you, Jamal Chambers. Vaughn Walker says Carrie stay on damage control for women's bad behavior. Joshua says when you look at it from when we was in high school, the popular girl can try to date the guy that treats her right, but she can never unsee the jock. A.R. Smitty says she got Ray J pressing dudes for sleepovers and ish. Vaughn Walker says, and look at Ray J on Club Shay Shay. Bro said Princess can always come back to him. Clown behavior. Slimmy has very low comprehension, says Akim.
Call in. Call in. Call
Vaughn
in.
Walker says, how y'all think this topic applies to a man whom a woman has a better connection with, or a man who mentally and character wise has a lot of substance instead of being rich? I don't know if y'all want to answer that. Does any of the women want to answer this? How do y'all think this topic applies to a man whom a woman has a better connection with, or a man who mentally and character wise has a lot of substance instead of being rich?
That was a part of my point. I don't think that it's purely based on money.
Yeah,
Molly?
it's I don't even think there's a general, man. It's because I talk to some girls and they'll say out front, nigga, I don't care about shit what you got. Like, I don't get it. I'm confused when they say that, but and then some is like they like your temperament, what's between my ears, fuck your money, not my money, just in general. This dude tried to buy me a house, but he was an asshole, so fuck him type shit.
I don't believe them type of women.
There are some really sweet men with money though. Like I don't know why men with money get not every man with money is just a jerk. Some of them are very charismatic, very generous, very sweet. They might have some options. It's not all
Well, I'm not
bad.
saying that, but that's hard to find all in one man, like all the stuff.
I don't think so.
Well, nigga, you married. I would hope not. Oh, sorry. No, she's not.
What?
I don't even. I don't
A
even know what
woman
just
can date
happened.
down financially,
I
but
don't. I don't.
I don't know what
Yay,
that just
nay.
went
Pick
left.
a side, Quentin. Pick a side. Yay or nay.
What
um,
side
I
you
think.
going with, Quentin?
What's the question again? I think so. Would they pick like sweet over money, like a emotional connection? I think at the end of
Women,
the
would
day,
you
they would.
rather have a guy? Let's assume that the guy had both qualities, right? Let me frame it like this: the guy had both qualities, but if he's sweeter, then he might have less resources. Whereas a guy that is charismatic and could be sweet has more resources, but he's just not as much as the guy that don't have less resources. Which guy do
They're
you pick?
they're gonna pick the intangible over the tangible.
Well, I'm asking him, which guy do you pick? Do you pick the guy that has more resources, but he still have some charisma and all of this stuff, but he's just not as into you, right? Or do you pick like as far as like making sure that he's always paying attention to what you got going on? Or do you pick the guy that is always attentive and paying attention and still charismatic, but he may have less resources? Which guy do you pick?
Is the guy with the better connection, is he rich?
No.
No,
Okay, so which one is rich?
the
The
other
one
one.
that is not made that may not be as into you. Like he may not be the one that's paying as much
No, I'm talking
attention to
about
what
in
you
this guy's question, because it says this topic applies to a man whom a woman has a better connection with, or a
he's not the
man.
rich one. It's only one rich guy, and it's one that's doing okay, right? It's one that's doing he's
This
doing
just
fine.
happened in the
Oh,
news. Xavier Worthy got cheated on.
who
Yeah, I seen that.
yeah, I saw it.
He got cheated
Yeah,
on, so that nigga's money wasn't shit, and he was
who
yeah,
some
but
other
did?
some
Sorry, it
other
went
nigga while
out.
he was out of town playing in the Super Bowl was in her head, fucking rubbing her back. I love you. You're so beautiful.
We're not
If you
saying
want
that
me,
anybody can get cheated on. So it
well, I'm
doesn't
just
mean that
saying
but
that
the
I
but
think
the
a
we're not
woman would
saying that
leave a man with money for a dude or cheat on him with a like for a person that has a connection. Like I think the women would pick the
we're not
connection.
saying that nobody can get cheated
here's
on.
the thing, women are gonna float both, and
Yeah,
both can get negative results, because even the man who has substance and is not that rich, right?
that's
Whatever he's doing, the moment he slacks on that, she's going to bring that up, and that's going to be an issue of not having those resources, right? If it's ever a day where it slacks less than where he's at, that's gonna be an issue. And then the man that has the money, anytime he's just not readily available, she might do what old boy's girl did. What's his name? Xavier? Mhm. So
Mhm.
it really can fold either way. Women like both, but it's still gonna be an issue, really.
Hmm.
And that's
Sounds
just
like
women.
justification to me.
Women just don't know what the fuck
That's
they
not
want.
justification.
Not
It's
true.
the truth. That's what women do. And then when y'all see it, y'all like, "Oh, oh, she did that. I can't believe it." I don't know why you can't believe it. Most women
No,
will
it
sit right
ain't.
there
It
like,
ain't.
"I can."
It's not that
Because they
men
they
can't
know
believe it.
women.
It's just
They know
that,
women.
like, all right.
I think that
They know
makes sense.
women. Women will take a guy with the with not a lot of money, but I'm telling you, when that man slips at any point, it's going to come up. It's going to be an issue.
Maybe I'm just
Resources
like
is
my
always going to be a
mother.
thing. Resources
She's
is always going
never
to be a thing. I swear.
satisfied.
Love
I mean,
don't
it
pay
makes
the
sense to me.
bills. I'm sorry.
Let me
I
get a
could love you,
pass,
but
Even
Lord.
when
if
women,
you're not
even when there
handling
are
A
your
lot
women
of
that
business,
don't
it's
passes,
only
say
gonna go so
anything.
man.
far.
A
Like some men
lot of
think because a woman
passes.
don't say anything, right, that she's not thinking that. I'm telling you, if she doesn't say it to you, she's saying it to somebody that she can confide in.
And we know Carrie is
That's just
playing.
how women operate. So you have to, whatever she's okay with, you have to stay there. You can't dip below that.
Carrie, what is Enrique telling you to say?
Shut up. I'm not talking to Enrique. Although I do talk to Enrique about some stuff.
All right, let's continue on. Let me read some more super chats. Shout out to Mont. Mont and Deja said it's Mont. They women, bro. They don't need to. We don't want them to have them without us anyway. I don't want a chick that already been in a Rolls Royce. I want mine to be the first. Slimmy, please don't die on this hill, says MP.
I ain't dying on no hill.
Lonnie says AD, including 2K, if everyone in the panel was stuck in the ocean and you can only save one girl and one guy, who you picking? I don't understand.
One girl and one guy on the panel. Who you picking, nigga?
Oh, from the panel?
Choose up, nigga.
Can I choose myself as the one guy? I'm just saying, like, I don't understand it.
How do you
I don't
save
understand
yourself?
I think
Can
I
I-
would. The girl
Should I
I'd
save
pick.
myself?
I'd pick Mika.
Slimmy, who you picking? Pick a girl
I
that you
can't
got to
pick
save.
nobody because I can't swim, so it's over for me. That shit dead. Somebody said in
What?
the chat.
I'm about to
I
say,
can't
don't nobody
swim.
have to save me because I can swim. I can help.
I
Oh,
can't
wait, you can
swim.
swim? You got me then. You got me.
Yeah, I can help.
I'll pick Mika because I've had a Carrie before and I've had a Molly before. I've never had a Mika.
Oh, and if you save her,
Slimmy, but
she gonna be
you got a boat, Slimmy.
eternally grateful.
Slimmy, you got a boat. Well, Slimmy, I'm gonna need you to learn how to swim, number one. But
Hypothetical, my nigga.
it's a hypothetical. You got a boat and you got to save a girl. Who you picking?
Fuck.
Swim up here.
Not fuck, save.
Come on, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Who you
Don't
picking?
do that. I gotta think. Hold on, give me a second. Y'all put me on the hot seat.
Nigga, this is
Come
not
on, man.
the
Well, come on,
fucking
Slimmy. Just pick one.
rocket science in this bitch, nigga.
Man. I think I'm gonna have like.
All right, you gotta
Okay,
pick.
so because I think that's all. You gotta check my logic because
No,
she's the
we want to know
smallest.
who's. No, we
Because
want to
she's
pick.
the
No,
smallest. I'm gonna pick Mika because it's gonna be the
Are
easiest
you
to move with her.
Mika ain't the smallest. She just got the bigger
wait,
flotation
Slimmy?
device.
Slimmy, are you justifying your answer?
Yeah, I am.
And your
I'm
answer?
justifying. I'm
Slimmy.
justifying my answer for
We want to
sure.
know who you
I'm
gonna pick. Slimmy.
rationalizing
I
Who you
think no.
picking,
because
Slimmy?
Molly taller than Mika, so it's gonna be harder to move Molly.
Molly
I
told me
Why?
about 2 inches.
and I think I I just
Oh,
I'll be able to just move Mika a little bit more.
How?
I could barely swim.
I can kick,
I don't know how Mika's. No, I think Molly's easier to move than Mika.
and I'm floating.
Good God.
I'm gonna just
No,
ride away.
you ain't even pick. Oh yeah, Quentin did pick. Who you picking that time?
Who can't swim?
I can't.
Slimmy.
You can't. Quentin, can
Oh,
you
I can't
swim?
swim.
You look
Yes.
like you could swim.
What's
Okay.
that? No
What does that
Oklahoma.
Molly
mean?
can't.
Look like you can swim. What the fuck?
Like you look like you might have been a lifeguard or something. Um,
No, well, okay. So
Molly,
let
can
me
you
change.
swim?
I can't tread water. I could swim underwater like this.
Yep,
But
that's what
I'll
everybody
say I
says.
this
He
can't
is
can't.
tread water.
this is
That's what
that
everybody
shit
says. He
is
can't swim.
difficult. I don't
Whenever
know why I
people
Swim
can't.
give,
underwater.
whenever
I
people
can't get
give,
this part. I can't get this part right.
yeah,
To
whenever
stay.
people give like I can do this, but not that in water, we just put you in the you can't
Nigga,
swim
we can't
bucket.
throw you in the
We
ocean
can't trust
and you can't
you.
live, nigga.
Oh
You
yeah, no,
can't
you can't throw
swim.
me in the ocean. You throw me in the ocean, you coming in with me.
Can't kick
I
underwater
took
all the way
swimming
to
lessons, but that was in high school.
So
So,
what?
Let
and
me
I
You
don't
finish
swim.
reading
I'm
super
not a water
chats.
you
person.
just staying away from water now?
No, doggy
Yeah,
paddle
I
don't
don't.
work, man. I don't know. I
We
can't
should
figure
have
it out.
we should have a meetup in Florida so
I love the
we can
water.
be at the
Yeah,
beach.
well, we would have to do it in like when it get a little cooler, because
It's
Florida.
Florida. It's
Cooler. We need hot. We
Oh,
need
y'all
hot.
being
No, no, no,
disrespectful,
no, no. The
man.
first meetup I'm saying is going to be in June, so I'm not
Mhm.
going to do it in Florida in June.
I'm
I'm
trying
gonna
to come to
wait till
Detroit, nigga. I'm trying to
I'm
take
gonna
over Detroit.
wait till it be fall, winter when it's 80 degrees, 85 degrees. Then that's when you want to have it in Miami-ish type thing. So
I ain't going to Miami. That's too expensive for me. I don't make that kind of money.
it's not expensive. Dre says Q looks frustrated.
Wait a
Vaughn said,
minute. Anton,
what?
you didn't answer the question.
Uh-huh.
He's a
I was wondering
sly
what y'all gonna let
one,
him
Mr.
do.
Grinch.
Hmm.
Ah!
I love everybody. I love
No,
everybody.
no, no.
I love everybody.
We know, but you can only save one of your kids. So tell us.
I would sacrifice myself for all
Yeah, but
three
then
of
we
them.
all drowning.
As tribute,
Everybody
I, I,
dead.
I'd rather go with all of you than live without any
you
of
have
you.
to ask the women the same question.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll answer it after the women answer.
That's a
Mi-
lie.
Mika, who you picking?
What was it? Two.
Nope, you only can pick one guy.
When we don't stand a chance, we dead, nigga.
I'm picking
We dead,
Anton.
nigga.
Hold on,
I love
we're gonna
y'all.
get to you, Molly. I'm picking you, Molly.
Who gonna contribute to
Mika,
this
who you
partner?
picking? Who you saving? You can only save one guy.
Oh,
Nigga, this is not rocket science, nigga. And you got a degree from NYU, nigga. Shit.
Mika, who you saving? You got to answer the question.
um, all of y'all are too big for me to save.
Come on, Mika. You got to pick one.
Come back, come back. I'm
No,
just
no, no, no,
It's not
no,
the quadratic equation, nigga.
no, no. No. Who you saving, Mika? Just pick one.
Baby, won't you come back? Come back.
We gonna put the
He
show
said
on
you can
pause.
save one girl and one
Nope,
guy.
No,
nope. The
no, no,
question is one
no.
guy.
That's not what we doing.
Oh, y'all
Look at
changed the
Clint. Look at
question.
Clint.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's all
nigga,
we
you
changed
one.
it.
Who you saving, Mika?
We gonna pause the show until Mika give us our answer.
All right, everybody get off screen. Leave Mika by herself.
I'm gonna do any money mo on. It'll either be
Nigga, one person.
Anton or Slimmy, and that's only because Quentin can swim.
You gotta pick. You gotta pick one. You gotta pick one.
Mama! Mama, I need some
Okay,
help.
so I did any mini money mo and it landed on AD, but that's because I did any mini money mo.
Oh, man. Mika done left me for dead.
I did any mini money mo. It wasn't up to me.
Help me.
Quentin, you could swim.
Nigga, I picked you, nigga. How you not gonna pick me? I picked Quinn because he picked me. Shit. What you should have said. That was the easy. That was the easiest answer, right? Nigga?
Oh,
Oh, fuck, man.
oh, oh. Come on,
Y'all
Carrie.
do too
You
much.
gotta
Don't
pick
make me
one.
choose like that.
Oh,
Oh.
I would negotiate with Anton and save him.
Negotiate.
Nigga, give me a rack, nigga. You gonna die, nigga.
Oh, man.
Put her arm out, nigga. Be like, how much, nigga? That's fucked up. That's
Molly,
fucked
who you
up.
going with?
Dang, HR is out of control today.
I like
Damn,
these
man.
answers. I
That
like these
sounded
answers.
like blackmail.
I like these answers.
That sounds like it's
All right,
against the
let's move
employee
on.
I
handbook.
don't like the pick.
It's okay, ladies. We love y'all.
I'll pick Carrie, and I'll let her do it for free. Fuck
And Anton is sharing his resources with me, his time, his energy,
Well,
his love.
I like
no.
it.
Yep.
I like it.
Molly, like, nope, nope, nope. The resources is coming right now. That's why I'm on this damn boat.
Oh shit.
That's a good game.
Oh,
Um,
Lord.
Mika,
AD,
huh?
AD. No, you was about to read that super chat. No, no, sir.
Oh yeah, I forgot he still didn't say nothing.
Yeah, he ain't say shit.
everybody off the screen till AD say something.
Oh yeah. We got cab off.
Yeah,
Why Mika can't cab off
Because I'm going to
Mika?
him straight in his face.
Look at Mika. She trying to kill Chill AD.
Honestly, I love y'all all. I
Mm-mm,
genuinely love
mm-mm,
y'all all.
mm-mm.
I love y'all. I
Oh
really
That's
do.
wait.
fine.
Oh wait.
nigga, this is like a strike, nigga, with the UAE, nigga. IUAW, whatever the fuck they call, nigga.
This is so. You know what? I would rather end the show.
Well,
I just want to.
thanks,
Dare you?
family, for tuning in. Thanks, family, for tuning in, because I'm going to sit right here until he answers.
My stomach hurt, man.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh shit.
God
His
damn.
Oh,
breath smell
Give me
like
a
lies
second.
and regret.
Quentin,
What's
fuck.
up?
put it on the two screen.
What you? Why you telling
So
me
I
to
can
do
see
that?
him
I
clearly.
love all of y'all. I
I don't.
just, I genuinely do. Okay, I say Mika. There you go. I love all of y'all though. I honestly, it would be difficult. I would sacrifice myself for Molly or Carrie, either one of them.
Oh man.
Don't try to make us feel better.
Tia, look. Tia might as well be HR. She talking about some Mika got seniority.
Molly, I got you covered, girl. I
I
got you.
love
I'll
my
say you through.
Molly, y'all know it, and I love Carrie.
I done died 5 times, y'all.
I done been saved.
But Slimmy, you're tall. Your feet could touch the ocean floor. You'll be okay.
Oh God.
You
Oh
if you
man.
could do something
Look,
with your
cold
arms for
hearted
me, I
Molly.
got you. I can get one of your arms. One of your arms.
I'm
Nah,
not
Oh,
man.
reading
shit.
no more super chats like that. Vaughn says Mika hit it on the head, and then Slimmy on point. He attacking the subject from different angles. Me University says
Oh,
Slimmy,
shit.
Adam alone. Eve was never alone. Eric says Slimmy to the bottom of the class, please. Slimmy put down the crack pipe. Says MCK Dice or McDice. DJ says Slimmy's calling the woman a leech, claiming she can't afford to experience on her own. The audacity of her to even make that comparison. Mott says she on the level of the men she dates, Slimmy. You date bum guys, that's tour level. You date rich guys, that's your level. We don't have to like it. It's just true, big dog.
That's
Shout
not
out
what
to
we was
Mott
talking
too.
about though, Mont. That ain't
Chris
what we was
Spears
talking
says,
about.
"Happy belated birthday, Slimmy."
Appreciate
Uh,
you, Chris.
Dice says it's about to be a CCP censorship kind of night. Showmo Tree says, "Does matter you from Princess left Floyd for Ray J, and Miss Jackson for Nelly for Floyd. Don't want her back. She better enjoy the memories." McDice says, "Freedom of speech, or we burning after hours to the ground. No justice, no peace." Just kidding.
What?
No, just kidding. Love you guys. Devin Braxton says, "Women lie. They only say they don't care about stuff when they know you already got it, and they want to portray that they're not trying to use you."
Mm.
Um, don't listen to what chicks tell you. Q says, Mott. Civlap says the man with money is never home because he is out chasing a bag. The pool boy becomes a viable option. Israel says, "Oh, shout out to Israel." Says, "Happy birthday, bro! After hours be lit. Every man need a carry. My lady be on it, but Carrie be on it. Missed the show this morning. Are you still doing a live stream for the birthday?"
I'll probably jump in on the live stream for the birthday. Why not? Show Me Tree says Princess left Floyd for Ray J and Miss Jackson left her for Nelly. Floyd don't want her back. She better enjoy the memories. Carrie make me not want to be a dirt merc anymore, says Rico. Mont says swimming underwater ain't gonna help you, bro. The water you trying to avoid. The water is what you trying to avoid. Joshua says Slimmy saving Mika for sure. He grabbing all of that ass, talking about I got you, Mika. I got you, girl.
Come on, man. Be respectful. Be respectful.
AD is no, I am not a pimp. MP says I know AD's stomach turned over that answer. Yes, it did. HR working overtime tonight. Anton would rather say I love you, I appreciate you, I'll holler at you later than answer that question. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I value everybody, especially the ladies. I feel like the fellas could say they self, but the ladies, absolutely, I love them. Anyways,
Anton, can you swim?
Yeah, I can swim. Maybe I should go to this. Texas enacted retro child support. Let's switch it up for a minute before we start taking.
Shit, man.
Yeah, that's a big thing. So I'm gonna share this screen of what this woman is saying. I'm only gonna play a part of it, but I'm gonna play it and then we're gonna go from there. All right.
If you get a woman pregnant in the state of Texas, you will have to pay child support from the moment that that child is conceived. Texas passed a new law that goes into effect in the fall of 2025, right? That states that child support begins at conception. Now, one may ask, why the change, right? So as we all know, Texas has some of the strictest abortion laws, right? Requiring women to basically have babies. They're unable to terminate pregnancies. And there's lots of restrictions, right, in place for women. So they're forcing them to have children that they may not be able to take care of. The father is MIA, whatever the situation may be, okay? And so everyone asks, like, why is it that men just basically get to skate and a woman is stuck left holding the bag? So it's like, no, wait a minute, just stay tuned. So basically, men, okay, child support typically starts when the baby is born, right? Negating the fact that that woman has had medical bills for 9-10 months, right? Some women have to be on bed rest. Some women have to take a change in employment, right? Because they're unable to work or they can't work as much. Maybe they work on their feet, so they're not allowed. They've had to take pay cuts. They have to start buying things for the baby, paying for, equipment and supplies and things for the baby ahead of time, right? Their bodies are changing. And also just the mental and physical toll that it takes on a woman's body, all of which a man doesn't have to experience. So all of these things have come into play long before the child has ever been born. And then you still have men complaining about small child support obligations, doing their best to try to even get out of that once the baby is born. There's extracurricular activities, right? There's daycare costs. All of these things are not included in child support. And we all know the cost of daycare. Most child support payments do not even cover a week or two of daycare. Okay, so let's just be real, right? So that woman has to find childcare. She has to try to go to work. And the guy is complaining because he has to pay $400, $500 a month. Okay.
All right. So essentially, the premise of the whole thing is that Texas is now enacting a law because obviously individual states can vote on. Hold on, let me pull Molly back up. Individual states can vote on whether or not they want to allow for a baby to be able to be removed, right? Texas, I believe, is a state where they do not allow for you to be able to have abortions. But at the same time, now they're implementing retroactive child support, meaning that if you have a child with a woman and you are not married to her and she goes and files for child support, they can retroactively collect since the beginning of birth of the child. What do y'all think about Texas enacting retroactive child support for children that are born out of wedlock?
I did a child support video and I had Texas in there, and Texas, even though it does have like this cap on how much you can pay, Texas is one of those states that are going after the fathers because Texas is funding a lot of their judges' retirements and pensions off that child support. So it doesn't surprise me that Texas is now doing this because they're funding a lot of the judiciary with that.
Yeah, Texas got them paddy wagons for niggas with
Yeah.
back child support. They come pick you up.
Yeah.
But
So
how are they taking the money? Because isn't the money going to the mom?
no, that's child support and the money doesn't. So like, let's say your child support is just like $1,000, right? You may get 700. The other 3 that the dad is I'm just making a figure.
Not in New Jersey.
N
That's what I'm
n
saying. Maybe in
okay.
Texas.
Texas gets a portion of it. So Texas has an incentivized, um, system because their judges and their, a lot of their, police pensions and all that stuff depends on child support.
That much of it though? That's
Yes, they're making a lot of states make a killing off of it.
I don't
I didn't know
know.
that. I didn't.
Mhm.
I never heard of that.
Texas is one of them. Now,
Well,
again, they do have a cap.
it's not all child support cases. It's mainly the child support cases and where the mom is receiving some kind of government assistance. Because
No,
listen, I've had both. I've had my first child. She was broke and she went through the government, so I had to go through like DHS, and they took the money and they gave it to her. And
yeah,
Ava's
you know
mom,
why they gave it
we
to
went.
her?
I'm not
Because they're
done.
getting the money off of it.
I'm not done. And
Yeah,
Ava's mama, it was all private. She didn't need assistance, and we went to court together. And they was like, "This is how much you owe." They didn't garnish my paycheck. I cash app her, and they don't get none of it.
Well, yeah, and in New Jersey, like the amount that there was a middle, I guess, machine that collected from one side and gave it to the other, but you get the report of like what you're paying out and what she's getting, and vice versa. So I mean, maybe Texas is different,
the
but I
state
didn't
no,
know.
all states. So there was a big, case law case called Blessing, and in the Blessing case, the women that put their children's fathers on child support found out that the state was taking the money, so they sued the state and the government, and they found out that that's how they do child support. So that was a big case that exposed a lot of how the states run child support.
In what state though? Was that was in a specific that was
No,
in a state?
that's all the states. Now, where they put the revenue depends on the
Yeah, I
state.
don't. I
All
mean,
the states use that
they would
money.
have had to have been literally lying on the reports. Because Mika, like when my husband had to pay his ex-wife child support, it's like this is the amount that's coming out from your check. He
Right.
had to pay that. Matter of fact, it didn't even come out. He got to pay that amount into a system, and then that went to her, and you get a receipt of what went to her, and she has a report of what she's to receive. So they would have to be lying about the amount that's on the
Yeah,
report
so look
versus
up
what she's getting.
look
I don't
go
think that.
to Enrique and look up the Blessing case.
But it has to be all states are different because how would like if you just go to court, there's a court order, you pay this to the mom because there people say mom's a bitching all the time about he ain't paying child support because that means it's not going through the state. It's like, hey, you're court ordered to pay this, and if you don't, you're in trouble. There's no
No, the
interim
reason why it's a
system that
court
you
order is a
gotta.
judgment. All judgments that go through the state gets a portion of. Now,
How? How?
I don't think that.
There was a judgment for me to pay my baby's mama this amount of money every 2 weeks, and I cash app her. They never see the money.
But okay, so hold on for a second, y'all. We getting away from the subject.
You're
What
right.
do y'all think about retroactive child support?
I think it's fair. It's fair.
What?
It's fair. If you nigga, you know how not to have no baby, it's fair. And she going through all this legal stuff. She going through all this medical stuff. Like it's fair. It is. It is.
What?
I get it.
I'm with it. As long as they have mandatory paternity.
Nope, they don't have mandatory paternity testing at
Well,
both.
that's why it's retro because it's like, hey, we now know you're the father, so we about to backdate this shit.
but why would it be from
Hey, listen,
conception?
listen. Hold on.
That's
Wait a fucking
stupid.
minute.
Well, it's just back pay,
Wait.
right?
No,
Yeah,
no, no, no,
yeah,
no. No,
retro. I didn't know
wait.
it was retro.
Did y'all not hear what she said? Like these politicians are getting paid off this shit.
We Anton just said we're getting away from the point, so we're don't,
That's part of the point. That's
tell
part of the
Anton that.
point.
Don't yell at me. Tell Anton that. That's
No, no,
he
no,
Well,
said
no,
it.
no. This is no
these men
stop.
have to get
Wait.
married and then get the woman
No, no.
pregnant. There
All
is a
right.
divine order behind
I
things.
sat here and I ain't say nothing while everybody else was talking.
1K, you just don't know what you're talking about. That's all.
I sat here while everybody else was talking. I ain't said nothing. This does not This is not cool, man, because these dudes are sitting up there enacting a a a, a process so they can get more money. They're getting paid off this shit. What are we talking about?
Don't hate the player, hate the game, Slimmy.
No,
These men
fuck
need
that.
to
This
get
ain't the
these women,
game. This ain't the
marry
game.
these
I'm
women. Stop
wait.
fornicating.
No,
It's
no, no,
simple.
no. Wait, no. Don't do that, Molly. No, 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 no.
Y'all get penalized for
No,
having
no,
children out of wedlock, and y'all don't wake up to
no,
that.
no, no,
Nobody's supposed to
no,
feel bad.
no, no. Bullshit. Bullshit. I sit up here and I say it all the time. Don't shoot up the club. This is out of control. This is out of control. You
Oh,
are basically incentivized to put laws like this in effect so you can get more fucking money. This has nothing to
Okay.
do with these people. This has nothing to do with the child. This is for you lining your pockets. You are
so the
trying to
men
line
better
your
be
pockets.
smart. Be smart then.
So okay.
What about
So
Molly? I'm rocking with. I never rock with Molly, and I'm right there. Let's go, nigga. Let's hold fingers and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I literally just told you two scenarios in which I went to court, and they didn't. They
You don't stay in Texas.
do
so
you
I
stay in
looked it
Texas,
up.
nigga? You
You don't
farther from
stay in
I
Texas.
Texas.
I lived in Houston,
so
Texas, nigga, with my first kid. Now what, nigga?
okay.
You
So
don't stay in Texas now.
Now
They
what,
can do
nigga? He's 20 years
retroactive
old
child
now,
support.
nigga. Now
HR
what?
is trying to speak. HR is
so
trying to speak.
so I looked up two things. I looked up the blessing the blessing case. It refers to Blessing versus Freestone, a significant 1997 US Supreme Court decision concerning child support enforcement under Title 4D of Social Security Act. In this case, 5 Arizona mothers sued the director of the state child support agency, alleging that the agency failed to provide adequate child support enforcement services as mandated by the law. So, I mean, I could keep going with that, but so that's what that was centered around.
So
Now,
what does that
with
have to do
regard,
with what does that have to
well,
do with
hold
the
on, hold
state
on.
getting money?
So I then asked, does the state make money off of child support? And he said, yes, states do make money from child support, but not in the way people sometimes assume. Here's how it works. One
They're
federal
going to court.
incentive, one federal incentives under the Title 4D of the Social Security Act, states receive federal funding for running their child support enforcement program. This money helps cover administrative costs, but more
Okay.
importantly, states earn performance based incentive payments from the federal government. These
Not the
incentives are
daddy.
based on how well the state performs in areas like establishing paternity, establishing support orders, collecting current and past due child support cost effectiveness. Two, reimbursement for public assistance. If a custodial parent receives temporary assistance for needy families
Said
or
that.
other public aid, the state can keep some or all of the child support payments collected during that time to reimburse itself for the benefits paid out. Only a portion of that support actually goes to the parent. Or three, fees and interest. Some states charge an annual fee like $25 a year
10% in
on child
Oklahoma.
support cases. Some also collect interest or late fees on overdue support and may retain part of that money. So
Well, that's
that
back
gives a
child
little more
support that you
color.
ain't paying. So yeah, Oklahoma is it's annual
And
10%
and
if you
did you
got
So
paid.
it would sound to me like in terms of the retirement, because even if
and
you
did you look
collect
up
the
the
fees,
the Texas judges,
what about them?
how the child support funds the
You're saying child support like the dad is the one paying it to it's
no, it's okay, okay. The dad is the one essentially funding it because the more people that are on child support, the more men that are on child support,
Exactly.
you're being incentivized.
Exactly.
They're getting money for you to be on child support.
I don't understand
I
how
don't
people
understand what
aren't
you don't
putting
get
this
about that.
together. How people aren't putting this together? If
I
there's
don't
no child support,
I just don't want to listen to someone who lives 8 states over and I've actually been through this
She
stuff and
just
I
told
see
you about a
it
Supreme
doesn't
Court
matter about
case.
where we
that's like
stay.
one thing, and it had
It
nothing to
doesn't
do
matter
with it.
about where we
It had
stay,
The
and
nothing
it
to
Supreme
doesn't
do with
Court
matter
the
is a
what you
dad
no
want
paying
to
the
for
child
hear.
support.
man.
It
It
had
doesn't
nothing to
matter what
do
you
with
want
the
to
child
hear.
support
The
payment coming
facts
from
are
the
the
dad.
facts.
Your
You were
whole
wrong.
sentiment
Well, no,
was
well,
You were
no,
about
he's
the
wrong.
not.
man
No,
paying
he's
the
not.
child
Well,
support.
he's not wrong
I'm not
He
because
was
wrong.
this does.
wrong.
No, I
He
What
was
wasn't.
was he
wrong.
wrong? What was he
He
wrong
was
about?
wrong because he
Because
told me I was wrong.
he said So he
Slim
said,
just wanted
He
to
was
smoke
wrong because he
today.
told me I was wrong.
he said,
Yeah, he
he
told me
said,
I was wrong, and I was absolutely right. I said they
No,
were incentivized. I said they were incentivized to pass these type of laws because they
Well,
would get more money.
well,
So how
yeah.
was I wrong? So
According to
What's
this,
wrong
they
with
could.
that though?
how was I wrong? Just please tell me how was I wrong?
because this law doesn't incentivize them. It just takes more money from the dad because it backdates their payment.
This
Their
nigga
payments
because
are
they
retarded.
paying the
incentivize
judge.
This
to
nigga
do
retarded.
so.
Are you
You're
They're
the one
retarded?
incentivized to
retarded.
do so.
Are you retarded?
No, you're the one retarded,
Are
nigga.
They're
you
incentivized
retarded?
to do so.
Nigga,
Are you retarded? Did you just hear what you just said? Come out your mouth. If the dad pays more money, they get more money. Go
that's not
ahead.
true. That's not true.
Oh my
That's not
God.
true. It goes to the
Hey,
mom.
everybody log off.
It
We
doesn't
done.
go to the state. It goes to the mom. You fucking
We are
dummy.
done here. We are done here. This the worst L you done took, brother. This the
That's
worst
not
L.
true. It's not true.
Hey, this the worst L
So
anybody took up here.
if they up my child support to
Bro,
my baby's mama, how do they get the money? Since I cash
bro,
app her,
bro, we
how
not
do they
talking
get more
about what
money?
happened to you. We not talking. Don't
Since I cash
personalize
app
it.
her, how do they get more
Don't
money?
personalize it. Don't
Since
personalize
I
it.
cash app my
Don't
payments, how
personalize
do
it.
they get
Calm
more
down.
money?
Lower your voice.
Fucking
Chill
dummy.
out.
Fucking
Don't
idiot.
personalize it. We don't need you to be
Well,
Q
you're wrong. You're
Quintavious.
wrong. You're
No,
wrong.
you're absolute. I was absolutely
The
right.
internet ain't always
I
right. When
was
you read the internet,
absolutely
it
This
be
has
right.
8 years
actually not,
old,
hold on.
nigga.
This has actually nothing to do with the internet. So actually Doge actually did a deep dive into it while they were deep diving into
Are
Social
you listening
Security.
to his premise? His premise is the more child support a man pays, the more they get paid, and that's not true.
Okay.
That's not true. It's not true.
That
They're going to
is
get funding
true.
because of the case, not because of how much the man pays.
Okay. The more you have to pay into this system, the
What
more
system?
they're
Everybody who pays
incentivizing
child
it
support
on a
doesn't pay into
federal
the
level. You get
system.
more money.
Everyone that pays child support doesn't pay into a system.
So if
Do
I can
y'all
get
think
more,
that? But do y'all think that it's right or wrong? The
This is
retroactive.
absolutely wrong.
it's
I think
definitely
it's
I
wrong.
think
right.
it's right.
I think it's right. The mom needs
I
Absolutely
think
help.
it's
wrong.
wrong.
I
If the
can't
mom
find
needs help,
anything
she
about
needs
the
help.
judges. It says it that's separate. So
I'll
I
bring it
can't
up.
Gary,
find what.
I
Gary,
got it because
Huh?
I
Gary,
got it.
is it right?
Yes.
Is retroactive child support over in Texas right or wrong?
Um. I think
Think if
that
you was
it's.
on it, I need some help,
I
nigga.
mean, it would suck because it's like, dang, I got to wait all those years. But I mean, listen, I think that if you have a child, you should contribute to the child. So now, I do think that if you have been contributing, but it wasn't officially filed with the court, I think that that should be able to like cancel out what they would have been charging you retroactively.
So
But
is retroactive child support right or wrong?
I think it's fair. I
Jesus
think it's fair.
Christ.
Slimmy not
No.
see now.
Oh
Slimmy
wow.
definitely ain't gonna save you off the boat.
But why is it not fair? Like, so if a guy
Crazy.
has gone,
Gary
if a
and
guy
Nolly
has
and
Crazy.
Slimmy
gone for,
not
if a
saving y'all.
guy, so if a guy has
I'm gonna
gone for,
save you.
or and let's not let, how about this? Let's not even just say men because women have to pay too. Like, there's a substantial part of my situation where the mom had to pay us child support. So let's just say that it's the woman. So she goes 10 years and she does not contribute at all to the cost of her children. You're saying it's not right for the state to say, hey, you need to pay for those 10 past years. That's what you're saying, Slimmy?
I don't think
What?
it's right.
You over there in the comments
I
getting
think the part
all
that's not
cheesy face.
I think the part that's not right is the interest. I think that's stupid.
He all up in the comments or in his phone cheesing.
Can I ask a question?
Somebody,
Okay,
somebody
I
said
ain't
it's
even hating
overtime.
on you. Look so happy, Slimmy. Go ahead.
But
Anton,
it's
To make
funny.
I'm about to
It's
make
right.
Slimmy's soundbite.
That was funny.
what was the question, Anton?
Yeah, I
Is
didn't hear
ret-
Gary's question.
Retroactive child support
is
okay.
retroactive child support
And it's not
is
years,
it
Gary. It's
fair?
9 months.
But what was it from
What
conception?
I
Yes,
said months.
Yes,
conception. It's 9 months.
yes.
No,
That shit is
no, I think
dead.
that's stupid.
That shit
Wait,
dead.
you're talking. Wait, say that again, Quentin. What'd you
It's
say?
stupid.
It's 9 months. You said 10 years and going back 10 years or something. This is just 9 months.
We're only talking about during the pregnancy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
retroactive
No, no, no,
to
no,
the
no,
time
no,
of
no.
conception.
I
Yeah.
thought they're talking.
Listen,
No,
no.
she said it starts at the time of conception. So if you file for child support, nigga. When the kid's born, you get them previous 9 months.
That's
No,
stupid.
no. Is
I
it?
thought
Listen. Let's say, for example, that she never filed for child support for
Yeah,
5
it's
years,
gonna go back some
and
years.
that
It
that's
means
goes
what I'm
back to the,
saying.
but it's still
and
conception. I'm just saying that's what it is, conception. No matter when she files it,
no, okay,
because
whenever.
you can
Okay,
file. Okay, say she files it the day after you drop the baby, then there's no back child support.
no,
But
that's
I'm
not true.
okay.
Before
That's not
this, there's
true.
no child support.
But retroactive
True.
already,
Retro
retroactive
means
already, you can
It
get
goes
back
back
child
to the
retroactive.
support.
birthday. It goes back to the date they were born, not the conception.
Correct. So my point is that if she files for child support
I
five
don't know
years
why we're
after the
fighting this. It's
child is
retro.
born,
It's all 9 months. It's adding 9 months. That's all it's doing. Ultimately, is adding 9 months.
Well, technically, it's more like 12 because really, that pregnancies
The
are
conception.
Hold,
I
what,
wait,
guess
like
I
wait.
10
guess you're
months.
right, nigga. It's
But wait,
conception.
hold
Whatever the
on.
fuck
Wait,
that
wait, wait,
was.
Yeah,
wait.
pregnancy is like 10 months, and then you got like those developing
Okay,
I
so
stages.
are
feel
we
like we are the
assuming?
smartest dumb people.
So are we assuming that the father doesn't? Are we?
It's going back
What if the father doesn't
to
know that he's the
conception.
father?
Wait a minute. So the conception would be when
hey
they
Terry,
actually
what
had
are
When
we?
you
sex.
when you
What
busted a
are we?
nut, nigga, shit.
We are the
Nigga, there
smartest
ain't
dumb
no,
people
get the
on
fuck
here.
out of here. This is insane. Y'all agreeing with this bullshit? Man, get
Yes,
the fuck
Yes.
out of here,
yes.
man.
Yes.
Stop
Get
shooting
the
up the
fuck out
club,
of here,
nigga.
man.
Yes.
I'm here to hold my fellow baby daddies accountable.
Hey, hey, man.
Oh my
Hey, man.
god.
This is insane, man.
So wait a
This
minute.
is more than 9 months.
If the father doesn't know, the mother went wherever she went. The father didn't know. You're telling me that these women can now say, well, even though he didn't know, I'm going to get retroactive money.
What does not knowing have to do with it?
Yeah, that's his fault.
Okay. Say this happened. You got a girl
How is
pregnant. She
it his
didn't.
fault
No,
if he
listen,
doesn't
listen.
know?
You got a girl pregnant. You didn't know, and she didn't tell you for 2 years. She can still go back and get the 2 years, even though that's not
Yeah, I
knowing.
think
Is
that's
not.
stupid. I
Okay.
think that's stupid.
Okay. Understood.
Me personally, I think going through the courts for child support is dumb anyway.
Well, some people are getting girls pregnant that are getting food stamps,
So they got to like it's
but they don't have a
mandatory.
choice.
They ain't got no choice.
Men aren't caring where they stick their penis. They shouldn't
Right,
care if it's time to pay
but you
up.
got to let him dump that penis in there.
What? What
It's
do you
his
Being
mean?
in,
baby. It's
being
his
in,
baby. They got to
You
start
gotta
being
let
held
him dump the
accountable. And if
penis
this is
in
how
there?
it is in that state, Marry
but
Before You Carry, Texas is not liberal. So who's shocked?
no,
I'm not
it's
shocked.
purple. It's purple now. It's purple
But
now.
the state isn't running. They can't get abortions.
Yeah.
Like we already know this. It's difficult for, like I don't see anything wrong with it. If a man doesn't want to pay retroactive child support, marry her before she gets pregnant.
See. Okay,
It's not hard.
a man. Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The reason why it's not divorcing the man of responsibility, but again, unless it's grape, how are you getting this kid? If you know, like, I don't.
Because they not
I've
doing
never
nothing else half
understood
the
that
time.
point. I never understood that
It's
point. Why
making
am I
people
going to
be
be
more
chasing a man around
accountable.
for money?
It's making people be more
Be more
accountable.
Why am
accountable.
I
That's
going to
why
be
I
chasing?
like it.
But it's not making the woman any more accountable because she's going to go do it with another man.
It's making everybody be more
No, it
accountable.
is not. She's
Yes,
going to go
it
do it with
is.
another man.
I don't. There's on
Then
the
that's on
bottom
the
end
man who
on the
knows if,
bottom end of the spectrum. These women giving child support ain't they still struggling. There's a certain man who has to pay
yeah,
child support where the woman's
If
like,
she
yeah,
gets help from the
I'm.
state,
yeah.
if she can get help from the state, if she can put the man on child support, if she can do all of these things, you're not being held
Yes,
accountable.
they are because they're still struggling.
No, no,
They
no,
still
There's
have to
more
raise
no.
that
than
baby for 18
No, these
years.
chicks that
nigga.
be
You gotta
on these
take
chicks
off
that
in the
be
middle
on.
of the day. You gotta lose pay for that baby when you ain't fuck when she
Maternity
gets
leave.
sick. Then you gotta buy a 2 bedroom apartment instead of one. Like niggas, there's I get it.
Okay, so that's your means to bear. I mean, then you just say accountability for the man. Okay, then that's your means to bear as a woman.
Well, these men have to still
Why is
do
it
something
okay?
though.
Why is it okay?
Why
Why
is
is it
what
okay there,
okay?
but
Because
it's not okay here?
two people made a baby, so they got to figure out how to make two people accountable for this baby.
Right,
Wait, wait, wait,
Man
wait,
sent
wait,
you,
but
probably
they're
usually the
not
man's
usually
not there, so
doing
you
that.
gotta pay a little something,
They
something,
don't
and then
usually
wait,
the
wait,
do
woman gotta
wait.
that.
do all the
It doesn't
rest.
take okay, when those NBA players get put on child support, it doesn't take all that money to raise those children. It's just
Okay,
a
that's a finesse.
transference
Well,
of
that's a
wealth.
finesse.
It
I agree. That's a finesse. I don't
right.
think baby
So
should cost that much
so
money. I agree.
so so it's not about helping take care of that child. That's why I say I don't
It depends. It's case by case. It's
no,
case by
no.
case. No,
They want everybody to be living they want everybody to be living like the richest person, which is usually that male that she has on child support,
well,
or
that's
the
not
richer
true.
person,
That's
or
not
the more
true.
prosperous person. The
That's
point
not true.
is, if you're supposed to split something 50-50, then why am I paying you this amount when he's with you, when the kid's with you, you buy the kid food, you buy this and that. I give you some of what I would have contributed,
But
but
it's
they're
not
not doing that.
50-50. It's
They're
not
not doing
Some of
50-50.
these men are in their children's lives, though, Mika, to even see them half of the
mm,
time. Some of these men are just sending the money, and some of these men are okay with just sending the money because they don't want to spend the
okay,
time.
but see, that's the other but Molly, that's the other thing I'm saying, right? It's not divorcing the man of responsibility, but as a woman, you know, you know, if a man is not attached to you, pretty much he's not attached to them kids either. He don't give a damn about them
So
kids.
this poses another question. Like this poses a real serious question. When are women ever accountable?
Women hold
Because
themselves accountable for the 18 years they're
wait,
raising that baby,
hold
Slimmy.
on, hold on,
When do men hold themselves
wait,
accountable?
wait,
Because
men
it's
hold
been,
them, men,
y'all been having these
men,
same conversations for
wait,
years now.
wait, wait,
Anton, do
wait,
you reimburse for meds?
wait,
I
hold
need
on. I
headache
was speaking,
pills.
I was speaking.
Nigga, I need headache pills because this nigga always
Men,
yelling.
men always hold men accountable. So we ain't even got to discuss this. Men
No,
always
y'all
hold men
don't,
accountable.
Slimmy. I'll let you
Men,
finish, but
hold
respectfully,
on,
I don't
Molly.
believe that.
Men always hold men accountable,
Mm-mm.
regardless of what you feel. Men always hold men accountable. But
Mm-mm.
you can't have it both ways. You can't have my body, my choice, and you able to abort a baby no matter what, and then you still got it this way where a man is still solely responsible from the point of conception. From the point of conception when you could have still aborted that kid.
Dear
And
They're
Lord.
in
I'm against it.
Texas.
And
Texas
wait a
don't
minute, wait a
play
minute, wait a
abortions
minute.
like
And
that, though.
hold on, wait a minute. And I'm against abortion. But you have to take all this into consideration. The women are not being held
That's not true.
accountable.
That's
And
not true.
now the state is using men as an incentive to get more money through the child support system, even more money, which they were already doing. Y'all gotta
Slimmy,
stop. Y'all gotta stop being unrealistic about this.
no, I hear
This
you,
is a
but
finesse.
respectfully, men are not encouraging men to get married. Y'all are not. Y'all will still be friends with a deadbeat father.
No,
Y'all
I
will. Y'all
won't.
will hang out.
No, I
A
will
lot of
not.
y'all won't hold that man
Don't make
accountable
it
for not
No, I
beating
will
his
personal.
not.
Don't
kids.
make it
Y'all will still
personal.
go and do
I don't
stuff.
talk like
A
that.
lot of women, you have some women that might hang out with a deadbeat mother, but if you have a woman that's raising her kids, she's probably not going to be around a deadbeat mother, and she's probably going to be holding that woman
Cap,
accountable. If
cap.
if it's so many broken homes in America, y'all have been trying to hold the women accountable forever. At what point do y'all just stop fornicating, put a ring on her finger, marry her, and then have sex? Like, why is that so hard? Y'all
You know
don't
what?
hold each
You
other
know what I have
accountable
to
to
say
the
about that,
point,
Molly? You know
yeah,
how
we
women
can't hold men accountable for anything. We can't say, like, y'all really think paying child support be enough?
you know who holds women accountable? Fucking life. That you a fucking single baby mama and everything that come with it.
For
White life
18
holds
But
women
years.
accountable,
but that's
nigga.
what I'm saying. So that is your burden to bear. Like, okay,
What the fuck?
men have a burden to bear. Men
No,
have
stop.
men have a
Mika, wait a minute.
hmm?
Wait a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. No, 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 no. I don't mean
Well,
to. Hold on. My fault, Mika. My fault, Mika. I don't mean
Go
it
ahead.
like that.
it's
I don't
so
mean it
hilarious.
like that. We cannot glaze over what this nigga just did.
What do you say?
Get that fucking shit off the screen. You stand on this screen like a man. You get on this screen like a man and take that shit fucking back right now.
What did he
Live
say?
What do you
holds
say?
women accountable. You fucking liar.
I mean, but
You're a
y'all men
fucking
have been
liar.
complaining about the same thing for so long. We
No,
live under,
quit.
Slimmy, we
No,
live
no,
under a
no,
patriarchy, hun. At the end of the
no,
day, we're still
Quinn.
under a patriarchy. Y'all are
Quinn don't
complaining
believe
about
that.
a man ran society still, though. Y'all
But
have to
okay.
hold yourselves accountable
We
for the
do.
fact that these women aren't getting themselves pregnant. And
But
y'all
then
are the ones that get penalized for
Nobody's.
not marrying the woman you get pregnant. So either pay the money or
Oh
marry her and shut up.
but
Like, what other choice
Molly,
y'all be having?
Stand on it,
Molly,
Quinn, a,
Molly.
a,
but
wow, a
this is what I'm
wow
saying, right?
motherfucker.
We've had we've
I
had
told
we've
you.
had generations now, right, of unmarried women in white, black,
Oh,
Hispanic,
shit.
all of that, right? We actually have the data on that. Why would a woman knowingly put themselves in that position? Because I keep saying anytime you're sleeping with someone without protection, you're asking for that because that is the end result.
Let me ask y'all a question individually. Slimmy, hypothetically speaking, let's say that you got a woman pregnant.
Shit,
Um,
man.
it's hypothetical, Slimmy.
Yeah, I know.
Would you pay her child support?
Why would I pay her child support?
Cause Joe Brown ordered you to, nigga.
No,
No.
why would I be paying? Why would I? Wait. Why would I be paying a woman that's the mother of my child, that's in my life, that I'm living with? There's
No,
no
you're
circumstances.
not living with her. You're not living with her.
No. See, there wouldn't be a hypothetical.
It's my hypothetical circumstance, Slimmy.
Well,
If
I
you
wouldn't
have
be
a
in those
child,
circumstances.
well,
I ain't doing that.
let's assume that y'all broke up, Slimmy, for the sake of conversation. That y'all broke up, you was with her, y'all no longer together. Would you pay her child support?
I have to because they're
No,
gonna
you don't.
force me to.
No, you don't. It's called giving up your rights.
What?
He still has to be held accountable, though.
No,
I
no,
think for the health benefits or something.
no. When you give up your rights to a child, you absolutely have no rights to a child. Now, again, most men won't go that far because most
Well,
men
the
don't
mom
want
has
to.
to accept
Most
it
men
though.
don't want to be deadbeats, but this is the
You
reason
can't just
why
give up the rights without the mom saying okay.
you can give up your rights. Women do
No,
it
you
every
you, you
day.
can't say I give up my rights. I'm done, and I'm not saying no. You can't
Yes,
do that.
women do it every day.
Who?
Yeah,
Women,
women. Yeah, that's
I'm
they do
that's
it
talking.
every
We're
another
day.
talking
thing.
about a
Women.
man. We're talking about a man, not a
We're
woman.
talking about parents because
You
we're
said a
talking about
man. You
parents.
said he can give
We're
up his
talking
right.
about parents, so
That's
you
not.
can give up your right.
Y'all flip flopping. This shit is so dumb.
would
We were talking about a man giving up his rights.
You said he
you
can't. I said he can because
He
he's a
can't.
parent.
He can't
He
without the
would
mom's
can't.
you
permission.
would you
What are you talking
I
about?
can't go
would
to the
you
court and say I don't
voluntarily
want to be this.
Oh
The
my
mom has
God.
to be okay with it because if you give up your rights, then you don't have to pay child support.
That's the point. That's what I'm
Nigga, then
saying.
all men would fucking give up their rights so
They
they
don't know
wouldn't
that they
pay
can
child
do that.
support.
Well,
You
no,
can
no,
you can yell all
the
you
real,
want.
no, the real. I
I
believe
couldn't
that the
even
real
make out what that
answer.
nigga was
I
saying.
believe that the real thing is even on top of that part,
Sorry, Carrie.
the judge has to approve that. On top of the parents, the judge has to approve that.
Hey, that nigga
You
sounded
know how
like a
many niggas that
demon.
give up their rights to get out some motherfucking child support? Are you kidding me? No one's laughing. Like literally, no one's laughing at you. No one thinks
I
you're
don't
funny.
care if nobody laughing. That's what you sounded like a
No
demon,
one,
bro.
no one thinks you're
What the
funny.
fuck was that?
You're not funny. You're
I'm
not
not
funny.
trying to
would
be.
would y'all would y'all voluntarily put yourself on child support if y'all broke up with a woman, even if the court didn't necessarily mandate it or she didn't go to the court? Would y'all voluntarily put yourself on child support?
Yes,
I would.
I
Slimmy,
did that. I did that.
Slimmy.
If I'm in the child's life, if I'm partaking full time in the child's life,
I don't know. You can frame it however you want to. Like that's up to you how you want to frame it.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I don't want the course in my life. I'm not. No, I'm not doing
People,
that.
The
I'm
courts is
not
to
doing
help
that.
you, nigga. The courts is to help you. Shit.
No, the
yeah,
court.
that people have. I mean, go
Okay.
ahead, Slimmy.
Okay.
No. Like honestly, I'm not doing anything involving the courts if I don't have to. I'm not gonna do anything where I got to report. and do all this bullshit. No, the woman is gonna be taken care of and the child. That's what's
You
gonna have
don't
to
have to
happen.
report to them. Like
I'm not
they
I'm not doing nothing with no court system. I'm staying out of court.
You
no,
you
I'm not
you don't know what
I'm not
women, you don't know what women can do to you by having a kid, because men thinks giving buying clothes is child support. Nope, not to the court. Men think buying diapers is child support. Nope. Child support is how much money did you give to the mama and let her do with it at her discretion. That's
This
child
nigga
support.
just
It's,
totally this
it's not what you
just
did for the
totally
kid.
did not listen to what I said. Did you hear what I said? Or did you just start rambling? I said I would be taking care of the woman and the child.
That's not how it works. The court says there's a certain amount you have to take care of them, nigga. If you ain't giving enough, nigga, they can make you give more.
And I said I would be keeping the court out of my situation.
Until the
That's
baby
my
mama fuck
choice.
you, I don't want
That's
some more
my
money.
choice.
It's not your choice. It's the baby mama's choice, nigga. Not your choice at all.
Okay. I'm not gonna be in that situation anyway, so I mean, yeah, I'm good.
I think if people are gonna have kids with people and not get married, then you should be at least be smart enough to know what states to be doing this in and what states you shouldn't.
Go get a bitch knocked up in Mississippi.
Go to the right state, cause
That's funny. Go to Wyoming. Shit.
Why the fuck is y'all niggas typing I don't have kids? I know that bitch. The fuck is wrong with you? This nigga just gave me a whole hypothetical about having kids. That's why I'm speaking on it. Why are you being dumb as fuck? Like, why y'all being dumb as fuck? Somebody literally just asked me to speak on a situation as if I had kids, and that's what I'm doing. You niggas is goofy.
Okay, so the asking the other parent applies when it's adoptions.
Hold on, say that again, Mika. I'm sorry.
Needing the permission from the other parent applies when it's adoptions. And I'm assuming because you guys adopted that child together, so you can't just like opt out.
I don't know any man who's giving their rights away. Most men just get on child support and just kind of deal with it.
But
Yeah, but
I'm just saying,
that's the problem. Most men just deal with it.
if it's that easy to get rid of your obligation, more men
Would
would
do it.
do it.
More men don't fight
They
for
would
their
sign away
kids
their rights if you can just get
either.
rid of because they ain't in the kid's life anyway. So what's the fuck is the point of staying on child support if you can just go sign away your rights and not have to pay it?
Okay, just like there's a bunch of people that don't know anything about taxes, and they'll argue with you about something with taxes, and then you actually go and read the actual tax form and find out, yes, you can actually do this with taxes. But if you don't read, if you don't know, you're ignorant to the facts. And most people just
um
go with what they know.
well, and I think that while I agree that some of the family court laws and all of that, could be switched up, I think that men in particular have a really, really bad understanding and impression of the court system. And the assumption is that anything that you do with them will be in favor of the mom, which I know a lot of times it is, so don't attack me. But that it can't work in their favor or help them at all. And that's not that's not the case in certain states, which again goes back to my other point. Um because I've, like I said before, on plenty of other nights, I have learned so much from the father's side of things, at least in New Jersey, where it actually worked in our favor to be going through the courts as opposed to dealing straight up with the mom. Because when her emotions were one way, she was acting one way. And when her emotions was another way, she was acting another way. Going through the courts allowed for us to not have to deal with all of that. So it worked in our favor. So I think that a lot of guys are under the wrong impression about the court system.
And
Exactly,
you can
Carrie.
I did this. You can get a lawyer, sit down with your baby mama, write all the stuff, and give it to the judge. It's over. The court ain't got to decide nothing. Y'all decided and y'all put it and make it legally binding, and that's y'all's decision. And that saves both parties.
In
Because
fact, they.
because
Oh,
you
sorry.
just doing what you think you want and what you think is enough. Nope, you go to court, be like, how much money did you give her? They put your shit in the calculator and they put her shit in. Like, you didn't give her enough. Run it back with interest.
Well, and the other thing that I learned, again, I can only speak about New Jersey. When we saw the layout of the percentage, technically both parents are paying child support. Like it shows the percentage
Yep.
that both parents are supposed to be paying towards said child. But if
Amount.
you are the custodial parent, it's obviously not going, it's staying with you.
Yeah.
So that was something else that I learned. But we're so quick to be like, I'm paying her child support, which technically you are. But yeah, the words
It's
matter.
funny. It's funny. So somebody in the chat said that I'm male centered, right? And that's not being male centered. If you hold women accountable, then as a woman, you can get more women not to put themselves in them dumbass positions.
I don't know why you don't hold both parties
Well,
accountable.
I think in the
If
case of a
everyone
child, it's
takes
both.
Because
accountability
it's
for
your
what they
vagina. It's
It's
my
both.
house. It's my
It's
house.
both. It's
It's
both.
my house. I don't let the reason why I don't have that problem is because I don't have that problem. I have enough
Right.
discernment not to let nobody do that to my body.
But I
But in
think,
the
and
black
I agree
community,
with you.
we're
But
not
just
getting
as much
married
as
though.
somebody coming into, just as much as it's like, okay, I let you in my house. If the person who comes in the house does something, you went into the house and did something, so you have accountability for that too. So I think it's both. Like it's both people. We both create. Without me and without you, there's no baby. Regardless of who has what organ,
No,
without both,
that's
Mika,
It's 50-50 chromosomes.
without both people, there's no baby.
if it was 50-50 chromosomes, there would not be no my body, my choice.
I don't care about that.
That's
Bump
an
that.
These
ideal.
men
Bump
are
that.
benefiting off
No,
of my
it's a
At
body,
the
my
end of the
law.
choice
day,
It's
though.
a
at the
These
at
men
law.
are
so
So
what?
benefiting
get
At
off
the
rid
of
of
end
the
it.
of
law, get rid of the my body, my choice then.
These
no,
men
fine,
don't
I
want
agree.
nobody to get
Fine.
rid of it though, Mika. They are
Hmm?
At
benefiting
the
off
end
of
of the
these
day, it's two
abortions.
people who are coming together creating a life.
Wait,
So
They
for
both
wait,
are
you, like
wait,
responsible.
for
wait,
you to
wait,
Because
be
wait.
I
So,
rather stop
so wait, wait,
women.
wait, 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 wait,
Hold on
wait,
real
wait.
quick, Slimmy. I'd rather stop women before they get to that point than to be arguing about one, children, and then two, effing up other people's lives. Because these are gonna be human beings, grown human beings one day that have to come up in a toxic environment. They're going back and forth between parents. Y'all act
Oh,
like it doesn't
okay. So
affect the
I can
child.
take your whole
no,
argument away. What happens to divorced parents and then someone has to pay child support? What then?
Okay, you know how I feel about divorces. So
Whose fault is it now then?
you know how I feel about divorces. Most people divorce over stupid stuff.
but I don't understand why can't your conversation be necessary as well as conversation to the guys as well? Like why does it have to be either or?
Because we already know that we're going to tax the man. Okay, we're going to tax the man on that child support. We're going to tax the man on anything we can. We're going to tax him, right? He's already going to get it. What consequence does the woman have if the state helps? If she gets child support, if she gets, a lot of these women
Why does it
they
have to
can
be a
get child care
consequence for
assistance.
having a
Yes, they can get
child?
daycare
But
assistance. They can get
how
all
come
that type
child
of stuff.
support is but
If you can get
how come
assistance,
child
there's no
support is
assistance for a
labeled a
man.
consequence?
And then if you want to, Carrie, if you don't want the baby, you can divorce yourself of the baby. You can drop him off at a fire station, and nobody comes after you financially. Nobody. Nobody say, "Where's
Women
your
pay
damn
child
half?"
support too, though,
You don't
Mika.
have to pay child support to the state while your child sits in foster care. Where's your
I don't know
half?
about foster care.
No, what I'm saying is you can dump your child at a fire station, and nobody will say
Is,
you're a deadbeat.
is this breaking up for y'all or is
I
it
think
just me?
so.
It's just you. Your stuff is getting all distorted too.
Nobody will say you're a
I
deadbeat.
can't hear.
No, these women are deadbeats.
Leave and come back.
But men are still
Yeah, you don't have to
sleeping
leave
with
and
them.
come back here.
So
I
I
what do
can't
you
agree.
hear
do if these
nobody.
women are deadbeats and men are still sleeping with
I
them,
agree. I
still
agree,
giving them
Molly. I
babies?
agree.
And I'm not saying absolve the woman. I
I'm
think
not
it's
saying that
50-50.
those type of men that those type of men should not be held accountable. What I'm saying is, when do we as women protect ourselves? Right? You go to Houston, they got STDs, they got all this stuff because they just letting anybody do whatever.
We
I'm
don't
about
have a
to.
culture that is for marriage,
I'm gonna start
and
bringing
that
people up.
those values have to change. That's
All right,
all.
Listen,
cool. Let's go.
We
Let's roll.
we don't have a culture that holds women accountable. Say it, Molly.
We don't have a culture that holds
Say it with me.
anybody
What do
accountable.
you mean we don't have a culture
Say
that
it with me.
y'all are the men? Y'all are the men. And y'all wonder why the black community can never get out of the matriarchy it's in, because when do y'all just start holding yourselves accountable for the fact the black community has the least amount of marriages, the most amount of single motherhoods, and it's not just on the mother because
It's the
she's laying
culture.
down with
It's
somebody.
No, Molly,
it's but, but when you
Molly,
bring up divorces,
Molly, you're right though. On
the woman the majority of the divorces are filed by the woman.
Where's the father being held accountable
hold
in
on,
these situations where
Molly,
women's kids is
I'm gonna
dying
tell
in
you where
their
you're right.
car, or they're leaving their
I'm gonna
kids
tell you
locked
where
in
you're
a house
right.
for 5 years? Where's the accountability for the fathers at?
Hold on, Molly. I'm gonna tell you where you're right,
Get
It's
up,
and then
never,
Molly.
y'all men,
I'm
Molly,
y'all
rocking
are
with Raleigh. Let's go, Molly. Put him
Molly,
men
beside
I'm
have
gonna tell
not
you
Molly.
where
really
you're
been
right
getting
though. Hold
no
on.
accountability
I'm gonna
at
tell you where
all,
you're
and it's
right.
showing since y'all been in this
Devin,
red
I'm gonna bring you
pill
up shortly.
space.
Molly, I'm gonna tell you where you're right. Where you're right is on the relationship side, right? Men hold access to relationships, right? So they need to do better on that front. They need to do better with trying to be intentional about who they have children with, right? And who they partner with. Because men do hold the keys to relationships, but you know who holds the keys to the other side, which is the sexual side? Women. We have that discernment. We can get rid of the kid, we can keep the kid, we can do this. Like, so what I'm saying is we all have a burden to bear.
So the women should have discipline with her sex organs, but not the man.
Women,
He
That's
can't stay,
I
he
think both
can't
that's
get
people
in
need to
that's
there.
hold
not
each
He
other
true.
accountable,
saying,
though.
yep, this is
That's
he
not
can't get in.
true.
Okay. He
Y'all are
can't get
saying she can't have sex without opening her legs. The
okay.
man has to still pull his
If a
penis
man
out.
get
Like,
with
we're
a
not
gold
acting like
digger, if
we
a
know
man
how
get with
sex
a
works,
gold
y'all.
digger,
Take
Molly,
50-50.
if a man get with a gold digger and she takes him for every dime, nobody is going to blame the woman. They're going to blame the man because you married her.
But they do blame the woman.
No, they
We
He
don't.
was
looking
a
at
A
little
gold
baby
gold
digger.
baby
digger,
mama getting
a
He was a
blamed
gold
right
gold
digger,
now
digger.
for
having a
being a
gold
gold
digger
digger.
label,
He is.
having a
What's
gold
his
digger
name?
label
Anthony. What's it? Whatever his name is.
isn't 1,000% derogatory.
She is what she is. The man
Yeah,
knew. It is
it's
up to
not look
him
like
to get.
a simp is looked at way worse than a gold digger because men hold men accountable.
So why are y'all not telling each other to get
Women don't
married?
say
Why are y'all
women.
leaving
Wait,
so
wait, what?
many women out here single moms
Women.
slamming? Y'all aren't holding
Wait,
each other
wait, wait,
accountable.
wait,
Anton's
Molly.
the only
Wait,
man
Molly.
holding men accountable. I'm
Wait,
sorry. That's it.
Molly. Hold on. Wait,
I don't care
Molly.
nobody else but Anton.
Women saying you're a gold digger ain't necessarily a bad thing that's gonna have her frowned at by several women. Men saying, "Hey, you a simp, you a sucker." Yeah, he's not looked at in a great light. Men aren't going to respect him. A woman being considered a gold digger in some circles is a badge of honor.
Y'all will respect a deadbeat dad, but not a simp. This is
What?
your
fact.
problem.
Facts.
Y'all will
Quentin,
champion
stop.
behind.
Quentin, stop.
Do you know how
Facts.
many
Don't
people
nobody
sat there and
respect no
championed
deadbeat
behind what's
daddy.
that man's name?
Don't
Umar
nobody
Johnson.
respect no deadbeat.
Umar
Stop.
Johnson. All the men was rallying behind him. So I
Facts.
can't tell.
Nobody was rallying behind that
Y'all
nigga.
protect the deadbeat
Everybody's
father,
rallying
Slimmy. It's
behind
just the
Anthony
truth.
Edwards. Everybody's like, yeah,
What?
nigga, pay this bitch
Yes.
and get her out your life.
Y'all
Everybody.
pedestalize
Quentin, you
deadbeats,
was
and
one of
then
the
y'all say
ones. So
hold the
what the
mom
fuck are you
accountable
talking
for
about?
the
Okay,
man
well,
being
you're
a
proving her
deadbeat.
Quentin,
fucking point.
Quentin, you
You're
are one of the
proving her
ones, and
point.
I was the only one standing alone saying that this shit was
You're
wrong.
proving her point.
Stop.
You're
Stop.
proving her
I was
point.
saying he was wrong.
You're proving her
I'm the one that
point.
said, hold on,
You're
shut the fuck
proving
down
her
with this
point.
bullshit.
You're
You
proving her
We
point.
gotta
you
You're
are
we gotta
proving her
stick
always
to some
point.
wrong.
You're
answers, y'all.
proving
You're
her
always
point. You're
wrong.
proving her point.
You're always
You're
wrong.
proving her point. You're
You can do
proving
all that
her
silly
point.
shit, but you're
You're
always
proving her
wrong.
point. You're proving her point.
No, I'm
You're
not. I'm a
proving
thousand
her
percent
point.
correct.
You're proving her point. You're approved.
All
You're
right, y'all.
approved.
Hold on, y'all. Let's read some of the super chats, and then we're gonna do question and comments from the chat. Kirsten, what up, though? Kirsten says late to the stream. Unfortunately, I'll have to watch it back. But happy birthday! Thank you, Kirsten, for holding us down, and shout out to all my Canadians out there. We appreciate you. AM23 Michael says Ray J is simp and old girl is out there. Point blank. Kirsten says, how are they going to prove that the unborn baby is actually the man that put on the child support? She could just see who makes more and be like, that's the one. Then the baby is born and that's not his child. Shout out to Kirsten. Chris James, what up? Chris James says, bill has not passed the House. The father is not allowed to ask for a utero test. A random woman can accuse any man of saying that you got me pregnant. You do not even have to have sex with a woman. It is so many loopholes in the bill. OG War Machine says, get Slimmy a Snickers. His blood sugar is low again. Is Enrique legal or should I call ICE? Says Lonnie. Mick Dice says, Slimmy gonna need some Black and Milds, Sky Vodka, E&J, and a little Scissor to get through the night. This is another, Gerald Davis says, this is another reason to legitimate paternity prior to rendering the birth certificate to the parent, preventing paternity fraud collectively. McDice says, child support, blood sport, King Arthur's Court, Slimmy and 5. Rage King Leo says, child support told on themselves anyway is to benefit the state, not the child. Abolish child support completely. Dope Boy Chip 215 says, all I see is the murder rate rising in the state of Texas. A lot of young ladies are about to go and see their maker early and more black men are in sales. Kirsten says, as it's been already said, mandatory paternity tests need to be a thing before you get any child support. Just my opinion if they approve this or not. Shout out to Kirsten.
Yeah.
Mont says, I don't like it because it will be calculated unreasonably. They won't go off of old tax returns. Most likely they'll go off of what you make now. Yeah, that is a good one. Joe Davis says, what about if the mother places a person's name on a birth certificate or commits perpetuity fraud? The Marker J says, Q, dumbass, pandering, and Molly, man, still ain't put no baby in her. I feel sorry.
Yo, fucking mama suck my dick, bitch.
OG War Machine says, black women can't even get. Wait a minute. First of all, how do y'all know what people's situations are? Either way, like whether they do have kids, whether they don't have kids, whether they married, they don't marry, whether they're in a relationship or not. What do y'all be saying?
Y'all niggas be saying the exact opposite of what's going on over here.
We don't know what's happening. So y'all,
Mika got negative kids.
And that's why
I
I was saying earlier,
I got
man.
adopted kids. I got foster kids. Nigga,
That's why I was saying earlier, man. They gotta be more. You gotta be more respectful, man. Y'all gotta be more respectful, man.
Listen, y'all, no, let them pay to get their shit off. I'm cool with that. OG War Machine says the black woman can't even get child support in 2000. Get to child support in 2025. There are aborting babies at a higher rate than any other race thanks to feminism. Maury says, shout out to Maury says, because women let certain men F without marriage, Molly. If women require marriage before you let them smash, and this wouldn't be an issue. It'd be a non-issue. Kirsten got her popcorn ready. Mont says, no, Mika, that's incorrect. Unfortunately, you can only give the baby up. Billy Go Gruff says, so a woman can have a kid, not tell a guy, and then show up for a $20,000 check 10 years later. Molly, you sound goofy. Respectfully. McDice says Quentin stole the crack pipe from Slimmy. Mott says, don't put yourself on support. Go 50-50, but if you are a high earner, work it out on the side with her. Don't put yourself on support and make sure all payments have a trail. MJ from Canada, shout out to my Canadian, says, scientists have discovered that the fastest moving object in the universe is a female running from accountability. Anything is everything. Says the only way you won't have to pay the child support is if the child is adopted. Mott says, Slimmy, even if she getting buzzed down by a ninja living in the spot, you still taking care of her?
Fuck no. Stop.
All of y'all need to educate yourself on child support laws. Child support is fraud on IG. Look, I'm up. Look it up. Guess he meant to say. If you decide to let a non-committal man clap and shoot inside you without marriage, that's on you, homegirl. You're required to pay child support, says Ismail, regardless of the relationship status, unless you're married. I put myself on child support when I initiated the divorce. I agree with Slimmy. Mont says payments are not considered a gift if you have a written agreement. Talk to a lawyer; they can get a written one for you.
Mm.
Fahim says you guys need an AI angry meter imposed on the screen during tense moments. A photo of Carrie on the end and Q on the other end. The meter gains level during tense conversations. That's pretty good. I might implement that. Child support is for kids, not moms, says G Lo. Shout out to G Lo. Anything
That's
and
what it's
is everything.
supposed to be
Most
for.
marriages end in divorce. So getting married doesn't mean you'll still end up on child support, Molly. OG Warmachine says Mika is saying chastes for me. Kirsten says, are they going to implement a law that the mother has to show the receipts of their support, of their child support actually goes to the child? Mont says, shout out to Mont says, you'd get effed harder with child support after a divorce versus never being married. They scrutinize your finances much harder. Billy Goat Gruff says, Carrie says, I know women win 90% of the time, but men don't understand the court system. You can't make this shit up. Slimmy and Mika, you are 100% correct.
Why do you think that is? Think about what you just said. You probably proved me right.
All right. Billy Goat Gruff says child support is the only debt you can go to jail for. That's not true. Anything
Tax fraud.
yeah, you can go to jail for a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Anything is
And it
everything.
takes a lot for you to go to jail for child support. You don't
Like
just
years
go if
on
you miss
years
a
on
payment.
years on years, nigga.
Paying the child mother directly instead of through child support and a court order is considered a gift in most states.
True.
Mont says women control who gets to mate in every species. Nobody reproduces unless a woman deems you suitable. Women essentially control the population. Bam Bam Lynch says, I'm ready to see Shaq react to this and roast Molly. Myron Scott says Slimmy isn't a baby daddy. Quentin is. Maury says,
I
Molly,
know
men
you
don't
are.
control your
I
bodies.
don't
You
know
do.
what that has to do with anything.
Men can't force sex or childbirth. You have to 100% control over both unless you've been raped. Stop being slow. You're a victim. You're not a victim. You're a volunteer. Damn, Quentin and Slimmy sharing a crack pipe now. Shaking my head, says
Oh,
Dice. Mr. No Ceiling says, shout out to Mika for being fair and impartial on her points. Nerd Fitness says, most men do not support deadbeat dads. That's a lie. MJ Merriweather says, thank you, Molly. Holding both parties accountable is not about simping, it's about being an adult. And Kari Boyd says, I disagree with the retro. All situations are not the same, and there should not be one law which covers all. How many guys have found out that their child is not his, but he paid retro? Shout out to everybody. All right, I'm going to start bringing people up in order to have their conversations or get their shit off. It's pinned to the top of the chat for anybody that want to jump in and give their opinion or have a comment or a question, but we want to limit it to 7 to 10 minutes per person. Devin, I'm about to bring you up, big dog. Devin, welcome to the panel.
What's up?
this
What's up?
nigga.
Chilling. What's the word, big
Yeah,
dog?
yeah. Nah, pretty much. Like, I really don't understand Molly's and Q and Quentin's like stance on this. It makes no sense because at the end of the day, the number one thing that separated the family was literally the government within the family structure, and giving more money to women for this whole situation just incentivizes them to not need the actual family structure. Like, you're incentivizing to separate the family because they get the money supported by the government and not keep the family together. So it's like you're doing one thing where it's like, all right, maybe they might have kids if they realize they're gonna get some more support, but at the same time you're not fixing the underlying problem, which is having the father in the home. So I think that's kind of like where I stand in this whole situation. It's like you're talking about this like, oh well, accountability, but you're having the stance, and then you have Slimmy and Mika bringing up these other viewpoints, and you're just not even like thinking about the nuance of everything that comes in together to actually solve for the problem. You're stuck in your feelings on one path and not being able to bring other sources of information to change your opinion.
Okay, so if it's the government's fault, why are y'all still fathering children?
What is it? I don't get your point.
If y'all know that the woman is incentivized
Ollie, I got you up next.
to keep the household separate and to keep the man out of the household, why are y'all still fathering children? If y'all know it's the government's fault, if y'all know that women are getting incentive, if y'all can make all these excuses, why do y'all still father children?
I mean, but that's not that's again you're missing the whole point of the topic, which was talking about the child support,
I
which
mean, it's
is
easy to
literally.
blame the government, but there are men not getting themselves in these situations to begin with. So when do y'all just stop fathering children if it
But the thing
works
is,
against
men have
y'all to
always
be
been held
fathers?
accountable. In this situation, women in Texas are finally being held, like feet are being held to the fire. Where okay, you can't abort that child in Texas per se. You can still go to another state and do it possibly, but finally in Texas, they're finally doing it. So it's like they're finally getting somewhat accountability, but then you're kind of just like chopping the legs out of under it from like, but not actually doing anything to keep the family together. Like I think that's the biggest part of the whole thing. Is like, yeah, you want more kids, but more kids need fathers also. Like you're looking at
Okay,
it
so
from
what's
one
stopping
side. That
y'all from being fathers though?
What?
the women being incentivized to just take the money and not need the father in the home.
So don't get them women pregnant. Why do y'all
I
not
mean,
get to know the women y'all get pregnant?
okay, but understood that we're still being held accountable. We're talking about you're still saying it's clear as day that we're still being held accountable. The fact is, the accountability is not being held evenly on both sides of the aisle.
Why don't
What it
y'all just get
is?
50-50 custody then? And then y'all
It's
won't have
not
to pay
that.
child
First of all, it's
support.
not that easy. It's not always that easy.
It's
I've
easy to
actually
make excuses
I've
though.
no, I've actually dealt with the legal system. I've actually had grown men cry in front of me, having to go through different allegations of lies that the female told on them. Eventually, they've literally had to spend $40,000-$50,000 going into debt trying to fight for their child. So, like,
I can
it's not
understand a divorced man going through it, but like a baby daddy, y'all just like making excuses. I'm not saying you're a baby daddy. I'm just speaking
okay. Then,
generally.
all right. No, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is what you're missing.
Because
Guys aren't
women
making
pay child
excuses. We
support
understand.
too.
No, pause. Guys understand that there's an issue with you just putting your opinions wherever you want to put it. That is an understood statement. We don't need to keep repeating the understood statement. What we're saying is we're keeping incentivizing the women to do whatever they want to do.
Okay, well, we're in a patriarchy, so who's incentivizing women to do what they want to do?
How are we under a patriarchy?
We're still under a patriarchy. We have a
How?
male president, and we always have. We're still under a patriarchy. Who's incentivizing women to keep their families apart?
This is the thing. This is what I was
Tips.
saying. This is what I was saying. The government is being incentivized to put these laws in place that affect men more. They're getting money from men doing putting these type of laws in place. That's what he's saying. Women aren't being held accountable, but men are. You're able to do what you want to do. They
Again,
already
I
they
don't
already
I
letting
don't
you
see. Go ahead, Slimmy.
they already letting women have they can have an abortion without the man's consent. So you have the right to abort. You got the right. That's your right. If you got an inkling that this man ain't good enough, that you don't like this man, you got the right to abort without his consent. It does not matter.
Okay, so how
Therefore,
is that
wait.
a
So
loss for
therefore,
y'all?
well, hold on. So therefore, you can't keep using the excuse of why are men fathering these kids when women could literally could abort mission. Now, moving forward, we to this point in Texas where they was like, all right, you can't get an abortion, in this state. You got to go somewhere else and get it. N- Which was okay, cool. You can't allow that. But then they go, what he's saying is, then they go a step further and just negate that whole process by putting these child support laws in place that go retroactive and from the point of conception, which is even more money.
Marry
And
before you carry.
there goes all the accountability on the woman again.
But I think that what's missing
Sorry.
here is that
The
it's.
whole. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
Anton.
Carrie. Go ahead, Carrie.
I just reread because I was like, why? What is Texas's premise for having this new law? And it says the primary aim is to promote fairness and shared responsibility
I got you,
between
Quinn.
both parents from the earliest stages of a child's life, recognizing that the financial needs associated with raising a child begin during pregnancy. The law seeks to ensure that non-custodial parents contribute to prenatal and postnatal expenses. So I misunderstood this. I thought this was aimed at like if you've been going years without paying, this is a
No,
way.
this is
This
to
is
retro it back to
specific
the
to.
time that the child was conceived.
Oh, then I agree with it even more. You know how much you got to pay. This is it's a lot that goes into being pregnant. Listen, okay.
Exactly.
Now I wonder what the percentage is. I wonder what
It
they're
would,
going to
it would probably
consider it.
look like the same. You put that shit in a calculator like they do
I
everything else.
think
I'm
that
sure.
well, I think that they need to be fair with with how they, because
They're
I
not
think
gonna
they need
be
to be fair.
fair.
But it costs. It does.
They're not
There's a
gonna
lot
be
that go.
fair.
But
Well, we
think
don't.
about this. You got to even think about this in
Hey,
Texas. It
they're
doesn't
not
even
be.
help
They're
that.
not gonna be fair.
But isn't there a cap? If I'm not, if not, if I hope I don't think I'm wrong, but there's a cap in Texas of how much child support you can even pay. And then
Correct.
back to the talking point that Anton always says, it's usually the same men over and over who are the repeat offenders of having multiple children out of wedlock.
Well, I mean, but think about it. If that's the case, though, right? Because I mean, Molly isn't wrong. Slimmy isn't wrong. I don't think that anybody is wrong. I think we're looking at it too broadly, right? So, like, I'll give you an example, Devin. I say that, yep, it's a a minority of the men. I'm not going to say a small minority, but there's a minority of men that are getting a lot of the different women pregnant. Well, if those are the guys that are largely the ones that's doing all of this nonsense, then to go after them and force them to be financially accountable for the things that's being, for getting all of the women pregnant doesn't affect me. That's not getting a whole lot of women pregnant. So I'm not complaining about it, and they should be held accountable for all of the women that they are impregnating, right? And so if I know this, because two things can be true at the same time. Yes, I do believe that we need to go through and up in family court, because a lot of times it's so many different examples and nuances in there. I think that a lot of times women use child support for the care of themselves instead of for the children, right? That's something. I think that we need to change the laws so where we have paternity at birth, but people advocate against it. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of guys that wind up paying child support for children that's not theirs. And we can go through and look at 1,000 different examples. However, while we advocate for that, at the same time, why would we continue to impregnate women that we know is not for us, or that you're not going to be with for a long time, or is going to be problematic, but we still go raw? I can't tell you how many guys debate with me and say raw is law. Nigga, fuck a condom. I ain't never using a condom and all of that. So, you know what I'm saying? It's accountability to be given on all sides. And I think that the conversation is a lot more nuanced than we like to give it credit for.
And can I just add
Yeah.
to that? Because this to me is also kind of where I think the confusion comes with the messaging that men give to women on one hand versus the other, because we have all these conversations about women need to learn how to follow more, women need to submit to men. You hear men say that a real man takes, like if I have a company, or if something fails, basically I have to own that. I take ownership of it. I have to correct it. I have to fix it. Like, you guys want us to position you in every other aspect as the leader, the one who takes control, the one who should have more common sense, this, that, and the third. And in this particular topic, I don't get why it's only on the woman to be deciding like what she does with her body. So therefore he's not accountable. I don't get how
Because
we
he don't
pivot
Well,
own you.
so.
that wasn't
But
what
Hold on, hold
was
but
on, wait,
but
wait,
stated.
wait,
that
wait. No,
but that's
I'm
but
just
that's
replying to
how.
you. He don't
Well,
own
Evan,
you.
Evan, I gotta let you go. I gotta bring somebody
He
else up.
don't own you
Okay.
before he's married
Thanks.
to
Thank you, bro.
you.
Thank you, brother.
but
No,
Mika,
that's not what
according
was
to men,
stated.
well, according
Let
well,
me
I'm not
Jada Legend,
saying,
I'm gonna bring you up next.
I'm not saying that's what's you said you Slimmy, or that's what was said verbatim. Go ahead.
It
Go ahead, Carrie.
Go ahead.
Finish, and then I'm gonna
it
come to
But Mika, to what you
can
were
I
to
speak?
what you were
Like
saying,
I'm not
to
sure.
what
Like
you
I don't
got
know
you.
what my audio sound like.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't
we
We
know
can
can.
what
hear
my
you.
audio. Y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Like, but like I'm gonna just be real. Like I'm a real private person, right? So like for example, I work hard. Like I work hard for everything, everything. Like I didn't go through a lot. It's never about handouts or nothing. Like everything I ever got, I have to fight for. So I'm a single father, right?
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I made a bad decision, and that's what all this shit comes down to. One thing: it's bad decision making, and that's on our part. You see what I'm saying? I fucked this kid who had a lot going on with her. You see what I'm saying? And I started fucking with her. It was about sex only. I was just piping a little bit. Yeah, I was just putting dick on her. But like, all some real nigga shit though, once the responsibility came, I went and got my CDL. I started stacking my money. I've been building credit. I've been reading books. I've been drinking water. I've been doing what I need to do to get myself to the next level. You see what I'm saying? None of this shit is about being seen, because when you really living it and when you really doing it, it's not about being seen, because it makes you an easy target.
I got you.
Everybody can talk shit on the internet and shit like that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's different when you really him. So you can sit back, you see what I'm saying? But anyway, like I was saying, you heard me? So
How's the
I'm fucking with
relation?
a chick. She
How?
making bad decisions. Like my baby mama right now. My daughter ain't even make two, dog. My daughter about to make 2 years old. Huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Because I see it's a little imbalance
Wait,
with the
my
audio.
bad. All right.
No. You cool. Go ahead.
Oh, but yeah, like my daughter about to make two on the 26th, right? All right, for sure. So my baby about to make two, you hear me? Baby Lou, you hear me, little Luna. She about to make two on the 26th. Her mama ain't never buy her a pack of Pampers. Her mama know my cash app. Ain't doing shit for my daughter. Every fucking day I wake up and I go get it. I go work. I don't sell drugs. I don't be in the streets. I don't do none of that shit because I know it's about my child. Now, with that being said, I got my shit together for my child. You see what I'm saying now? And like I said, it all comes down to decision making. Everybody pointing about women and men and all this other shit. No, it all comes down to all our decision making. Whatever the fuck we value the most, that's that's what's gonna judge our decisions.
I
You see
feel
what
you.
I'm saying?
Yep.
And that shit is important to me. How my child, making sure my child don't live a trauma filled life like I did. To make sure that my child not exposed to half of the shit I was exposed to being raised. From
Paulie.
the verbal abuse, the mental abuse, the punishment, the hard knock life, having to go out here and be different because I like to read and I wear glasses and shit.
Paulie, let me ask you a question. Can you hear me good?
It's a lag on it.
Oh, okay. Are you watching this through YouTube or are you on a?
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta
yeah.
watch. You gotta watch it outside of YouTube, big dog. Like, do it on the actual app that you logged in through.
I'm gonna have to put it on my. I'm gonna have to put it on my PC. You hear me?
All right, cool. Yeah, give us a call back and then on your PC.
Nah, nah, but it is good. I'm gonna keep it short this week because I ain't really one for the exposure, but I don't want to do too much though. I don't like. There's too much exposure for me. You hear me? Like I write music, like I don't. But it all comes down to our decision making, and that's all I wanted to say. We all make bad decisions, but when them consequences come, we got to be ready for whatever come with that. And that's all I wanted to say. You hear me? God
Thank
bless
you,
y'all.
Paulie. We
You hear
appreciate
me?
you, big dog. Thank you, bro. Yeah, when
Thanks,
y'all
Paulie.
call in, make sure y'all call in with y'all like, and you cut off the YouTube and only watch through, through the actual link that we gave you, because it's gonna be a little bit of a delay when y'all do that. Jay the Legend, I'm about to bring you up. Kim One, I'm coming to you next. What's up, Jay? What's the word, big dog?
Going on? What's going on, Anton? What's going on, everybody?
What's the
Yeah,
word?
this is just a pretty good topic because I always thought that the government would the state was ripping off people for child support. They getting 60% of the child support, in most states, and it's crazy. It's mostly a gimmick for them to get rich, and I did agree with Slimmy on that. Cause it's real crazy, and they not putting no holding the women that's responsible either. Cause they not. It's mostly all on the dude. These dudes getting taxed every time just every time I said they getting taxed
Jay the
every
Legend,
thing they do.
you think that women need to be held more accountable, or do you think that men need to be held more accountable?
Women do get held accountable all the time by their peers, by everybody. Everybody hold men
You
accountable.
think that men get held accountable all the time?
Yeah, yeah, by peers, even on the panel. Yeah, don't y'all hold Quentin and all them accountable?
No, we can't tell Quentin what to do. Quentin is his own man.
Y'all still tell them what to do?
What do you think about that, Slimmy? What do you think about what he's saying?
I'm gonna hold that nigga forehead accountable. I know that.
I feel like you
I'm just
watching
fucking
you,
with
my
you.
boy, though.
I was fucking with you, Jay. But no, I mean, men do get held accountable more than women, and that's what I think the point was. That's what I think the point was. I think we overlooking that men hold men accountable. So I don't care what nobody say. It is a natural fact. That's what we gonna do. If you a bum, we not gonna kick it with you. If you a
Nah,
deadbeat,
Slimmy.
if you a deadbeat, we not gonna kick it with you. We gonna let you
Slim.
know. There are circles of weak ass dudes. We not talking about them. We talking about stand up guys. Stand up guys that's about some real shit. They not gonna let you be a deadbeat. They not. They not gonna kick it with you. This is just a fact. Real
But in
stand
the
up guys, no, they not doing that.
black men disproportionately make up most of the prison population, and a lot of them have children. So how are y'all holding each other accountable?
Did you hear what I just
It's
said,
only it's
Molly?
only 38% though, Molly.
Did you
It's
hear
only,
what I just said?
but isn't a
Yeah.
minority of the men getting the majority of the women pregnant?
No,
And
that's not
dumb
true.
her argument
That's
down
not
to
true.
only the good
Only,
women
only,
do.
hold,
Only
hold
good
up, hold
women
up,
hold
real quick.
women accountable. And
Jay the Legend, I appreciate you. I gotta move on. Kim One, I'm gonna bring you up in a second. I want to bring up my guy real quick. Thank you, Jay. My dog, ABL. What up, big dog?
I can't hear y'all.
We can hear you.
You can't hear us, so we can hear you. Hey. Well, I'm gonna bring him back up once he get his audio together.
Can I just out regarding what Jay the Legend said? I'm trying to get Enrique to give me the source, but I asked him. I said, "Well, Wait, what did I say?" I asked him basically who initiates child support
Yo.
most of the
What
time,
up, ABL? Can you
and
hear
and
us?
and a,
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Kerry.
and a lot of time it says the percentage is about 70% of child support cases, and this is general because it varies state to state, but in general the parent is the one who files for child support, not the state. And if the state does, it's usually the result of the custodial parent having government assistance, which triggers it to happen, and they go after the non-custodial parent to help to cover some of those costs. So if the custodial parent 70% of the time is the one who is filing for child support, then how is it the state or the government that has this ulterior motive to make all this money off of people if they're not even the main ones initiating the child support in the first place?
Well, we were
I'm
talking
saying,
about Texas.
I'm talking about Texas. This is giving me, Enrique thinks I'm
So
focusing everything on
Not talking
Texas. So
about
does
Texas.
real
I
quick.
am too. I'm
Real
talking about
quick,
Texas and
that
other
that
states.
blessing case that I gave you, okay? The main point of the reason why I even told you to look it up was the fact that the state, because I mean the courts, because they did not want to give those women that money, they omitted in the paperwork that child support isn't for the child.
But Mika, that I read
So that
from what
kills it right
I read.
there.
No, it doesn't. From what I read, that was specific to those women in that state with that case. I didn't see it say that
This
the
was
5 women in
Supreme
Arizona.
Court.
I don't. You can go to the Supreme Court for something that started at a state level. So from what I read,
Right, but if the
that
Supreme
was
Court acknowledges something, that goes over all.
that doesn't mean that that's what's happening in all states. So, and again, for I hear what you're saying regarding that case, and therefore it could have happened somewhere else. Gotcha, but it doesn't mean that it is. And to me, the case you're bringing up is specific to those women in that state, unless I see
No, because Roe
otherwise.
v. Wade went for everybody. Roe v. Wade went
Okay,
for the entire
Mika,
country
I'm saying
because
from
of the Supreme
what I'm
Court.
reading from the case, I did not see it say this has been the situation for the whole
That's
United
why you got to
States.
look
This
the
is
actual docket up. That's what I'm saying. Go
well,
look
send it to me, Mika, because
docket.
I'm looking and I don't see that. That's not what I'm seeing.
Well,
But
hold
my
on.
point is
All right.
to go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead, Carrie.
Well, I was just, I
Go
mean,
ahead.
it's kind of moot now because the guy is not up here because he was saying that it was like the states are coming at, like, basically, this is a whole thing where the states are trying to make money off of people and this, that, and the third. And I get it. They're getting some money some way, somehow through the fees or whatever. But the majority of this happening is starting from the custodial parent. So why are we so like gung ho on hopping over the people who created the baby again, focusing on the state, focusing on the courts?
See, but look, the thing about it that you're missing is that the states, they do make money on this. I saw a friend of mine's credit report. It had child support on there. And it said, Commonwealth of Virginia, child support, right there on this credit report.
Do they really?
And here's something else.
Yeah, that shit was on
Somebody,
my credit report too. That motherfucker was outstanding.
But
hey, and
that's
here's
how
something.
are they making money off of putting it on your credit report?
Let me explain to you. I'm not saying that they make money from the credit report. I'm talking about this is a state debt. You're paying the state. In Virginia, at least. I don't know about the other states, but you're paying the state a debt. It's like paying taxes. So that's how the government is funded, through taxes. If child support becomes a tax, it's government funding. It's very simple. It's like when they take things from drug dealers, civil asset forfeiture, that's taxes that they assessed to the drug dealer to fund local things. That's how it works. So when they make this law that says, okay, let's go retroactive to the point of conception, that's 9 extra months to tax. That's all it is. Y'all said it earlier, talking about, oh, we're funding pensions. Yeah, because you're raising money. The only way the government makes money is by getting it straight from your pocket. They don't produce anything. All they do is take your money.
Okay, but we already know. So let's assume that what you're saying is correct, because
It
I
is.
don't. Well, if you haven't realized yet, I don't just take what people say just because. So and that's fine. But let's say that what you're saying is accurate, that the government taxes, and this would not be taxing the father who's, because we're assuming it's always the father who has to pay. So they're not going to tax the father to pay, they're going to tax the mom for receiving, right?
No, you don't understand.
No,
You don't understand. It's not
I'm
about,
asking.
listen, it's not about taxing the mother or the father. It's not even about, they don't really care for real where the money come from. But they know the man, the majority of the time, is going to be able to be the guy that brings in the money. He'll pay that bill more often than the woman. But if
So
it comes
how
from the
is
woman, that's fine. But let me
just to
finish.
be clear,
Let me finish.
who are you saying, who, just real quick, because I want to make sure you understand my question. So who are you saying is going to get taxed?
You're not listening. You got to listen.
I'm
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go
Let me
ahead.
finish, and then when I finish, it'll make sense. Okay. So look, they don't care who is affected, whether it be the mother or the father. All they want is the money. So it's not about who gets taxed. The money gets taxed, regardless of whether it comes from the mother or the father. That money is a state debt. You pay it to the state. They take their cut off the top and give you the rest.
You're
That's
not
Texas.
answering my question,
I
ABL.
answered it.
No,
What's the
you're not.
question?
Who you just said that the government makes their money off of taxing it. And I'm asking you, who are they taxing? The mother or the father?
You're not. Am I? Did I? Okay.
No, that's why
Hold
I'm
on. No.
asking.
Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna ask y'all the panel. Did what I say make sense as far as the answer that I gave her?
You
No.
said
Oh, go ahead.
he said essentially it's not male or female, it's not mother or father. Whoever ends up paying the actual tax to the state is who's getting taxed. Who's ever paying the child support. So
Whoever it is, it don't
whether it's
matter.
Holly Berry
Who? No,
or
no, no. Okay, y'all, please. I'm not saying that I'm asking you a direct question in hopes that you just give me a direct answer.
I
Okay,
gave you the
so
answer.
okay, okay. Listen, okay. So the person who owes child support, because you also started with it's on the credit report, right? Now, what I know about child support is that if you don't pay, you have arrears, that goes on your credit report. I saw that. I've witnessed that. I've been a part of seeing that, right? So that's on the person who did not pay. And so you're saying that the government makes money off of the amount, I'm guessing the arrears was owed because they tax it, right? Is that what you said?
Interest.
I,
Yep.
I mean, okay, let me. Okay, I'm gonna tell it to you differently. I'm gonna tell it to you differently.
But
I'm gonna
why can't
just.
we step through it my way so I can understand? Like,
I'm
I'm
trying
just
to. I'm
asking
gonna try to. I'm
simple
gonna try to do it
questions.
your way. That's what I'm trying to do because I'm just trying to
Okay.
connect to you. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do. So I understand what you're saying, but okay, if there's a child support order, the way the state makes their money is because they get the money first. They get first dibs on the money. So when whoever pays the child support is paying it, they're paying it through the system. And once it gets in the system, they can take their piece and then give you the rest.
That's not
That's
true
and
for
and
every
then and then
state.
hold on,
That's
I'm
not true,
almost done. I'm
ABL.
almost done. I'm almost done. That piece they take is like a tax because the government is only funded through taxes. So we may
That
not call it a tax.
sorry.
Wait a minute. We may not call that money that was taken a tax. You could call it a fee. You could call it an assessment. You could call it whatever you want. But it functions as a tax. And that's the whole point. That's the whole point behind them making 9 more months. Because they know if they get that 9 more months, that's more money they can raise. They already got a dollar amount on it. They know how much they're going to raise. They know exactly how much they're going to raise based upon future projections. Okay, if we give 9 more months, all right, you're going to make X amount of money.
What do you do in the case where, say, I'm receiving child support and he's sending it to me through Cash App? How is the state making any profit off of that?
Well, each state is different. Some states
That's
allow that, some states don't.
that's why I said that's not the case for all states because
The,
that
the
I
that
said
was
that
only
not
earlier.
the
so.
only time that you actually have to pay the state is when the mom is on his assistance.
It's on, yeah, if she's
That's the
getting
only time that
government
it goes to, that
assistance.
they get money.
Like there was no processing fee. There weren't even processing fees that we had to deal with when paying child support. So that's why I'm trying that's why I wanted to stick with when you were talking about taxes, which now you're saying you're using the term tax to represent anything like a fee or whatever. Like I'm not you threw me off with the tax word.
Yes.
So it's not really taxes.
no, it is.
No,
Like
it's
you
not.
talking
It's not
about
really taxes.
okay. All right. So then we gotta throw that throw that out
Okay, but Gary,
the argument.
People are so
when you
fucking
said state
stupid.
though, when you said New Jersey, right?
Not UAB.
Mm-hmm.
When you said New Jersey, is New Jersey doing the direct deposit or taking out the judgment?
Well, let me speak for when we were doing it. We had an option. It was either automatically debited or you can pay into this. I forget what this system was called. And
Is that
then
system ran by New Jersey?
it's managed by some department or whatever. And what are you nodding? I don't.
The
What's the
reason why
nod
I'm
for?
asking that it's no different than the Democrats saying, "Hey, this is a fund for wildfires. Go use Ag Blue. Ag Blue take 3%, and then
What
send the rest to the wildfires."
and what I'm saying to
They're
you
taxing
is
it.
unless what I'm saying to you is the only way that that could have been happening is if they were lying on the reports that we got as well as the custodial parent got the primary
When it goes
custodial
into the
parent.
anytime the
So
money goes into the state, The state already has a banking system. They're already going to collect the funds from it.
That's not true. It's hard for me to yield to what you're saying because
You went
I
through
went
it.
through it and I'm not gonna say you didn't. I'm not, because maybe you did. But it's hard for me to erase what I saw, lived
Yeah,
through,
you
because
see
I
the
was in
dollar
charge
amount,
of
but
the
what you
payment.
don't see right now, your money sits at the Federal Reserve. They're making money from that money.
Okay, fine. So that's why I said, if
So when you
what you're
file your
saying is
taxes, you don't
true,
even get all the money that the federal government has made off that money.
I don't know what that means, that you went above my head with that. All I'm saying is the amount of
All I'm
money
saying is
that
you're
was
saying
required,
I'm
the
getting
amount,
my money
this
back,
is, no,
and you're not getting your money back.
I didn't say anything about getting money back.
No,
I said
what I'm saying is
the amount of money
go ahead.
the amount of money that went to the mom was the amount of money that came out of my husband's account, which was the amount of money that she received. That's all I can attest to. Now, if you're saying that somewhere in there they had hidden money, or then fine. But from what we saw, what was taken out, what was reported, and it switched, because at one point she had to pay us because we got the kids. She had to pay us child support. So the amount that the court order, because we had to go through court, it was in a court order, the amount that had to be paid. They sent us all of the layouts of the percentage. This is like all of this. This is the amount that comes out each month from her, comes to you, and those numbers match. So I don't know where the other money's coming from, but that's what I'm telling
Okay,
y'all.
this is my last point to ABO's point. When you have your money in the bank right now, when you get paid from a job, your money sits in the bank. The bank is getting interest the entire time.
That's fine. Like if you're saying that they're collecting money off of interest, then maybe that is where then maybe that to me is the only
If
thing that
everybody
makes
took out
sense.
all of their
But
money,
that's
go ahead.
oh, Anton, we can't hear you.
Hold on one second, because I want to get to Kim one also. Carrie, let me ask you a question, just in general, because I don't know anything about it. I've never paid child support. Did y'all have to get any fees or anything like that as a result of going through the process of trying to get child support or going through family court or anything like that?
Did we have to pay fees, or did we
Yeah,
like
was there any assessments? Was there any fees? Was there any
all of our
extra
fees?
additional costs that came along with you having to go through the process of family court?
All of our fees were associated with, like, every single time you file, there's a fee. Obviously paying for an attorney, there's a fee.
But
I
usually
am
the
going to
attorney
I
pays
am
all the fees and he
Hold
charges
on.
you.
I am
Yeah.
going to double check, because this might be a one-time fee. Maybe the system that we used, we had to do a fee to sign up, that $25 or something nominal. If that, I'm gonna check that. But all of our fees were filings and attorney
The
fees.
$25 you're talking about, it says Title IV for New Jersey, Title IV-D, monitoring service. There's an annual $25 additional fee.
See, that's why I said I have to, because I
So
20
that's
when
that's
Enrique said
annually every year that you're on.
that's $25. Like,
Like a
That's,
subscription.
hold on one
no,
second,
no, no,
y'all.
no, no.
Hold on one
And
second.
you had the option not to do that, didn't you, Carrie? You had the
Yeah,
option to
Hold on, y'all. Hold on
pay
one
her
second.
directly, but that's a safer way to do it.
Hold on one second, y'all. Kim one, what's going on? What you got to add into the conversation, big dog?
Hi, how are y'all? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you great.
Just wanted to change the topic real quick. I wanted to get your take on my idea that I, shoot to you in a super chat every now and again about resolving the U.S. national debt externally and internally by settling it amongst the taxpayers.
Settling it and how?
By allowing U.S. taxpayers that want to cash out of Social Security and Medicare.
Ain't no money in it. It's an unfunded entitlement. Ain't no money in it.
That's correct. It's almost like I almost call it a Ponzi scheme, because the people today are the ones that are continuing to contribute into it in order to pay for the people that's collecting from it today. So I pay into Social Security hoping that I have something to draw from it. But in reality, I'm paying into it so that people today that are drawn from it can still collect from it. So I can't cash out. You can't cash out. If you was to cash out something, that would mean that it was money that was already existing, right?
You're looting an empty tomb.
Yeah. So they robbing me to make sure that they continue to fund it for somebody else. So it will be hard to resolve for that if you can't cash out something that's not there. I guess are you
Did he
there, Kim?
freeze?
It looked like you frozen.
Yeah, he froze.
God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, that's why it makes no
I mean,
sense.
it's a reasonable question. I mean, because if
And
you
he
don't,
was willing to change the whole topic. That was pretty
well, the comments and the
Yeah.
questions is
courageous.
from anything from the show or anything that anybody got to say. So I'm gonna bring up G Lock, and then I'm gonna go with Vaughn. All right, G, what up, G? What's
What up, Anton, man? First I'm gonna say it's good to see all y'all every time. Love dealing with y'all, man. It's a great show. But I just wanted to say, man, child support is one of them things that can go both ways. Some people bums, some people just don't want to do it. But it's bad. Like me, I got two kids, and I take care of my kids. And I was at a point where as I was giving my baby mother money, and she took that and it just blew her head up, and she just got worse. So I'm like 700 miles away from my kids. I'm in Atlanta, they up in DC, and I go home like every month. When I go home, I do it big for my kids. My kids love me to death. She don't get nothing. And it got to a point where she cool with it because my kids taken care of.
Let me ask you a question, G.
Yes, sir.
You don't actually go through the system to pay child support. You directly do whatever it is that you're gonna do for the kids, right?
Yeah.
How do you protect yourself against her one day going back and saying, hey, listen, I want to retroactively get child support for the children because I wasn't actually being supported? How do you protect yourself against that?
I mean, the only thing I do is I always pay with a card and I keep receipts. I got specific places I go with my kids and I don't go there personally. So I,
What
that,
if what if the court then rules that that was actually a gift? Because they can. It's up to the court's discretion. How do you resolve that?
yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they do that all the time, but that's something I deal with if it comes. But I just feel like being a good father and a good man is key. You know what I'm saying? And worrying about all that. If she decide to, do this and do that, I'm not really worried about it because my kids know, like my oldest is 13. So she'll be able to stand there with me because she rock with me. So she'll stand there with me and be like, nah,
Well, see,
dad, dad been doing the most.
this is the problem. G seems like he's a good guy, right? For the sake of conversation, seems like a good guy, and in his circumstance, he's kind of a deer in headlights because he's dependent on the woman, hoping that the woman do the right thing in the end, so that he don't have to suffer the consequences of being a good guy, but at the same time being taken advantage of because he probably don't even know any better, right? So he's trying to work with the woman, but at the same time, he's hoping that the woman do the right thing by the children, and he's also hoping that
You
she don't come
see,
back, or maybe she's just too ignorant to be able to even know that she can do it.
nah, I'm not working with her. I'm not working with her at all. I work with my kids. I told her what's up. Like she got a dude now. She got a man.
But I think you're missing it, G. What I'm saying is, it seems like it's up to her to determine whether or not she wants to at some point come back and rob you and say that you need to pay retroactive child support, even though you were participating in the children's life.
I mean, one thing I can say is we have to deal with that in court because I got a lot of paperwork and a lot of evidence on what I do for my kids. So to say I was a deadbeat or I wasn't doing nothing for my kids, that's definitely cap, and I got paperwork to back that up. So I done been to court with her. She tried to put me on a protective order and this, that, and the other. It was hilarious. Like the judge, female black judge, literally shot her down. Was like, nah, I'm not
Hold
going
on.
for it.
You
So
get a black female judge and everything was all right? You survived?
yeah, man, I said I
God bless
came
you.
out real good because it was just like nothing was adding up. Nothing was adding up, and it was like, okay, so did he put his hands on you? No. Did he threaten you? No. Then why you need to get him away? Well, he got guns and this, that, and the other, and blah,
I don't,
blah, blah. I'm just like, man, Like, but
I don't
it
think
was.
that
I
G
didn't expect
understand
it.
what I'm saying. I don't think that G understand what I'm saying. I don't think he really grasping.
No, I got you. I understand what you're saying. You're saying basically she has the legal right to come back and do whatever she want to do, and that's facts. But when we get in that courtroom, I'm gonna have my paperwork stacked up,
And you willing to deal with
and
whatever the consequences come, regardless.
absolutely,
What
absolutely.
I
I
have a
mean,
question. What paperwork are you going to present to prove that you've paid her child support?
so that's a different perspective right there. I feel like you don't pay the mom child support, you support your kids.
But you said that you
The
feel like
court. It's what the court think, not what you think, nigga.
Well,
Terry.
no, I understand what you're saying, but with that, child support is based around supporting the kids. It's not based around paying the kid's mother. So as
Shit.
long as you've been supporting your children and you've been taking care of your kids, it don't matter about how much money has transferred from your bank account to her bank account, as long as you got a paper trail that say, I've been providing for my kids
Well,
this whole
That's how
time.
you feel though. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the law.
True.
here's a couple of tips to take with you. Okay.
Okay.
Avoid cash. Use Zelle, PayPal, Cash App, etc. with clear labels like child support or closed for the
All
child's
day.
name.
All
Always
day.
add a note to digital payments stating what it's for, like child support for June. Keep receipts for anything you buy directly, clothes, food, school supplies. Save screenshots and organize them in a folder, Google Drive, Dropbox. Keep a simple log of dates, amounts, and what each payment was for.
Hmm.
Communicate in writing when possible. Text or emails that confirm you're helping with expenses.
Yeah, I was gonna say no, helping with expenses, like I literally buy directly for my kids and I keep my own receipts. I don't put no money in her hands because I don't know where that bread gonna go.
Yep, that's where you fucking up.
Yeah, this is well, I mean, it may work out for him, but this is one of the reasons why I think that we need to revamp family court laws.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
this just doesn't make sense to me personally.
Well, I mean, I think the family court laws is built on before women could even work.
They were. That's the problem.
And now that women out here getting the bag, like, so how much do I really have to put up? Like, from what I know and what I looked at, they break down my pay versus her pay, and then they figure out, who make the most in this, that, and the other,
Were
and then they break it down how much I got to pay.
were you ever married
So
to her? Were you ever married to her?
no,
Okay, I got you.
Hey
All right.
G, hey G,
And
real talk. What you should probably
uh,
do, what you should probably do is, and I believe you got the option to be able to talk to somebody who probably works down at the child services office or the
hmm
child support office, where you can figure out what is a fair number that you can actually find out that would be suitable, where if something did happen, you've already hit that threshold where you won't be penalized in the future. I think you
I
need to
don't
go
think
I'm
find
with
I
that
you,
don't,
out.
Slimmy.
I
I'm
don't
with
think
you 100%, but I think I'm over that. Like I spend freely on my kids. Like my kids be asking for whatever, and every time they ask me for something, I do it. And if my baby mother called me and she like, "Hey, I need some money for the kids," I'll be like, "Nah, what they need,
yeah.
like what they need, and whatever they need, I'm gonna pay for that, and I'm gonna make sure that fly in." And other than that, she's not touching a dollar because of the fact that, long story short, I'm down here in Atlanta. My job brought me down here, and I'm in an apartment. When I was up there, I was paying for a house. She got the house. I done already gave up so much and just let her have it because I don't want the stress from that. But my kids will always be taken care of. And honestly, she don't really bother me about nothing. She summertime, school time come around, my kid want a bike, they want some new shoes, they want them shoes. Whatever they want, I got them. So it's not really a big argument with me from her. She do pretty good leaving me alone and just letting me provide for my kids because I feel like child support is to support children. It ain't to support the
G,
baby mother.
how old
do
is your
you have
youngest? How
um
old is your youngest?
5.
Hey,
Mm.
bro. Oh, no, hey, bro. Listen to me. Listen to
does
me.
she have
You got it. Hey, I'm not wishing nothing bad on you. You got to do something to protect yourself, bro. You got to do something to protect yourself. Anything. Listen, and I wanna be very clear about this. You say she got a dude.
Yeah,
Now, all right. Now, what if one day this dude start putting some ideas into her head?
he already doing it.
Oh,
Mhm.
nigga, protect yourself, my nigga. Please protect yourself. Protect yourself, bro. This not
But
looking
what if
good, bro.
you're gonna do stuff out of court? How come you don't at least get a legally binding contract where there's something? Go ahead, ABL.
Nah, I was agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah. Where there's something legally on record, on file,
Yeah,
that
man.
this is what you guys agreed on.
It's legally
So
on
there,
file.
so
It's
there's
that's
some,
the
so
court.
there's some
That's the
type of,
court,
so
ain't
there's
it?
some type of trail.
If it's legally on file in the contract, that's the court, isn't it?
No,
Yo,
Not
G.
necessarily.
no,
Nah,
Not
child,
necessarily.
you could do a document and just get a notary, and you good. But that
Nah, I
might not really
mean,
hold up in court. I'm not sure
it's
how
just
strong that
Yeah,
would
that's
be.
what I was gonna say,
it's
Bill. I
hard.
think
It's hard for us to
we
agree
don't
on
have. The reason
anything
why I
besides me
mentioned
just
it
doing the
is
most.
because he has nothing to say that this is what they agreed to, right?
G.
So nothing that works in good faith.
G. Go talk to a lawyer.
Yeah.
Facts.
In
And
D for
pay a one
That
DC.
time
part
fee.
in your
Go,
state, nigga.
yeah,
No,
go
not
pay a no in
in
her
DC,
state.
in
In her
DC where
state.
the kids are.
Yeah.
Go
I can
talk to
definitely
a
tell
lawyer.
you from DC. I know mother
And
anyway.
you can even look on, you obviously do your own research, but you can pull
Yeah,
up DC's child support guideline calculator.
I've
Like
done
you
it
can
all.
get,
Yeah,
you
I've
can
Which
done
get
is
it.
all that.
worse.
So if you did all that, you might as well go to an attorney.
But you
You
really
might as
can't
well
because you
go
have
ahead
to
and
know
do
how
what
much the
Mika
mom
said
makes in
and
order
get
to
it.
fill out the calculator.
Listen,
You
G.
might
Yeah,
as
I
well just
mean,
go
yeah,
ahead and take
honestly,
the next step
honestly,
and just get what you are doing with her. You know
hmm
her best. So
nah,
figure out
I'm
the
not
best way
doing
to get her
nothing with
to
her.
you.
All the new
I'm
nigga know
not
her.
doing nothing with her. Yeah, exactly, Q. The new niggas know her. You know
No, I'm
me, I
just
know my
saying
keys, and that's what I'm dealing with.
G,
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
protect yourself, bro.
How many kids you got with her?
Two,
And what's the other kid? What's the age?
13,
13 and 15.
13 and 5.
because it
Oh
says
yeah,
in
13 and
DC it
5.
can go
Protect
up to
yourself, man.
21. So you may just want to reconsider
G.
having some level of
Protect
Shit.
yourself.
agreement.
They go
Hold
to
on, hold
college,
on.
it can go up to
I gotta
26.
I gotta bring somebody up, G. But I appreciate you for coming on.
Hey,
My
man, love y'all,
Oh,
my
I
man.
hope it
advice for
stays
Peace.
how it
you.
is for you.
My
Good
advice for
job.
you is go. We armchair quarterbacking you right now, but please go. Just
I'm
a
Tom
lot of them
Brady.
will.
Go to court.
A lot of them will talk to you and just you know what I'm saying. If you explain your situation,
I
they'll
just got
talk
one
to you.
question
I didn't tell
before
him
you
to
go.
get an
I just got
attorney.
one question
Shut
before you
up. I
go.
did not tell him to get an
I just
attorney.
got one question before you go.
Yeah.
Niggas is
From
always
is she
lying.
from Southeast?
Nah, I'm from Uptown, 14th for Euclid. You say you
Oh
from Baltimore?
no, I'm from Georgia Avenue.
Oh, okay, I was about to say two for me.
T.
I'm
Thank you,
from
G.
91st Street, nigga, Oklahoma
All
City.
right, y'all.
What's up, niggas?
All
All
right.
right, I'm gonna bring one more up here. Vaughn, what up, Vaughn?
What's going on, man? Hey, I love what y'all got going on. Can y'all hear me
Thank you, big
cool?
dog. Yeah, we can hear you great. What's the word?
For sure. I wanted to address, I mean, since the last dude came up, I think his name was G Lock. I got a
Uh-huh.
similar situation, but what I initially wanted to address was Slimmy and Molly when it comes to the culture. Like y'all both are right. Like you always gotta hold man accountable in any culture at any time in history. That's just the way the earth and the world works. But at the same time, we got in 2025, we got what we got going on as far as women and just everybody. Like it's a revolving door in the black culture. Like men, if we stand up and be like, all right, fuck the whole Pookie, Ray Ray, street nigga culture, real man, stand up and bring the niggas who's cool, like make being the stand up man cool again. That's gonna kill women want to go to these street niggas. You know what I'm saying?
No, it
Like,
ain't.
'cause that shit, that yes, it will, bro. Like, if we make what women go to as far as with men
Such a
and
pessimist
whatever culture,
tonight.
women see whatever men like whatever. All right, let's say in our culture right now, Pookies and Ray Rays, whatever street niggas, that's the cool thing. If we make being a real stand up man, a great father, and morals and principles, religion don't necessarily have to do with it, but whatever. Stand up principles and character, like being a great person, being a man and good person in your community, uplifting your brother and your sister or whatever, if that's paramount, we left. If that's paramount, then
It sounds so
the women are
peaceful,
gonna
but not
follow.
realistic.
Talk about it,
See, you
ABM.
they can't
No,
even
no, no,
see
no,
it.
no.
Their vision
Who?
ain't even big enough. They can't even see it. I
Stop,
would say your
Carrie.
No,
name,
Wait,
but
who?
wait, Carrie, why you
Stop,
doing me
Carrie.
like
Hold on,
that?
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Stop,
hold on.
Anton's
Carrie.
head is blocking your name, so I don't know your name.
Who's
No,
to
no, no. Hold
say?
on, hold on, hold on.
Who's to
Vaughn,
say how
Vaughn,
long this will take? You know what I'm saying? It could
Vaughn.
take
Here, and I'm gonna
100
move you on
years.
this side so they
What's
can see
up?
your name. Vaughn, did you
For
hear
sure.
the story that Carrie told
Vaughn, I'm
yesterday
with you.
about the dirt mercs?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You always bringing up old stuff.
It was just yesterday.
I mean, hey, if nah, that was just yesterday. Shit. Look, I am one of the people who agree. Listen, I'm somebody who agree. I love women. I love y'all so much. I don't agree with listening to women. Men be
Okay,
men.
Hold on, Vaughn. Give me a second. So give me your other story that
Carrie
you was
about to
gonna
take you
say
down there.
about the about being in a similar situation. What was you gonna say about that one?
Oh no, I mean shit. Hey, shout out to the DMV. I'm from there too. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Maryland, Waldorf, Maryland. But I got a baby. Well, my son's mother, I'm not with her. I don't want
Uh-huh.
to say baby mom. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just like the last caller, I'm not on
How old
child.
is your kid? How old is your kid?
He's 6.
Okay, and you on child support?
No, I'm not on child support.
Okay, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, that
Tell
nigga
us the
laughing.
story.
Nigga, I
Tell
got
us the
but
finesse.
story.
I'm the only one paying my shit in this bitch.
like I got a homeboy. He put himself on child support. I'm like, bro, why would you do that? But he'll steadily be like, bro, put yourself on child support. Put yourself on child support. But he's like, damn, they just fucked me for this. They just fucked me for that. They just took my tax return. I don't know the details on the tax
Cause
return
that
shit.
nigga
But he's like, oh
behind.
Because he was behind.
no, no, but he,
God.
He probably
yeah,
wasn't behind. He probably wasn't behind.
He
He probably
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 just
was. He probably
he
was.
just now got on that shit.
Nah,
It
he
just
not.
happened. They've been divorced for like it just lagged out for a second. I heard ABL said he probably wasn't behind.
They've been divorced for how long?
Oh damn, I can't. Oh, a year tops.
Well, no. What is your situation? So you got a 6-year-old with a girl.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. So like I moved to like over a couple years, 3 different states because she's in the military. Because I was initially military. That's how we met, and I got out in like 2018.
Hmm?
So like I was in Alabama, and then conception. She was stationed in Idaho. I moved there. We moved to Texas in 2022. No, scary, 2020, and then we moved to Florida 2024.
Okay,
But went go ahead.
so what is your situation? Like, she just say, "Hey, give me whatever it is that I need." What happens?
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, it's kind of I guess a 50-50 situation. So I see him Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and every other weekend. So 3 to 5 times a week. And
Okay.
then whenever he's with me, I pay for everything. If she be like, "Hey, he needs this," I'm sending it. You know, the money I'm sending it, or I'm
Does
getting
she
it,
got a
giving it to her.
boyfriend? She got another man yet?
Oh, yeah, she married.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
That nigga.
Why hold on, wait. If you have him some of the days and she has him
uh,
some of the days, why is she calling you to ask, hey, he needs some of this? Isn't that 50-50? Why is she
no,
asking
no,
for
no, no, no.
extra?
I will say, for as far as lunch money, that's
Why is she
literally
asking for
all
lunch
she
money?
Well,
says.
if you listen what he said, it's not 50-50.
Well, I mean, technically, maybe it's not, but I don't know.
What's the days? You said every other day, right?
Monday, basically Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then
Yeah.
every other weekend. So, for example, this week, Monday, Wednesday,
Not
Friday.
50-50.
Next
Nigga, do
week
the
and
math.
last week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So
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 it
so
shouldn't I not 50-50, whatever that is what it is.
So
so
she
how do
got
you
your money, child
hold
support
on, hold on,
money,
hold on, Maker. Hold
No,
on a
I
second.
don't
and
pay. I don't pay child support.
yeah,
So
but you paying something though.
how do you
Not
okay, so
right.
what are your thoughts about this whole subject? Do you think that it worked for you? Do you think that it's problematic? How do you feel about the whole situation?
Okay, so ideally, I had a kid with somebody. And I wouldn't. All right, so if I could see, obviously nobody can. If I could look from when I got her pregnant to the future, I want to
Mhm.
have a kid. I want to. If I'm having a kid, I want to see my kid every. Because if I could, if it was up to me, I would see my kid every day by choice and have him live with me. You know what I'm saying? All that.
Do you
Not
got a new girl? You got a new girl?
nah, not yet.
That's why she's straight. That's why
Are
she
you
ain't
are
tripping.
you uh are you when you do get with these chicks out here, be real with me. Come on, Vaughn. I know what
For
it is.
sure. Yeah.
Do you strap up
Yeah.
every time?
Yeah. On.
I don't know, man. You don't sound convincing, sir.
Woo.
You don't
I
sound
mean, all right.
convincing.
All right. It
Man,
depends.
y'all
Like,
proving
if
Molly's point
if no,
more and
listen.
more.
If she, I feel like this is not even relevant, but I'm gonna answer the question. But if it's somebody that's like my friend, we really rock with each other, I won't. But in general, yes,
It's my friend. I'm fucking
my
going.
friend.
Cause they
That,
can't get
but nah,
pregnant.
nah. I got a vasectomy, so they really can't.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Well, then
Oh,
that's
you good,
different.
man. Fuck them STIs.
Right?
My man said, "Yo, she my friend. It's all right."
Yeah, yeah, for real, for real.
I catch some, we won't be friends no more. I roll the dice.
Nigga,
You hear
what?
me?
Jesus
Fucking might
Christ.
die. It's all good, bro.
Life is about risk. But what's the relevance? What's relevant? You know what I'm saying? Like in that question, what's relevant about
He's
that?
like, why you asking me that?
No, bro.
Because
Like,
you basically
What
are
happened to the
justifying,
whole vision you started this call with?
because you justifying what Carrie and Molly and stuff are kind of saying, because if guys is out here kind of moving reckless, it makes it more difficult for us to be able to defend, because you, even though we
okay,
know that
okay,
we
okay,
need,
okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
even though we know we need to
Go.
change some of the things about family court and child support laws, it's hard, it's much harder when you don't do your part and be responsible with your dick.
100%. But that was my pre-vasectomy attitude. Feel me?
Hey
I
yo.
wanna I wanna say something. I wanna say something to you,
Feel
Vaughn,
me?
about your
Yes,
first
sir.
your first statement about how you were saying, like, if we made
Yes,
being
sir.
a stand-up guy cool again, men cannot dictate what's cool to women. We just can't. We can't.
Why
So
not?
that wouldn't work.
That's a fact.
Wait.
Women decide what is cool in the culture to them and what they will accept. So we
Hey,
can't.
watch this.
Well,
That's
Studs
not
dress
true.
up like the street dudes.
They do. Yep, you're right. That's
That's a
cool.
woman. A
Cool.
woman
100%
who
true.
wants another woman has a street dude attire. That's what they like. What you
Facts.
gonna do about that?
cool.
That is
But all
100%
right.
true.
It cut out a little
But
bit.
Who
I heard
gets
what you said, ABL,
pedestalized? I don't
but
know if that's what women like.
but why? But that's
I
Why
mean,
lesbian
look?
women
Why
though.
look? Why
pedestalize,
look?
and that what
Men
they like to an
pedestalize
extent.
You
certain
just
kind of
Wait,
proved her
go ahead,
men,
point.
man.
You just
No,
proved the
no, no.
point.
Women pedestalize a certain
Great.
type of man.
but
This is
Men don't
why?
pedestalize men at all.
Yes, y'all
Homosexuals do.
do.
No,
Y'all
no,
Homosexuals,
no,
praise
no,
the
no,
homo,
rappers. Y'all
no,
praise the
homosexual. No,
athletes.
no, no, no,
no.
no.
Stop. Stop.
Homosexuals,
Molly is right
homosexuals
mostly, but
pedestalize
Slimmy,
men.
you're
Other men
also
don't.
right though.
Uh,
Who
um,
Nah,
somewhere talk about
these
Slimmy?
dudes,
ped-
bro. Think about this. If I can speak right,
Man, them freeze
Let me
frames is
to
stop.
cut
crazy.
people off. A homie will
Somebody
write
said
some
black
too,
culture is
but
doomed. That is for sure.
I,
It's doomed.
look, and it's up to us. It's looking like that, but we can change it. The percentage is low on our favor, but I mean I can only have hope, you know.
we
Anyways,
can't
Yeah,
dictate.
but
We
you
can't
just
dictate what women like.
No, y'all
no,
can't
no,
say that
you're
though, because
right. But
not all
man,
women
but
like
look, look,
hood
look, look, look.
dudes. You have a big population of women that
Majority,
are not gonna
majority,
be that won't
black
feel safe
community.
around
I'm
a hood
talking.
guy. That's just the
It
black
doesn't matter,
community.
Molly.
Y'all
We
gotta
can't
stop saying that.
dictate what women
No,
like.
because other women
y'all
are not
That's
yes
why I
y'all
was saying
pedestalizing
can.
the
Molly and
Y'all
thugs
Slimmy.
heavily
heavy.
I want to get
influence
into
it.
It's
that.
y'all black
Y'all two
men.
be on that.
All I need is
Y'all
one
can
mic,
No,
one
heavily
mic.
y'all,
All I need is one mic.
Molly, what are
Nobody
you
else
Nah,
talking about?
pedestalizes thugs
y'all
except
can
nah, it's
black
heavily
crazy.
men.
Y'all
influence
go
it.
back and forth, but y'all both right though to a sense though.
No,
Like,
no,
Hold on,
no,
wait,
no,
wait, wait,
no,
wait.
no,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
wait,
ah,
wait, wait. Hold on,
no,
y'all.
no.
So, but it goes back, and I love Molly, but it go back to something we were talking about last week. Remember, Molly said last week, I think it was last week or earlier in the week, she said something about when her and 2K were going back and forth. She said 2K said, "Oh, I'm gonna tell you to shut up," and she said, "You're not my man to
Oh
tell me to shut
yeah.
up." So if every man can't be responsible or over every woman, then how are you going to correct the community? Because every man would have to have the authority to actually put you in line. Every man will have to have the
Nah.
authority to be able
No,
to.
that's up to the man's wife
What
and
No,
her
culture?
no,
What other
no.
children.
That's not
what
how a
culture
community
is that
works.
happening in?
Hold on, wait, hold on. That's not how a community works. Remember the whole it takes a village to raise a child. So when you would walk down the street, if the lady over here saw you doing wrong, she could spank you. That this person over here could spank because everybody who was over the child
Well,
was
But
able
women are
to
not
chastise.
children.
So
And
if
I don't see my husband letting
but
another
the
grown
shit,
man tell
but you're
Tony.
me
talking
to
about a
shut up.
community.
Man,
You're not talking
shit.
about it. You're not talking about an anecdotal situation. You're talking about a community. And in a community, okay, that's the that's how that works.
A
That's why men
community
need to
is not
walk
ideal
like that.
situation.
The
That's
so
why
why
men
can't
need
every
to
other
walk
community
like that
figure this
and
out
act
except
like
the
Ooh,
that
black
walk
Because
like
and
hold on,
community?
get
that.
wait,
in
I
line.
like how
because
you
every
said
other
that.
community, the women allow themselves to be under the authority. That's why.
Vaughn, I appreciate you, big dog.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
Thank you,
So if
bro.
you go to
at
the
what point do men kind of rally together in the black community and stop leaving it on the women to do all the work? Because I hear a lot of men in my community make excuses. That's all I'm saying.
so the
What?
men the men that make
Flemmy, stop,
so the
stop,
men
stop,
that make
stop.
excuses are the men you don't want anyway. Okay?
But they're
And then
getting locked up and incarcerated. And we can't always just say a woman, if a man is out here busting guns, robbing, stealing, killing, like we can't blame a woman for everything, y'all.
Now
I'm gonna
who's
leave
doing
it
Ain't
there.
that?
blaming
Count
women for
we can't
nothing.
blame
What
a
kind of
woman
black
for
man busting his gun
everything.
out here? What kind of black man busting his gun out here? Is that going to
They're
be the
doing it
good
every
guys?
day
Wait a
because
minute.
the
Is that
black
going
men
to be
are
the
the
good
majority of
guys
the ones in
that are going to
prisons.
move this country forward? Is it going to be the good guys y'all say y'all want, or is it going to be the Pookies and Ray Ray you was talking about earlier? What kind of black man's out here busting his gun committing crime?
Listen, anytime a black man tries to do something upstanding, they get called a bootlicker, a coon. So that and it's mainly by black men. So when are y'all gonna start holding
What?
each other accountable?
No, that's true. That
Just
Upstanding,
is
like
saying.
what is this
No, no,
upstanding
no,
thing you're
no.
talking
That's
about?
false.
Bias.
it
No,
is
no, no,
true,
no, no.
man. It
Slimmy, I
is
grew
true.
up in the
Slim.
hood too. Like I'm speaking off of anecdotal experiences too. Like I'm
No, 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 no. You're wrong though, because it's the women. It's
how?
for what? Because it's the women that wouldn't deal with them. They will never deal with no nerdy type of dude.
That's
They,
not true, Slimmy.
they not dealing
That
in the hood.
she's
In the
100%
hood.
right.
In
She's
the in
100%
the hood. In the hood. Come on now. In
well,
the hood, the women.
I'm
right.
not
Wait,
from
wait,
the
wait.
hood.
In the hood,
So
the women don't shame nerdy dudes, and they don't run to the dope boys.
Two
They don't
things
run
can
to the
be
dope
true,
Why
boys.
are
Slimmy.
men creating an environment for other men to thrive with being dope boys and shooters and the killers? Come on.
So men are creating the environment for
Yes,
men to
because
do
most
this.
male rappers are men, right? All of them are men.
I think that is again. I think that it's both. It's a
Y'all are
nuanced
following
conversation.
me.
It's a nuanced conversation because when we say all, it kind of becomes disingenuous. But
I ain't saying all.
when we start talking about the culture the culture has a combination of multiple different people that are advocating for similar things. Listen. You could just look at who went to the polls. If it's women that regularly identify themselves as a 92% and it's men that identify themselves as a 78%. Both of them overwhelmingly still voted Democrat, even though Trump made inroads into how many men actually voted for the Republican side, right? More men switched over than ever before, but it's still a majority of both that are voting for the same things. It's a horrible cultural phenomenon that we see that is being advocated for, and we can see it in everything from our music to the way that we talk to each other to when you then identify. They say they for diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the reality is that they don't want diversity when it comes to other black people that are deciding that they're conservative or in the Republican Party. It's only diversity if they agree with you, even though diversity, equity, and inclusion does not even help the majority of black women and it's white women that benefited from them the most. So two things can be true at the same time. I think that in this situation, we're pointing a finger at each other when in reality, culturally, we are all responsible for what it is. Not individually, but culturally, we are responsible for the fact that we are creating an environment that is not conducive for Black people. This is the truth.
Yeah, but culturally, you have in society, you have to have a social contract, and in this society, there is no contract where the man and the woman actually have a cohesive contract. I go to the Middle East all the time. Those women are
They don't have a say so.
they do have a say so.
They don't.
The thing is,
Okay.
everybody on the same page.
You're
Everybody's on the
talking
same
about
page, whatever it is.
regimes. You're talking
Listen,
about regimes like
if the
Iran and stuff like that. There
if
are
the women had
multiple
a say
nations
so, why when they get over here they switch over to being more like Western culture?
because
Because
every woman wants to
if
do
they
what the
were
hell they want
no,
to
no, no, think
do.
about it. If they were like that, then they would still be like that regardless of where they go. I'm the same person no matter where I go. I'm the same
That's
person no
because you're
matter
a
what.
man.
No. It's not because I'm a man, because there are other men that think differently than me that are the same wherever they go. When those women come over here and they go to our indoctrination camps that we call college campuses today, and then they start to embrace our culture, guess what? Those same women, even when these guys are passport bros and they bring these women over here that are from the Middle East, they bring these women over here from other countries and they come over here, guess what? As soon as they then get the ability to be able to do for themselves, they divorce those same guys. They don't stay the same type of women.
What's the culture here?
Those women change. And it's not because that's just who they are because of their culture. It's because they don't have any other choice. They don't have the same
They
right.
do.
They don't have the ability
Anton,
to do.
but you're no,
Our
because
culture was different 50 to 60
you're
years ago
talking
when y'all
about
didn't even have the ability to
you're
vote.
talking about those. You're talking about places like Iran and things like that. Those are the extreme. Okay, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they have a choice. Okay, the UAE, you have a choice. You don't have to. You don't
Listen,
have
you
to.
don't have
Most of those
to, but
women like it because the
you
men
don't have the
provide.
same
The men are
capabilities.
men.
You don't have the same opportunities though.
Yes, you
No,
do.
no, you don't.
Yes, in the UAE, yes, you can.
Okay.
Women are highly educated in the UAE.
Doesn't matter. They don't have the same opportunities as the
They
men.
do.
You telling
And
me
I'll even do
that
you
the
one
women have the
better.
same
Most of those
opportunities to be successful as the men over in the UAE?
what?
Are you
What did you say?
telling me, regardless of how educated they are, because the Black women are the most educated and enrolled over here too?
No, they're
Are
the
you
most
telling
enrolled.
me that those women have the same opportunities as the men in the UAE?
What do you mean by the same opportunities?
Come on, Mika.
No,
We know
I'm asking you to be specific so I can answer the question.
they don't have the same
But
opportunities.
what do you mean by the same
They cannot
opportunities?
be as successful as the men
Because
because the
by
men can
most of
go
these
over Africa over there.
92% women standards, they don't have the same opportunities here.
Huh?
By the 92% standards, they live in the patriarchy. They don't have the
No, no,
same
no. We're not
opportunities.
talking
They
about
can't do all of this. So that's why
not
I'm
by
asking
what
that.
they think, by what the reality is. Women up here are more promoted. They get more opportunities. They are pushed into certain opportunities. They get more scholarships. We have women at code. We got women in STEM. We got all of these things. If the men get it, they got to get it out the mud. If the women is getting it often at times, they're the ones that's pedestalized to it. That is not what happens in other cultures. And as a matter of fact, they don't have the same rights as the women over here in the United States of America. So if they are to get whatever it is that they are, or if you see women that are often, because we talk about what women are incentivized to do. Hey, they don't have to get pregnant, but they're incentivized to get pregnant and break up their families and then become dependent on the federal government. They are still dependent on laws that benefit them from 50 and 60 years ago. And that's why we saying change
Okay.
family court laws.
But what rights do women have over here that have benefited them? Because the women in the UAE, they have families that
They
are
have the
together.
same
The
rights
women
as
in the
men.
UAE, they don't have to work if they don't want to.
They don't have to work because the men have all of the power and they have all of the
No,
opportunity to
because
do so.
because the men are actually men. The men are actually men over there,
No,
and the
no.
women are actually women over there.
Okay, let me ask you a question,
You're
Mika.
taking the extreme,
Let me ask you a
Anton.
question, Mika. How
Yeah.
come when these people come over here to the United States of America, every man from every culture is having the same problems here in the United States of America, despite where they're from? How come when they bring their culture over here, that they don't get the same level of submissiveness as when they have those same women and those same people over in their country? Because these
But
are the same men.
so,
All they're doing is coming over here with
where are you
opportunity.
getting that data from? Because there's plenty of Muslim communities, especially here in Maryland.
And they're suffering. And
No,
these same,
no.
yes, they are.
I live in an Asian community right now, and I can
No,
tell
no,
you.
Mika, let's not use anecdotal experience. Let's talk about
No, I'm
overall.
talking
Wait,
about
wait a minute. One thing you got to put into the mix is we're talking about like passport bros going to get a girl over there who might have saw him as a square in the cornball from the beginning, not
Mhm.
of her culture, and she saw that as a way to get over here. Or we're talking about immigrant families because we got moms and dads from Nigeria. They stay the exact same. Ain't no changing. They don't become just part of American culture. The kids do, but not them. So it's a difference, right?
Well, it depends because a lot of times these same people that come over here from other places, they're old, right? And they're behind the eight ball by the time that they start because though their education don't necessarily apply, and so they can't get the same jobs. And at a lot of times they've already become who they are. But these same people who teach their same children to be a certain way, once they come here, they still change. They don't keep their same culture as they are over there. And so we can't just say, well, it's just because over there, they're just men over there. I don't believe that. I believe that the reason that the women over here today are the way that they are, a lot of times is because they got more freedom to say and do what they want to do. And often at times when you give people freedom to do what they want to do, they pick wrong. And so when I see these women over here becoming what they are, it's because they decided that they wanted to be masculine. They decided that they wanted to be overly educated and forego becoming a housewife or a family, and that's not what they want to do. And then they want to go and slut it out, and then they want to make themselves available to whatever it is that they got available to left to them.
right,
I
but those
believe that the fact that we gave women the freedom to do what they want to do has now created a
there
culture
it is right
where they're
there.
insubordinate. But it has nothing to do with us being men. It
But
has
there it is right
everything to do
there.
with
Men
it has
gave
everything to do with them having the freedom to choose for
But
themselves.
men gave the women that freedom. So when you say they don't have rights, it's not that they don't have rights. They understand in culture what you just said. They understand if once you let somebody one rap it, if I have a child and I just let my child do whatever they want, and then I
Mhm.
try to ring it in, they're not going to listen to me. They're not
But
going to respect
Mika,
me.
we can't have that argument because then it goes against what you said initially.
What I'm saying is because you were trying to say they don't have rights and they have plenty of rights. What I'm saying is they have a culture that is structured, and you're going to go by the structure because this is what's actually best. And
But
and
Mika,
and if you look
but
at it,
you're ignoring the fact that
the women
women
who have
have
the
the
most
freedom to
freedom
choose for
are now,
themselves.
but the women who are supposedly the most free are complaining they're never protected.
But again, when you have the freedom, right? You can choose not to embrace these modern women and the modern culture that we now have subscribed to, and you can still do whatever. You can still do the same thing that the women over there are doing. They still could be that way here. They could still be the same way. They choose to do something differently to go against whatever it is that's in their best interest. And we give them the freedom to do so.
Right. You give them the freedom, to do so. What I'm saying is when when we're just talking about rights, at the end of the day,
Mhm.
those women have rights, but what they're choosing to do, because those women could do what the women in Iran are doing right now. Okay. What those women understand is it's better to be under the cover than not. They see the women in the West, okay? When you go over there, Anton, they talk about them at nauseum. They're like, these women are
They
dumb.
can't even
They're
go
dumb.
outside
That's
and
how they talk
dress the
about them
way
in the
that they want.
bars.
They can't even go outside and dress the way that they
Yes,
want
they
to
can.
dress.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can go outside. You can go outside in your normal wear. You don't have to wear all that. Now, what you can't
No, no,
do is
no.
be
And
indecent. What you can't do is be
that's what I'm saying. They can't go outside and do
because
what
it
they
creates
want to do.
chaos.
But it doesn't matter the why. They
It
can't
does
do it.
matter.
They can't do it. They don't have the freedom.
You can't go stab somebody if you want to because it's a law. Those are just laws.
Mika,
It's not
they can't
primitive.
even dress the same way as the women that go outside and dress in the West.
It's
That's just a
okay.
fact.
Every country has restrictions on something though.
We
Okay? So
don't over here in the United States of
you
America.
can you murder somebody without going to jail?
Mika, you being
No,
intentionally
I'm
you're,
using that to say,
you being
Anton,
intentionally extreme to make a point. The point is
I'm
that
using that to say that you have those laws for a reason. They have those laws because you understand how men's mindset works, you understand how women work. If I let you run around here with your titties out and your butt out, then you're gonna cause chaos. Men are all gonna be googly eyed.
And what happens? And
Somebody gonna get hard, and
what
it's gonna be
happens when you
chaos.
walk outside with your titties out and your breasts out?
More than likely, more than likely somebody gonna try you.
No. What happens as far as the actual police officers over there? If you dress, y'all can't even go into some men's spaces. Y'all are over there. It is restricted for you to even go into certain places when men are in the room. That is a fact.
Yes, and that's right. But I hold on.
Because
You have
y'all
that
can't.
here as well. Locker rooms, bathrooms,
I did.
No.
showers.
They can't
Hold on.
even go into certain pool areas while men are out there in public spaces. They cannot attend the same spaces that men attend at certain times, depending on wherever it is that they are. Y'all
Okay.
don't listen. What you're making a case for is for us to take control and say, all right, shut the fuck up. Y'all can't do nothing unless we tell y'all what to do. That's what y'all basically, that's what you're basically making an argument for. Because if we start to
Tony
restrict your
Adams, you're
freedoms, if we
dumb. I don't
start to
even live in
restrict,
PG County. Never in my life.
what y'all call freedom over here, then y'all would absolutely complain about it. But in reality, what you're basically telling us is to operate like them because they do have the autonomy to do any fucking thing that they want to do to their women, way more than men over here in the United States of America.
They don't have the autonomy to do anything. The problem is here in America, there is too much freedom. Anytime you tell
That's what
people,
I just said.
hold on, anytime you tell people they can do whatever they want, so it's not that they don't
That's
have
what I
rights.
just said.
No, Anton, but I wasn't disagreeing with you. The only point I was disagreeing with was when you said they don't have rights. They do have rights. Those
Okay.
women have rights. They're not locked away in a dungeon. Those women
The,
have rights.
the rights are different. That's the main thing. The rights are different.
And for some reason, if you're not allowed to do whatever, then it's the patriarchy, or it's what do you call it? It's oppressive. No, it's for your protection. I'm not going to let my child sit up at 12 midnight and eat chocolate and then sugar sits on their teeth because I know better. So those things are in place for women's protection, whether women understand it or not.
But okay, the problem is they don't get to make the decision of what's best for them and what they're protected from. Over here, y'all have the choice to then determine whether or not you want to be under a man's
And
covering
that's why most of
or
them
you.
over here are baby mamas.
But you making my point, and that the reason that women are the way that they are in other countries is because they have more restrictions based off of the fact that they are under men's covering than they have over here. Really, what y'all
Well,
telling us to do is to kick y'all ass and tell y'all what to do, and then restrict y'all from being able to do and make the decision on what y'all want to do because y'all don't know what's best for yourselves. That's basically what y'all telling us to do.
Ansar, you know me. What argument are you going to get from me with that? What I'm
No,
telling you is, at the end of the day, those women are not oppressed. I'm not oppressed, and I'm telling you, I'm with that. I'm not oppressed.
but again, my thing is, do you want your freedoms to be restricted, or do you want the decision to be able to do what you want to do?
Yes. I want what's best for me.
Okay, cool. I'm with
It's not about. It's to me. It's not about. It's not about freedoms, because at the end of the day, freedoms versus what's best. I rather be here and what's best than freedom, and I'm begging 10 men to come help me with my kids.
I'm taking the freedom of all of the women that's under me, and they can't do carry freedom restricted.
I don't think a lot of those women in the Middle East love the fact that they're restricted. They just deal with it. I don't think they like it. I watch a ton of documentaries. Most of them are trying to live how we live over here. They're trying to break away from all that restrictiveness. They don't feel like it's in their best interest. A lot of them don't want to be restricted to just cleaning, cooking, and making babies. They want to work. They
Look,
want
in the
to
words
be
of
able to
in the
show
Women,
their
women
hair.
Let me
always,
say this. Let me say this.
women
Somebody,
always complain,
in the
and they're gonna
words
make a
of
I'm
difference
just
whether they over
saying.
here or over there.
I'm just saying.
let me say this. Let me say this.
I
Somebody
think we
in the chat.
romanticize it though.
Somebody in the chat, last name Smith, said such and such used to say the same thing. I'm not gonna say no names. I don't want to get into it. What I will say is this. All right. Damn, I shouldn't even say that.
All I'm saying is Anton. All I'm saying is Anton is
I'm so nosy. I don't know who that is.
I grew up in that type of environment, and nothing about my life or my mother's life or my grandparents' life or my grandmother's life or my great grandmother's life was restrictive, right? And it fosters a certain type of mindset. And so when you're saying freedom, what's the freedom? The freedom to act reckless? Because if that's the case, then why were we so concerned with the migrants that were coming over here driving without learning how to drive, learning how to drive on the right side of the street? Like give people the autonomy to do whatever, and they will do whatever.
You know
Right?
what? But let me add a little bit of nuance into there, Mika. Okay. You know why that works most times in certain places? Because the men have the money and the finances to be able to afford them the alternative. No woman wants to be restricted when she poor. It's okay. It's okay to be restricted when you got a man that covers everything and puts you in a position to be submissive. I will tell, like when I was saying the person in the chat that had said this person, cool. I will tell you that some of those same people, how do I frame this? Was complaining that they want to be free. So, what people say or what people present a lot of times to the internet is much different than what's really happening behind the scenes. A lot of those women is looking to get freed and bust down for a real one. They just don't like the alternative. They can't find another guy that ultimately got resources that will put them in the same position of what their restrictions look like.
Well, if they mamas would have
And I'm
listened,
telling you the honest to
if
God
they
truth.
mamas would have listened, and they mama's mama, and they mama's mama's mama, they wouldn't be in the predicament that they're in. And so we always sit here and have these arguments about what's restrictive for women and things like that. But when women have been free to do what they wanted for how long now? What, 100 years or so? Maybe 60, whatever, right? How's it working out? Because the proof is in the pudding. You only need but so many generations to actually show does it work.
I don't believe that most women, I believe that every woman from every generation and every time period has always has always complained, has always, no matter what state that they found in, no matter how well they had it, I think that they've all complained, and I think that they all said that they want different. And that's one of the reasons why what gave rise to the feminist movement, even though women was in a greater position than they are today. I think that women have, even in the Bible, since the first one, no matter how comfortable they have been, no matter how well they're taken care of, no matter how well God has filled the Garden of Eden and gave everything, they still had to find something to complain about, which is one of the reasons why she hearkened unto the voice of the serpent. I think that the spirit of a woman is to be uncomfortable and cantankerous regardless of the state that she in. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter if you're in the Middle East with no freedom or you got all of the luxuries over there and can do what you want to do. It doesn't matter if you over here in the United States of America and you got the freedom to choose for yourself and you choose wrong. I believe that the spirit of all women mostly is to be uncomfortable or always to complain and to want change. It's the reason why you see a woman with a rich man cheating with a nigga that ain't got shit. It's the reason why you see a woman with a dude that got everything, or a dude that's gonna worship her and he a regular guy and she gonna always go with the dude that got more. It doesn't matter. A woman is always going to want something that's different because she's not used to it and she want to experience it for herself so that she can compare it against something that she already had. And it's not yours, it's just your turn.
How is this feminist
I
talking
just
point?
believe that that's
Feminists
the
will tell you
nature of
not to
women.
be undercover. It's like the Tony dude is just dumb. I don't
I
think you
just
know what a
believe that
feminist
that's the nature
is.
of women. throughout history and every single time period. It's been wars over women. It's been women that's ruined themselves and got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. It's been women that got freedom, women that's got restriction. They all want to be free. They all want to be slaves. They want to be something different than what they are because they're never comfortable with with the state of what they is. And this is why guys got to stop focusing so much on women and focus more on themselves, because the women is going to come with it. And even if she leave, it's just not yours. It's just a moment. Let her be. Let her be. You got to make sure you do the thing that's in your best interest, and you just got to understand the nature of women. They're going to change. They're going to be
Well,
uncomfortable. They don't complain. It don't matter what state that they in.
No, what we got to do as men, we got to just set the culture and just tell the women, oh, this is what you got to do. You got to come with it, or that's it. If that doesn't happen, if we can't do it, if we can't accomplish that, there's nothing else we can do. Either we set the culture and say, hey, come here, or nothing else.
I think that guys just got to stop caring, ABL. I don't think that they should care what women think. The minute that we stop worshiping women and then we start doing the things that's best for ourselves, the women come with it.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
The guys that worship women ultimately at some point, no matter what state that she's in, she's always gonna want the guy that don't give a fuck about her as much. And that's because he's focused on him, and her nature is to submit to a man that's better than her. The guys that keep on worshiping and kowtowing and begging these women and saying, baby, baby, please, nigga, she coming anyway.
Now, see the guy that can behave that way, that can kind of be dismissive. This is going to be the guy that got 10 to 15 baby mamas, a whole roster of 4 or 5 different women. So that's going to be the guy that a lot of women are going to gravitate toward. So what do you do about that situation?
The women that's going to gravitate towards the dude that got a bunch of baby mamas?
Yeah, because what you're talking about is a guy who can talk like that to women. That'd be the guy that has a bunch of baby mamas. That'd be the guy that has 3, 4, or 5 girls on the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be that guy. So if this guy's getting so much of the women's attention, what are you going to do about that? What about the guys who are not as up to his level?
It's a competition. It's always going to be a competition.
There's nothing that these guys can really do.
I can't convince her to choose you because she already done chose who she wants.
That's fine, but see, check it out though. It's not even really about the men. It's about now. You got a problem with the women too, because they're not going to be able to. All of them can't have this top little piece. So now we got a problem in society with men and women. Now we got an issue, and we got to be able to fix it, or she's going to have some kind of civil unrest.
We're not fixing it, ABO. It's over. I don't think you can fix the culture. I think it's over, bro. We just enjoying our time here. It's already spoken for. It already is what it is. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. I don't think you can fix any of these women. You're not going to convince these women to do the things that's in their best interest at all. I think it's over. I think that we wasting our time trying to convince them. The only thing that we can do is tell the truth and to educate the guys on how they need to move differently. I'm not trying to convince them.
I feel the same way. I mean, at this point, it's like, hey, come on. I got some education for you. I got a life raft. Come on a life raft. Yep. If you don't want to get on it, stay over there.
Yep.
That's how I feel about it. So
ABL, I agree, because at the same point, when you try to do that with women, they want to say you're male identified. They want to say you're a pick me. They want to say you're all of this, right? When I'm telling you how to get the best for you, how to get what you want, what you need. I'm telling you how to get what you want. But yet you'd rather fight with that.
That's why I'm going on tour this summer.
No,
I choose you too tour.
HR, chime in.
I don't know anything about this tour.
Thank you. She ain't worried about it. She ain't thinking about it. We going on tour this summer.
Is that the one you were talking about in the Millionaire Morning Show story with your super chat? Yes. I couldn't figure out. I was trying to rewind and see what you were saying, Anton, but I couldn't find it.
Don't come off mute now. You've been chilling, relaxing. I'm going on tour this summer. I'm taking no prisoners.
No, this is the thing though. I'm gonna keep hitting this home every time, man. Fellas, if you are providing for a woman 100% and giving her these experiences that we were talking about earlier, you have the right to more than one woman. Do not tie yourself to just one.
You
Do
see how
not.
you see
That
how
that
But,
go without
but,
saying.
Listen, see,
That
we
go
got
this is
without.
we
That's
got
bullshit.
that's
two
Y'all,
that's
y'all
automatic off
contradict
rip.
y'all
we
messaging.
got
but,
two perfect guys
but,
up here,
Y'all
and
but,
Slimmy and
contradict.
ABL.
I'm about to
Slimmy and
tell you,
ABL
but
Y'all so
has an
toxic.
option to do what they want to do. You know what they doing? They chilling.
Toxic.
They enjoying
Nope.
life. They
He
enjoying
putting
life.
out
it's not toxic.
toxicity.
See,
That's not
ABL,
toxic. That's not toxic. That's
ABL,
not.
see,
That's reality. Y'all just said reality earlier. Y'all was just saying this is reality earlier for that a woman can choose up, to up her standards just because she wants to. And it's not disrespectful to talk about an older man, a man that you
Nobody
used to
said any
deal
of
with
that.
when you're married.
So
Nobody said any of that. No
so
one
don't
said
get
any of
mad.
that.
Don't get mad when Future and them start making more baby mamas.
That is not
Slimmy.
what.
No, but you
And
know what
y'all
I
No,
sound
no,
always
like
no, no, no.
but you
quitters.
Don't
know
get
what I
And
mad when
always
Future
say.
and
y'all
them
But
sound
start
like
making more
wait,
quitters.
baby mamas. And then
but
Candace start
before I
making more
got
baby mamas. And Eli May
before
start making more baby mamas.
before I got cut off, I was going to say, even if you do that, you know you can't be shooting up the club.
They shooting up the club, Slimmy.
so
Y'all sound like
You can't be shooting
quitters.
up the
And they
club.
paying
so
child support
We
and
sound like
complaining,
what,
but they
Carrie?
gonna
You
pay it.
sound like quitters. What you said, Anton, you sound like quitters,
Quitters.
and I'm shocked at you. I'm shocked.
so ABL,
Who?
I know you can probably relate to this. So we talking about all of this here on the panel, and you know, two haters in the chat. Lord Jesus.
Oh, where we going with this?
Two haters in the chat. The first thing they say is your daddy white.
Mm.
They so obsessed with white men. I
But
don't
what
get
Yo-
what like what that mean though? Why is that?
So,
Why is that something that they
but
would say?
earlier it was I'm black, so I need to do this and this, and then now when I'm speaking about a certain type of upbringing, you need to shut up. It's different. Your daddy white.
I told you, got to get
Just
what
shifting
you
that
get.
goalpost on you whenever they want, whenever it's convenient. You black, you got to do this. You white, it's just stupid.
Which is why it's probably hard for a lot of women to truly want to be led by men, because y'all are all over the place at the end of the day when you start talking about stuff. I'm just saying, like, I think that that's a big part of the problem, that trust in your judgment and what you're actually going to do versus what you say on Monday and Tuesday, it
Carrie, you don't
switches
think
But
that
up.
that
this
comes from the
But who are these
I
guys
think
you
a
talking
lot.
about
I
though?
think a
Like who
lot
are
of
these
women.
guys?
I
Like
think a
she
lot of
talking
women
about
want to be
she
under
talking about somebody
leadership.
busting their gun. You talking about somebody that don't follow through on their word, untrustworthy person. Who are
No,
these
no,
guys
no,
you
no,
talking about though?
no.
Like you talking about two
I'm
guys
talking
in the
about.
chat. Who are these untrustworthy guys you're speaking of?
I'm talking. Okay, so Slimmy just said. He just said basically,
YNs.
go do what you want to do.
YNs.
Go,
That's not what I
just don't
said.
bust the club up. Have
That's
many
not what I
That
women.
said.
is what
That's
you
what
said,
you
That's
Slimmy.
said.
not what I
That
But
said.
wait, but
That is
wait,
what
but
you
wait, wait,
Again,
hold
y'all
on, hold
don't
on, hold on.
listen.
Why is that bad
Y'all
though?
don't
Why is that
listen.
bad?
I didn't say it's bad. I'm saying that it's confusing. I'm saying y'all are confusing. One night you talk about being leaders and great guys and big vision, and I'll take control of everything and put it on my back and I'm gonna do it. The next minute you go to, nah, y'all independent. I'm not. I forget it. What Anton just said, it can't change. There's no point. I give up. I
we
quit.
can't
We
think.
can't change any of this. Y'all don't want that. You really don't want that. Then the next minute it's okay, but we need to have husband and wife together. We need to have these solid families and this and the third. Then the
What
next day,
Carrie don't
Slimmy says,
understand.
listen, if I'm paying for this and I'm paying for that, I can have a woman here and a woman there and a woman here and
What
a
Carrie
woman
don't
there. Like,
understand
y'all got
is
50,000 different
nope,
messages.
nope, nope. What Carrie don't understand is you can advocate for the right thing and you can save who you can, but you can also realize the reality of what's going on in the culture. And even the word that you study every single day says that it is going that hell enlargeth itself, right? That the lake enlargeth itself, that the road to righteousness is going to be narrow and the people that are going to go and find themselves on that other side of the fence is it's going to be a wide and narrow path. There is going to be a majority of the people that's going to do what they want to do when you want to do it. Now, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't tell the truth, which is exactly what I said. That means that you save who you can, but it has to be revealed to them and they have to choose it. So I'm not going to try to save the world. I am going to give the game to the people that actually want it, and then they have to make the decisions for themselves. And so that is what we're saying. The truth is what the truth is, and you give it to who it is that's willing to have it. But at the same time, I'm not so naive to think that everybody is going to follow me and fix their whole lives just because I said so. Two things can be true at the same time.
I hear you, and even with what you're saying now, which I understand, with what you're saying now, that even creates confusion with what you said 2 minutes ago. Because 2 minutes ago, you threw everything away.
How?
Now you're saying, because you said I don't see any hope. I don't see this
Me
changing.
and
You said,
ABL was
but
talking,
now
and
you're
ABL
saying
said, well, how do we fix the community? I said, to be honest with you, ABL, I think that it's cooked. I think it's over. It's 100% over. Does that mean that I'm not going to still tell people what the truth is? No, two things can be true at the same time.
Basically, it's like this: the community has burned down, but there's still some survivors, and I'm gonna go
Correct.
rescue them.
100%.
Yeah, the culture, basically the
that's a
culture.
whole nother message.
How is it different?
I'm just saying y'all need to
How
get
is it
in a
different?
huddle. Y'all need to get in a huddle, get the message together,
But
come tell it to us.
how is it different
Come,
though?
just all get on the same page about the
We're on the
overall
same page. How
message.
is it different?
Come present it to us and we'll follow. Okay.
No, you're not.
You
Y'all
got
be
to be
all
able just
over
to
the place.
understand. You have to understand what we're saying to you though. You got to be able to understand.
I
If you
do
don't understand, if you
understand.
don't listen, then we can't communicate.
ABL, I just listened to everything you said.
So
So
how are
I'm
we
And
asking
not
you the
okay, so
question:
let me
how is what I said different than what he said? I'm asking
how
you that question.
how is what?
how
How
is
is
what
what
he
I
said
said different than what Anton said? Because I made the whole thing about it burned down. I'm getting survivors. What Anton was saying is the community is cooked, but I'm gonna save who I can. Whoever wants to hear what I say and come with me, I'm gonna save them. So how is what he's saying different than what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying what you're saying is different than what he said. What he initially said.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Carry?
No way.
what?
Never mind. You got
No,
it. Go ahead.
no, don't do that. See that? See, that's rude and disrespectful.
You
But
know what?
what
I'll
I'm
give you a
saying
perfect
is,
example, Carrie.
what I'm saying. No, let me, because I know that what I said sounded crazy. So let me give me an opportunity to fix what I'm
I'm
saying.
glad you recognize
What
it.
I'm no, I do. Yeah, what I'm saying, ABL, is what you just said is different than what Anton said 2 minutes ago, which came across as like there's no hope. It's done. Like it's a wrap.
So
Now,
what did he
once
say
I
two
said
minutes ago? What did he say?
what I just said, that I mean that's not verbatim, but but he said in essence, in my opinion, he said like there's
Want me
no
to give you
point,
an
there's no
example,
saving.
Carrie?
But then when
Want
I
me to give you
said
an
what I
example, Carrie?
said, then Anton said, no, I'm not gonna say, I'm only gonna go for those who want to listen. I'm gonna go for
Carrie,
those.
Carrie. I'll give you an example. In 2020, which I believe that the election was stolen, right? We had a bunch of people that allegedly, more people than ever before in the history of this country, voted for Biden, right? And to me, that signaled a time where what the heck is going on in this country is just absolutely cooked. But over the next 4 years, 4.5 years, we paid attention, we rallied, we leveraged our platforms in order to inform people. Even you yourself said that you switched over from being liberal to being conservative and you voted differently this election, right? And even today, we still see pretty much almost half the country feeling some type of way and still revolting against what I believe is the best thing for the country, and that Trump is the president of the United States of America. Now, there's a ton of people that still is trash, or they uninformed, or they already indoctrinated and they never gonna come off of the Democrat plantation. But there are some people that decide that they want to change their position and their stance, such as you and I over a period of time, even though we probably were both raised to be liberal, we both was raised to vote Democrat, right? Because the Democrat Party is not the same party as it was in the 90s or yesteryear or whatever. My point is that there's a ton of people that are still going to be have their heart hardened because they hate this country, or they just hate Trump, or they've been taught to believe something that's not necessarily true. But Is there enough people for us to be able to inform or save to hopefully make a difference in this country and set it on the right path, even though there's a bunch of people that's going to come kicking and screaming? That's what my goal is. I'm not trying to save everybody. I'm just trying to do enough or do my part to where those that have an ear to listen, or those that have a heart to be changed, to do the right thing or to move in the right way, hopefully we can inform and then you leave it on the floor. But the rest of them is cooked. I'm not trying to save the culture. I'm not trying to save the hood. I'm not trying to save the community. I'm just trying to make my point, do my part, and leave this earth in a better space had I not been here. That's it. That's it. I'm not. My goal is not to change the world. I can't save everybody.
No, I hear you, and I understand what you're saying, and I think that how you just laid that out, how ABL said, wait, did Anton freeze?
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
how
just listening.
ABL said
I'm
what
just
he
scared.
said. I think that communicates, at least to me, differently than what was initially said. And I'm really holding on to it more so to make an extreme, like I'm using this to make a point back to women following men. I don't know if you guys realize how many times your conversation, your communication can give different I won't say it automatically contradicts itself, but it's like all different directions sometimes. And to me, and so I was really using that to show you how the first thing you said kind of made it seem like no hope, quit, give up, can't save anybody, everybody's to the trash, versus what you just explained, which is yes, everybody's not gonna go. I'm gonna focus on what I can do. I'm gonna focus on what can be changed. I'm gonna, like, it's two different sentiments is my point.
Mm,
And I
mm.
think that over time, now this is just the two of you talking, but when you have multiple men doing this, I think over time, obviously with other variables, it's easy for a woman to be like, I can't follow him. I can't follow them. They're kind of all over the place. So that's why I
Carry these women,
pointed
these
that out.
hoes as adults.
See, then you called it, you see what I'm saying?
These hoes as adults. What you talking about?
This goes back to what Mika was saying. I really think at our core, we want to follow. I really do. I really think
How do
I
you
think
want
that
to
God
follow but you
created
don't
us.
follow, Carrie?
I really think that at our core, at our natural core, women want to follow men. We want to. I don't care what anybody. Biblically, I believe. Like, I really believe that. But I do, and I do think women have to get their acts together. I think we have accountability and responsibility. Yes, but I think you guys are the leaders of it. Even if it's not fair on your backs, I think y'all are the leaders of it being able to happen. That's just what I think.
I agree, Carrie, because if we follow Slimmy's logic, we are going to be flocking to the man with the most resources. And
That's
then the
what y'all
men who
doing.
aren't
That's what
getting
y'all do.
flocked
That's
That's
what
to.
y'all
what's
doing
going on right
already.
now.
But this
You
is,
just
but
literally
you
said,
gave us permission. You just
Jesus
gave us
Christ.
permission. You said, fellas, if you were providing all these experiences, have you some options? So if we go to these men who are providing the experiences, y'all can't be mad that we're going. Y'all can't be mad that we're getting pregnant and y'all aren't getting what y'all
See,
Molly,
want.
you know what? You know why I said that, Molly?
no,
It was a
hold
whole
on, Steve.
trap because
Hold on, Steve.
earlier in the discussion, y'all were just validating Princess for doing this shit.
Hold
Y'all,
on, hold
y'all
on,
were.
hold on, Molly. You could just follow me. I got you, baby.
He
Okay.
Oh, what the
he
fuck?
keep Slimmy keeps bringing back the word back. He bro-
But no, so I mean, and I'm just saying, I
you just
understand where
have him
Carrie's
by your
coming from because there's been several panels where you said if a man has it going on, he should have options, and we see that being
No,
reflected
wait,
in
wait, no,
society.
no.
And then men are complaining that the
You
men with
can't
the resources
paraphrase.
are
You
having too
cannot.
many options and getting them all pregnant.
You can't paraphrase. You have to go by what I'm saying specifically because it is a specific way of life. I said a man that is providing a woman 1,000% in her lifestyle, he should have the right to multiple women.
But
He
then
should
y'all get
have that
mad when
right
they get
because
multiple women. Y'all get
what you
mad
Who get
say?
about it
mad? Who
though.
gets mad at
The
that?
men who aren't getting the options of having multiple
The,
women,
the
who
thing
do
about
not
it
Bro,
have
is,
the
the thing
resources.
here's something though.
what?
Their anger is misplaced because if that man has 10 women, that's not going to affect the guy who gets no women. If that one guy had one woman or he had 10, that would not affect the guy who's not getting any.
But tell that to the guy who's not getting any, because his perception is all the men with the resources are taking all the women and getting them pregnant, according to talking points on the internet.
Well, I mean, it's true, yes, but it's not like if we didn't take them, then they would have them. It's not going to happen. So if guys think like that, they got to just kind of get back to reality. That's not the way it works.
But if
Yeah,
men
you
are
gotta up
promoting
your
that
game.
message,
You
so
you have to
oh
up your
right,
game.
so y'all are
You have to up
promoting
your
that
game.
message. So how you can't
Nah,
be
it's not
mad
about
when women.
promoting. It's just the reality of what's happening out here in the world. Whether a man is a top tier man that had no women at all and was a monk and was stayed celibate, whether he did that or if he had 10, the situation would still be the same. These women would rather be by themselves or with the top guy than these guys at the bottom. So whether we participate or not is not even relevant. It's not even the point. They still gonna do what
So
they're
That's
gonna
why
not
do
what
shame
Carrie.
regardless.
those?
That's not what Carrie
So why
thinks.
shame those women though? Because those women tend to get shamed for sharing
Carrie thinks
baby daddies
differently.
and stuff.
Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, didn't nobody say
You
get
ain't shaming
pregnant and
nobody.
I'm just certain conversations. I'm just saying. I was agreeing with Carrie
Because every
how
time I
sometimes
say that,
men.
see, you can get away with saying that, ABL. Slimmy can get away with saying that. If I say it, then I'm getting censored. Carrie wanted to drop me down. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
So
wait, wait. If I say what?
what you say, if I repeat what you say, Slimmy, Carrie wants to drop me down.
Repeat what
Repeat what I
because
I'm
say.
you're
not
the
gonna
good
say
guy,
it.
Anton. You're the good one.
See, I know.
no, I just said something to what y'all said.
Now, if I say the stuff that Slimmy say, I'll get dropped down.
Slimmy
No,
should
you
have been
won't.
dropped down, but you won't give me any control. Slimmy should
I
have been
should
at
have
spot
no.
six a long time ago.
No, I should have never been at spot six.
Yes, you should
No,
have.
no,
You
no.
you you just told Molly, you said don't paraphrase, but I clearly said, Slimmy, I'm not validating what she did. And you
But
keep saying she
ultimately, you
validated.
did.
No, I didn't.
Ultimately,
And
you
you
did.
even retracted what you said, Slimmy. You even said, I see what you're
As the
saying.
conversation kept going, the stances changed. As the
How?
conversation kept going,
How? How?
how didn't it?
No,
How
you tell
didn't
me
it?
how it did. Because
How didn't it?
all the definitions are the same. So how did I start to validate it?
So, as we spoke later in the conversation, did you not say, or did you not agree with Molly when she? Hold on, let me think. Let me think exactly. Let me get it. See, you want the exactities? When Molly said, "Fuck, damn, I hate my memory, man.
And
I
Carrie
hate my
forgetting the
memory,
day.
man. Damn, what the fuck?
The
Don't
executives.
worry, I'll read super chats. We got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back.
We got you. I'm gonna read the super chats and then we can wrap it up. That way I can get so Carrie don't call off next Friday. Mont says, don't get yourself into the situation. There's no reason to ignore bad laws. We should always arrive to fix bad laws. Martin Deja says also 50-50 doesn't mean you don't pay support. It's based on income. If she makes zero, you make 100K. At 50-50, you will be footing the bill. J Mill says Molly sounds just like her arch nemesis Jazz. Slug Bruce says I paid over $30,000 and still only got 2 months out of the year. Mont says living in a patriarchy doesn't mean men have it easier. That's not what the term means. It means they lead society. Leaders are held accountable and take on all of the risks. The problem is most men don't get any of the benefits. Mr. No Ceiling says Molly, women paying child support is the exception, not the rule. They also get most of the resources and divorce over 80% of the time, regardless of the situation. My dog Maury says, we don't care if certain men are being held accountable. I just need women to stop crying and whining and blaming all of the men for all of the actions of the minority of the men they decide to sleep raw with.
OG War Machine says, land the plane, Waka Flocka. Tony Techie Cyber, what up, big dog? Mont, salute. Paulie, keep going. Quentin says, only gave the link to Room 9 people. MJ Merriweather says, I support the Texas retro child support law with a paternity provision included. Let's grow up, stop passing the buck. OG War Machine says, Jada Legend sits at the head of the table. Mont says, it's not about men holding men accountable. The law holds men accountable. Women lie and report rape and still don't go to jail. OG War Machine says Jada Legend files his taxes as the head of the household. Mont says, fella, at your kids to your work health insurance. Then when it's time for your baby mama to get state insurance, report her for fraud. Jesus. AM23 Michael says child support
Damn.
was designed for white women. White men wrote the rules, wasn't worried about black women. Smooth D Chosen says, I'm in Texas. Live with the child's mom as a family for 9 months. Paid child support weekly, but she's never received a payment. Eventually, we split up behind it. Child support is a scam. Mont says states profit when they go after you for reimbursement for benefits and assuming. Brandon says, Jay said, you'll never find a hairline like mine. Mont says, bro, get agreement if possible. Get it while she cool. You don't want to try to get it while she in the weird time.
Yeah.
The C10 King says, drop the link to get on. I already had dropped the link. MJ Merriweather says the government uses your support in cash as collateral for government loans. Each $9 times they need to maintain a certain amount at all times. Roderick Bryant says, nah, Quentin tripping on this one. And Molly is mumbling. It's never fair, however, this is straight BS. It's better when you file yourself. The C10 King says, drop the link to get on. I have a personal experience on this, and I'll have to clear up a lot of questions. You'll have to get on next week, big dog. Margaret J says, don't put yourself on child support. Get a parental agreement and get it notarized at your child support office with an amount you and your mother agreed to. I'm telling you. Devin Braxton says, I'm waiting on Molly and Quentin to tell this guy he needs to pay retroactive child support. Mont says, at a minimum, a text agreement can even work. Seemings on your state, depending on your state. Kim One says, Mrs. Carey, what did Q Diddy say? Maury says, we can't force women to choose the men we think they should be with. That era is dead. Quentin says, room 9 principle. Mont says, fellas, get 50-50 from when the baby when the baby is born, and you will begin, and it begins at the 8 ball. Don't even have to do it in court. Have them go to school with you if you can and take as much responsibility as possible. Quentin says, stay in school, y'all. Timeout says, I'm going to have to agree with Molly based on the last 2 men we cooked. But I'm not. Just a brown girl in America says, help. I just did some real female-ish and crashed out on my ex. I'm so mad at him and I already sent the text. Now I regret it, or do I? You should have unsent that text. Mont says, I think men gain control again. Stop simping. Unsubscribe from the OnlyFans. Stop paying for the box and stop tricking. Stop liking the pics. But Devin says Molly is okay with women leaving and chasing more child support, even though men usually don't walk out. This mindset fuels more black men in jail, all while the government is the new stepdaddy. Jasmine says Molly don't like black men, but every time I see her, she talking crap about us. Devin Braxton says you can't give responsibility when men don't have the authority to keep women under their covering. Shout out to Mont. Mont is out here cooking. them counties or them countries don't have the freedom that we do, Mika. D. Charles says Molly is right and stands on traditional values outside the married individuals. The single folks on this show addicted to corn and casual sex. B-Ball says, y'all keep winning, y'all. This is after hours. Salute. Mika, those countries' laws are the Quran.
No, I think he means Sharia law.
Gina Dew says, Molly, you own it, and women are being held accountable more than some may be able to comprehend. The rich gave women their rights, not the men, says Devin Braxton. Nathan says, Mika, 100% correct on this, Anton. Bo says Muslim women just got the right to drive. Tony Adams says, Mika, I was stationed in the Middle East for 2.5 years, Kingdom of Bahrain. You are wrong. Please stop speaking on this. PG County raised me.
That's where he went wrong. He's from PG County.
Brandon says, J hairline look like a weak Wi-Fi signal.
Tony Adams says she's talking in circles. She's on the truth. Mont says documentaries can be biased in what they show. Dre says, panel, what's your favorite spot when you visit Miami Beach? Anybody? I don't really hang out in Miami Beach. I hang out in Miami. So I hang out in Midtown, the Design District, pretty much over there. So
I stay in Biscayne.
yeah.
Very cool.
Never
Yeah,
been.
Rick was cool. Tony Adams says Mika sounded like Jazz. Stop trauma bonding. Tony Adams says Mika stop deflecting feminist talking points.
I told you, PG County, tell him that. Never mind.
Mont says women will find a way to be unhappy. It's the talent. They can't have everything. Mark Pyers, tax coach, says my recommendation to men is date a woman that is financially on your level so if it doesn't work out, you're not paying for her and her new boo to party on your labor. Mont says get your money up, get your swag up, and compete. Gregory Varnum says Genesis 3:16, your desire shall be contrary to your husband, but he shall rule over you. That's Genesis. OG War Machine says, Mika, I'm going to call ICE if you don't marry me. Jeff says, Carrie has a need to be right. Jazzwiz Man says, Trump is trash. Don't care about black people. Jazzwiz Man says, Donald Trump was sued in the past for not allowing black people to stay in his properties. Trump also put out an ad in the newspaper accusing the Central Park Five of being guilty when they were not. So much misinformation out here. Jazzwiz Man says, no black person should be supporting Donald Trump. Trump has a history of discriminating against black people. Margaret J says, how Molly speaking on the culture when she married to a YT man.
I'm black, dumb.
Vaughn
That's
says
why.
everyone is right, and we have to stop having kids if we're not going to stay with each other. Penguins out here doing better. Mark Pyers says
the truth. They are.
Penguins get hunted by polar bears.
Penguins are the truth
They get hunted
young.
by polar bears.
No, nothing with wings that can't fly is the truth. I'm sorry.
Have you watched penguins and how they switch with the male and the female and watch
Yes,
the eggs
and the women are
birds
ruthless.
that can't fly.
Listen, they know each other's calls. They find each other.
Yeah, they better. They better know everything about each other because they gotta stay there
the
and
female
waddle all
penguins,
day
they roll out.
with
They roll
wings
out.
and
You
can't
can't even
fly.
you can't see you knocking the penguins. We could be.
I'm not knocking them. I'm not. It's an incompetent bird.
You've been pessimistic all night.
I'm not pessimistic. It's an incompetent bird. It never learned how to fly. It's a bird that's never learned how to fly.
It's got skin. It don't have fur.
It can't fly.
It's got wings.
It's a bird.
It's a flap
that never learned how to fly.
It could swim the mess.
All animals evolve. All animals evolve,
Have
and
you ever seen a penguin swim?
this animal has made its way from Antarctica to all parts of the world, and yet can't learn to fly.
They say penguins mate with the one that doesn't take care of the child.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't either.
How do you?
I thought penguins mate for life.
But how do you mate?
I have no idea.
They will leave. The woman will leave and go to another one if they don't like the male.
Well, when I watched the penguins thing, all the women went and they had to go get food, and the men had to stay and watch the egg, and then the women come back and then they swap. I didn't see all of what they talking about.
You must have watched the one that was narrated by Obama. Don't worry about that one.
No, I did not.
Mark Pyers, tax coach, says child support should be taken over by federal opposed to the state because the system needs to be revamped across the board. Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
That'd be worse.
Yeah, it would be worse. Carrie, we need to kick everything back down to the states, and we need to make the government smaller. Carrie be holding her own against the men. And Mark Pyers says, regardless of how much you're giving your baby mother is based on a percentage of the income earned. Shout out to everybody for holding us down. Any final thoughts, friends? I appreciate y'all for coming through. Especially my dog ABL, special guest of the show.
Thank you for having me, man. It was fun, man. I'll be watching y'all on occasion. I just wanted to come on and talk about this, so I appreciate you, boss.
You are welcome anytime, ABL.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, you are awesome,
yes,
ABL.
Sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
you.
Got us up here at 3:18 a.m. Eastern time.
Hey, I'll be up all the time anyway, so it's fine.
I do too. I'll be up late at night. So do Mika.
I'm gonna go tell my husband good morning.
Yeah, for real. Listen, we love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Thank you to everybody that came through. Thank you to everybody that contributed. And thank you to everybody that came up on the panel. We love y'all. We out. Peace.
Bye.
Birds that never learn to fly.